C3061 Suppress the Guild. Master of Light Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Master of Light saw. Connor cupped his fists at Yang Fann, bowed, and chose to give in. He hoped that the high-level 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign behind Yang Fann would let go of this matter on the account of Light Society and Light God Clan. He would let unfilial son, Farron Connor go. At the same time, he would be willing to pay the ransom to redeem the group of suppressed 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Of course, this was also within reason. The difference in cultivation level between the two of them was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Even if he used all of his trump cards, he wasn't confident that he could defeat a high-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Apart from giving in and compromising, what else could he do? As for those 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, he could only admit his bad luck and give them a big blow. Unless, he was willing to give up Farron just like that. Connor. If it was those ordinary heirs with mediocre talent, it would be fine, but he would pretend that he had never given birth to this son. He had lived so many Yanji eras. He lacked everything, but he did not lack a son. Just the heirs he acknowledged were thousands or tens of thousands, let alone those illegitimate children who had been born out of nowhere. Together, they could even form a small country. It was not difficult at all. Sacrificing one was nothing. Even if it was 10 or 100, he wouldn't be too affected. But Farron Connor was different. He was one of the heirs that he valued the most. His talent and potential could be ranked in the top 5 among all his heirs. As long as he didn't die, 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was the least he could do. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Once he grew up, he would become the pillar of the Connaught clan, and would become his right-hand man. If not for the fact that he had no choice, Master of Light would not have easily given up on Farron Connor. Wherever there were people, there would be the Zhonghu, and there would be fights. The huge Light God clan was also not harmonious. As the leader of the Light Society, he had set his eyes on many 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the 2 deputy leaders were eyeing his position covetously, wanting to replace him as the new leader of the Light Society. If you want to make it up to me, that's great, Master of Light. Use your life to make it up to me. A hint of ridicule flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he spoke coldly. Junior, I'm talking to your master. You have the right to speak too much. The cold shine in Master of Light's eyes flashed. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of the high 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, this junior would have killed not only this junior, but also all of his family and friends. Master of Light, you want to negotiate with me, and now you don't want me to talk too much. What is the meaning of this? Sir, I sincerely want to negotiate with you, but you are avoiding me. Isn't it too rude to introduce such a junior? A hint of displeasure flashed across Master of Light's eyes. No matter what, he was still an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and the Light God clan was behind him. Even if you were a high-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, you shouldn't look down on him like this. As for what Yang Fann said, Master of Light would never believe it. What kind of joke was this? A junior who didn't even have a strand of hair would be a high-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if he was given 30 more cycles of cultivation, he might not be able to smoothly advance to a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Right at this moment, Boom Yang Fann no longer suppressed his aura. Instead, he unleashed a terrifying pressure that was on par with a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it swept across the void in all directions. Hong Long. Bang bang bang. The voids in all directions exploded like glass. Ah, no, this power, you. Master of Light's pupils contracted, and he started to speak incoherently. The magnificent figure that seemed to have come out of an ancient legend had instantly taken away his mind. This terrifying pressure gave him a feeling that it was even more terrifying than the elders of the Light God clan. One should know that every elder of Light God clan was quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with a single step. He was even more terrifying than the elders of the Light God clan. Even if this man wasn't a true 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. The most terrifying thing was that he could clearly feel that this power came from this young man. It wasn't something that was supported by any other power. He would definitely not be wrong about this. Unfilial son that bitched unfilial son, was this how he tricked his father? What age of less than 3 billion eras? This was pure nonsense. That unfilial son probably never used the void wheel mirror to investigate this person's true age. Quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, who wasn't even 3 billion eras old, or even a true 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Such a monster couldn't even exist in the legendary 3000 Great Chaos, let alone the small chaos. At this moment, Master of Light felt like cutting unfilial son's heart into pieces. He had seen some scammers before, but he had never seen one as scammers as this. He had never used the mirror of Void Wheel to investigate the actual situation. Can't you just say it? Regret if I had known that such a day would come, I would have strangled unfilial son to death when he was just born, so that I wouldn't come and harm his father in the future. Even the Master of Light God Clan, Lord of Great Light, wouldn't dare to provoke such a supreme expert. Besides, he was just a puny intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Ah, my lord, please calm down. This is all a misunderstanding. This junior is willing to hand over unfilial son, kill him, and torture him as you wish. This junior will never complain to you. In order to save his life, Master of Light directly gave up Faran. Connor, this son, everything was caused by unfilial son. Naturally, unfilial son had to bear all the consequences. Since you are here, you better stay here obediently. Yang Fann grinned hideously. How could the fat meat in his mouth let him escape? Without this Master of Light, how could he have advanced to the 5th grade, or even the rank 6? How could he have the strength to fight a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? Rumble. As he spoke, Yang Fann's palm pressed down on Master of Light. Ah, no, Master, please spare my life. Let me go, please let me go. Roar. Great Radiant Forbidden Arts, Aurora Essence Wheel, block it for this sovereign boom. 2A golden beam shot up into the sky and turned into a scorching sun, blocking Master of Light's path. With the help of the Great Radiant Forbidden Arts, the power of the high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Divine Artifact, Aurora Essence Wheel increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Even an ordinary top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to break through the Aurora Essence Wheel's defense with a single strike. Unfortunately, he had encountered a monster like Yang Fann. Under the terrifying power that was infinitely close to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, all resistance was futile. Ah, no, let me go. I am an elder of the Light God Clan. Sir, are you really going to make the Light God Clan your enemy? Roar Hua Sheng, the Light God Clan will never let you go. My master will avenge me. I will definitely avenge him. C3062 take it all for himself. Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Using the Light God Clan to threaten me. Do you really think I'm scared? Don't worry, even if the Light God Clan doesn't find trouble with me, I won't let you go. Yang Fann sneered. He had suppressed the leader of the Light Society, and the relationship between him and the Light God Clan had become irreconcilable. In order to avoid regrets in the future, he had better get rid of the Light God Clan as soon as possible, and eliminate all future troubles. Currently, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others had already broken through to the 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. They only needed to digest all the resources in their hands and break through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There was no hope for them to do so, but breaking through to the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was a sure thing. If they wanted to continue growing, they would have to leave the small chaos and venture deep into the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. It was hard to say when they would come into contact with the Light God Clan. Once they were exposed, Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others wouldn't be able to stop the Light God Clan with their meager strength. As for the Light Society, if they failed the transaction, they would send someone to rob them. One look and one could tell that it wasn't a good thing. The Light God Clan behind them wouldn't be any better either. It was bound to be someone who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. This was also the common problem of these top divine races. If anyone dared to touch me, I will annihilate your entire clan. Yang Fann didn't want to return to their small chaos. He was shocked to find out that their small chaos had already become history. He could only work a little harder now, and at the same time, he could also gain some benefits from it. With the accumulation of over 100 Nan-Ji in the Light God Clan, and the many experts, he should have a pretty good chance of pushing his combat strength to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. At that time, he would have the right to have an equal conversation with God Lord Zanjiao. As long as he didn't rashly enter God Lord Zanjiao's territory, even if God Lord Zanjiao's strength was far above his expectation, and he had the strength to fight a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. If he wanted to leave, at least half of his hope would be to escape from God Lord Zanjiao's hands. It's about time to put away the net. Yang Fann withdrew Master of Light into the chaos and made a decision in his heart. Master of Light was suppressed by him and continued to move towards Farron. Connor's request for help seemed a little fake. If something went wrong, it might backfire and attract the Light God clan's attention. Currently, he did not want to be exposed to the Light God clan prematurely. Although he didn't think that Lord of Great Light would be alarmed, it was still possible for those top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and even quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, who had just broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, to break through. No matter what, Master of Light was an outstanding intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even he wasn't sure if he should ask for help. If it was some other high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it might not work. With his current cultivation base, defeating top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and even quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was easy. However, Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in making them stay. Even top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't have more than 3 levels of hope. If he couldn't stop them, it was very likely that he would lure Lord of Great Light out. This wasn't something Yang Fann wanted to see, although he didn't want to admit it. Currently, he was indeed no match for Lord of Great Light. It was unknown whether he could even survive Lord of Great Light's attack. Lord of Great Light had already broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign 50 years ago. Now, even if he hadn't broken through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. The strength of his foundation was not something an ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could compare with. In the next moment, Pucci, Yang Fann's body moved, tearing the space apart and disappearing without a trace. The most important thing right now was to digest all the resources in his hands and convert them into strength. Otherwise, no matter how many resources there were, they would only look good on the surface. One day later, with Yang Fann's full speed, who knew how many billions of light years had been teleported away? It's about time. He casually looked around. Within the range of his strength of soul, he couldn't find a living creature in the vast Hongmeng. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the void in front of Yang Fann released a beam of light. It was like the first beam of light when the primal chaos first appeared, illuminating the surroundings of the void. Buzz! A world began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, it transformed into a great world with a diameter of over 1,000,000 light years. Master of Light, as a dignified intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, I don't think you will disappoint me. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Swoosh! With a flash of white light, Master of Light appeared in front of Yang Fann. Hong Long! He chased after the terrifying 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign strength of soul and quickly ripped apart Master of Light's chaotic crystal wall, crazily sweeping away all the chaos resources within. 100 years had passed. A satisfied smile emerged on Yang Fann's face. 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, not something those 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors could compare with. Even 3 blood and bone diseases was far weaker than Master of Light. Yang Fann had found 38 million units of Great Tao Source Crystal just by looking at the Great Tao Source Crystal. With all the other resources, divine fruit and divine medicines, and Great Tao Source Crystals combined, he had found more than 10 billion units of Great Tao Source Crystal. Close to 560 billion units of Great Tao Source Crystal. I wonder if it can help me break through to the perfection. If he could really take that step, just the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign alone was enough for Yang Fann to have full confidence in killing a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior in Hongmeng Heavenly Void. He was truly invincible. Even in the profound Zhao Divine City, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could defeat God Lord Zanjiao. Swoosh! With a flash of light, a unit of Great Tao Source Crystal appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique circulated to the limit of the Great Tao Sovereign's divine art. Yang Fann crazily devoured the Great Tao Source Crystals in his hand. Kai! The fist-sized Great Tao Source Crystal began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Profound Zhao Divine City, Light Society, Farron Divine Palace. Strange, It has been 1,000 years, why hasn't father returned yet? Farron. Connor's eyes were suddenly filled with anxiety. With his father's means, it would be a piece of cake for him to take down little son Yang Fann. Even if he had more trump cards, 1,000 years was more than enough. Could it be that father wants to monopolize those 680 million units of Great Tao Source Crystal? No, this is impossible really. What am I thinking? How could my father do such a thing? His father had always doted on him, not to mention that he had already given up most of his money. Father obviously wouldn't go back on his word for the sake of that mere 80 million Great Tao Source Crystals. 80 million Great Tao Source Crystals, compared to Great Tao Sovereign, who was a fourth layer. However, that was only the case when it came to his father. His father had not returned. He must have been held back by something, and could not get away for the time being. Right, it must be so. 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million, 100 million years, it's been 100 million years, but father still hasn't returned. He didn't even send a message back. Father, could it be that he was telling the truth? He really wanted to. See 3063 5th Step Quasi-Supreme Profound Jiao Divine City, Light Society, Farron Divine Palace. Farron. Connor's heart sank to the lowest point. 100 million years, a whole 100 million years had passed. His father, Master of Light, seemed to have mysteriously disappeared without a trace. Even if he was really delayed by something, it was impossible for him to not receive any news for such a long time. There was no room for him to think in that direction. 80 million Great Tao Source Crystals, just for 80 million Great Tao Source Crystals. His father had actually ignored their familial love just like that. His heart ached. It truly made him feel extremely pained. If it was those 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it would be fine. But father, you are an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He didn't lack these Great Tao Source Crystals. Why is it so? If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have informed his father, even at the risk of losing the Azure Yang Exalt and the others. Perhaps he would have been lucky enough to obtain 680 million units of Great Tao Origin Source. As for whether Master of Light had encountered any mishaps, Farron. Connor had never even thought about what Master of Light's cultivation base and strength were. As his son, he had never thought about it. He was the clearest about it. He had broken through to the intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign as early as 10 Yanji. After 10 Yanji cycles of cultivation, he wasn't too far away from the high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Although there was a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign standing behind Yang Fann, it was easy for him to defeat his father. It was absolutely impossible for him to keep his father alive. Not to mention a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even the top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who was a higher grade. It wasn't too difficult for his father to leave even if he wanted to. At most, he would have to pay a price for injuring the vital energy. Unless the person standing behind Yang Fann was quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but that possibility was really low. Although quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wasn't as rare as a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and could be counted on one's fingers, there wouldn't be too many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in their Hung Meng Heavenly Void, and there wouldn't be more than 3 digits of them. Each and every one of them was elusive and elusive. How could they be so easily encountered? Furthermore, on the account of their master, Lord of Great Light. Apart from a few major enemies of the Light God clan, most of them, quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, would only teach his father a lesson. He wouldn't kill his father so easily. His father's status in the Light God clan was second only to the elders. He had defeated his father and even severely injured his father. The Light God clan could only bear with it because of quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's formidable strength, but if they really wanted to kill him, it would be like slapping the Light God clan in the face. The Light God clan would never let this matter rest. If they could ignore the death of their elders, their hearts would be broken. In the future, no one would put the Light God clan in their eyes. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the great world created by Yang Fann. Hong Long, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, Great Tao Sovereign's divine art, continued circulating. Yang Fann crazily devoured the Great Tao Source Crystal in his hand. He had no idea that Fei Lun, what Connor was thinking in his heart. Of course, even if he knew, Yang Fann wouldn't care too much. He was just a mere 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, an ant. How could he catch the eye of someone like him? If it wasn't for the fact that he was staying in profound Zhao Divine City and couldn't attack him, Yang Fann would have killed this aphid worm a long time ago. There was no one who wouldn't pay the price for plotting against him. 100 units, 10,000 units, 1 million units, 100 million units. 3 eras later, Pucci. Apart from the 100,000 units of Great Tao Source crystals left for their parents and the others to cultivate, there wasn't a single unit left. All of them were absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Fortunately, no one knew what Yang Fann was planning to do. Otherwise, they would all be envious and jealous to death. One should know that many 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be willing to use Great Tao Source crystals to cultivate in the past. Even if it was Ferran, a young master of the Light Society like Connor would only use 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns to cultivate after breaking through to the 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, Yang Yunfeng and his wife and the others were only at the intermediate 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and the strongest among them was Yang Sifan. Yang Yunfeng and his wife wasn't even a 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but he was using the Great Tao Source Crystal to cultivate. Could he be any more extravagant? Psi comparisons between people really make one angry. Tens of millions of years later. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. As expected, he had thought too much. A mere intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wanted a divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, a huge perfection. This great perfection of the body of the god was way too simple. How could he be worthy of it? His terror-fighting power was comparable to a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. But with my current strength, I should have a high chance of surviving Lord of Great Light's attack. After absorbing so many Great Tao Source crystals, the Yang Fann's divine body's strength had increased by more than 10 times, 100 times. Although its overall combat strength wasn't as exaggerated as before, it had also increased by dozens of times. At this moment, it was likely that there was no one below the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who could be compared to him. Breaking through once more and stepping into the 4th grade quasi-sovereign realm should be enough to match an ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If he advanced further and advanced to the 5th grade, he would be able to compete with Lord of Great Light, who was a peak low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign expert. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Su, with a flash of light, Lord of Scorpion Tiger, who had his 8th layer strength of original life swallowed, appeared in front of Yang Fann. Hong Long, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann crazily devoured Lord of Scorpion Tiger's strength of original life, which had less than 2 layers left. Kai. The strength of origin in Lord of Scorpion Tiger's body was like a flood that had just opened a dam, flowing for thousands of miles. The divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had improved by a large margin, and Yang Fann's devouring speed had increased by several times. Less than 30 million eras. Pucci, Lord of Scorpion Tiger used up the last drop of strength of origin and turned it into a flying ash. Lord of the Green Scorpion, the Blood Spirit Supreme Blood Spirit Supreme Being. Yang Fann was in seclusion for 130 million eras. Bang! In the end, 3 Blood and Bone Diseases' strongest boss, the Blood Bone Supreme, had completely collapsed and turned into ashes. As Yang Fann had expected, 3 Blood and Bone Diseases and Lord of the Green Scorpion didn't allow him to advance to the 4th grade Sovereign realm. They only pushed his cultivation to the limit of the 3rd grade quasi-sovereign realm. Fortunately, he didn't only have a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he also had Master of Light, a intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. These 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were just the appetizers, and Master of Light, who was an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, was the main course of the meal. Soon, another 100 eras passed. The low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign only had one last trace of the strength of origin left, and the surging power of devouring stopped moving. Yang Fann didn't kill him, he just destroyed his body and soul. Now wasn't the time to draw the attention of the Light Society and Light God clan. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 141 million eras. He had 21 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Light Society, and only 2 top-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were left. Yang Fann had finally taken that crucial step, and only a 4th grade quasi-supreme expert was left. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, Yang Fann had also left behind a trace of the strength of origin, and spared their lives for the time being. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 145 million eras. Su. With a flash of white light, Master of Light appeared in the devouring black hole. One had to admit that a intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was a intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The purity of the strength of origin was millions of times greater than these 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing towards a 5th grade quasi-sovereign at a speed visible to the naked eye. Peak 4th grade quasi-sovereign early stage. 4th grade quasi-supreme being mid-stage. 4th level quasi-supreme being peak mid-stage. 4th grade quasi-sovereign late stage. Peak of the late 4th grade quasi-sovereign realm. 4C3064 Infiltration Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the world that Yang Fann had created. Hong Long, Hong Long. Yang Fann's aura rose crazily and steadily. The energy within his body was like a mountain flood, and it was growing endlessly. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for nearly 1 billion eras. After absorbing and refining Master of Light's intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign strength of original life, Yang Fann's cultivation finally broke through the shackles and advanced to the 5th grade quasi-supreme. The terrifying pressure increased rapidly. At this moment, if an expert entered the great world, even the low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be crushed to the ground, and he wouldn't be able to move at all. Luckily, Yang Fann had suppressed Master of Light, and had taken a lot of 6th Empyrean Great Tao Divine artifacts from him. With those 6th Empyrean Great Tao Divine artifacts as the Eye of the Formation and 72 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Divine artifacts, he set up the Heavenly Astral Evil Spirit Formation, sealing the entire great world with death. Otherwise, that limitless pressure would probably be able to blow up the entire great world in an instant, sweeping through all directions. If something went wrong, it might attract the attention of the other Great Tao Sovereign. Kai. The strength of original life in Master of Light's body was like a dam that had just been opened. It rushed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, stabilizing his newly broken cultivation base. 5 million eras passed in the blink of an eye. The strength of origin within Master of Light's body had shrunk by another level. Yang Fann's cultivation had finally stabilized at the 5th grade quasi-sovereign stage. A million years later, Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and they shone with a bright divine light. It was as if the light of the beginning had torn apart the limitless darkness, bringing with it the light of the beginning. At this moment, if there was someone standing in front of Yang Fann, even the top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's divine body would be torn apart in an instant, and the soul would be severely injured. Powerful compared to a 4th grade quasi-supreme expert, Yang Fann's overall strength had increased by more than 10,000 times. He unleashed his full strength, an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was hard to say who would win, but for a peak low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light, the outcome would have to be decided after a battle. Unknowingly, Yang Fann once again stood in a small group of people. Up until now, he hadn't even reached the age of 3.5 billion eras, but he had already entered the peak of the expert in Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Just thinking about it made one feel as if they had fallen into a dream. If it wasn't for the fact that they had witnessed Yang Fann's growth along the way, who would dare believe all of this? That was 3.5 billion eras, not 35 Nanji eras. Even if it was within the 35 cycles of Yan, no one seemed to be able to reach the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in Hung Meng Heavenly Void. A miracle Yang Fann was a miracle that ordinary people could not replicate. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. There's still the 8th layer strength of original life left. I wonder if it can help me break through to the rank 6 quasi-supreme. A trace of expectation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If his cultivation base could advance to the next level, his true combat strength, he wouldn't be any weaker than those intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if he fought his way into the light chaos, he was confident that he could defeat Lord of Great Light. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to escape from the light chaos with his body intact. Hong Long. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit once again, crazily devouring the remaining strength of original life left by Master of Light. After his cultivation base had stepped into the 5th grade quasi-supreme being realm, Yang Fann's devouring speed once again soared by several dozen times. 500 million, at most 500 million eras. Yang Fann was confident that he could completely devour this Master of Light. 432,187,363 eras later. Su. Master of Light, who was left with nothing but skin and bones, was like a gust of wind that could blow him to the ground. He turned into a stream of light and was absorbed into the chaos inside Yang Fann's body. This Master of Light still had some uses. Now was not the time to send him on his way. 10,000 years passed. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a hint of regret flashed across his eyes. Master of Light's 8th layer strength of original life was still a little lacking, but it had only allowed him to advance to the 5th grade quasi-supreme late stage. If he wanted to break through to the ranked 6 quasi-supreme, he would need at least 2 intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Master of Light. But soon, the regret in Yang Fann's eyes disappeared without a trace. As long as his next plan was completed, not to mention a ranked 6 quasi-supreme, even a 7th grade quasi-supreme wouldn't be a difficult task. He might even be able to advance to the 8th step of the quasi-supreme realm in one go. In the next moment, Yang Fann's face quickly twisted, and his aura changed dramatically. He turned into Master of Light Sol. Connor's appearance was the same, whether it was his appearance or aura. If it wasn't for the black clothes on his body that betrayed him, no one would suspect that he wasn't Master of Light. In Hung Meng Heavenly Void, a huge chaos was moving at a speed comparable to a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The size of this chaos was thousands of times bigger than the Scorpion Tiger Chaos. The Scorpion Tiger Chaos, in front of it, it was a younger brother. Streams of ancient aura continuously radiated from the chaos. It was as if anyone who took a glance at it would know the age limit of this chaos legacy was absolutely ancient to the extreme. Even if it did not have over 100 nan-eras, it was not much different. Poochie. Suddenly, a space wormhole appeared not far away from the huge chaos. The next second, the Master of Light that Yang Fann had transformed into took a step out from the space wormhole. He looked at the huge chaos not far away. His eyes were burning with indescribable heat. This huge chaos was none other than the light chaos. After stepping into the 5th grade late stage, Yang Fann's strength of soul was so terrifying that it was not much weaker than Lord of Great Light's strength of soul. In fact, it was even stronger than Lord of Great Light's strength of soul. The bloodline seal left behind by Lord of Great Light in Master of Light's Sea of Consciousness could no longer hold Yang Fann back. Yang Fann had obtained the arcane art of light chaos with ease. Not only that, he had also learned about the overall strength of Light God Clan. As an elder of the Light God Clan, there was almost no secret between the Light God Clan and Master of Light. One had to admit that the scariness of the Light God Clan was even greater than the rumors in the outside world. In the entire Light God Clan, except for Lord of Great Light, who was a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, there were only 3 quasi-7th layer elders who were second to him. There were more than 5 of them, and the number of other 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign elders was even greater. With Master of Light's peak intermediate 6th Empyrean cultivation base, he could barely be considered one of the top 30. As for those 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, they had over 10,000 attacks. They could only be considered as the backbone of the Light God Clan. Only the quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior who had just broken through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had managed to squeeze into the upper echelons of the Light God Clan. However, Yang Fann wasn't surprised at all. Instead, he was delighted. The stronger the Light God Clan was, the more experts they would have. After suppressing the Light God Clan, he would be able to obtain more benefits. Light Chaos, Light God Clan, are you all ready? I'm coming. C3065 break their roots. Light Chaos. Unlike Yang Fann and the others who were in chaos, the universe and the countless worlds were not like the chaos of the scorpions and tigers. They were divided into countless continents in the shape of pyramids, overlapping layer by layer. The entire light chaos was only divided into the gods, the underworld, and the mortal 3 realms. The mortal realm was the foundation of the light chaos. It was formed by countless planes, vast and boundless. It practically occupied more than 9 layers of the light chaos, and the netherworld was where the spirit souls were reincarnated. Originally, it was controlled by the god race, but as the Light God Clan rose in power, the god of hell had become the vassal of the Light God Clan, and the entire netherworld had become a subsidiary of the god realm. All the rules were controlled by the Light God Clan. The divine world was the lair of the Light God Clan. Although there were countless divine races living here, all of them were vassals of the Light God Clan. Here, the Light God Clan was heaven and earth. As long as it was a pure-blooded Light God Clan, no matter how strong they were above the other divine races. A single word from them could decide their fate. Radiant God World, Radiant Continent. It hung high above the 9 heavens, overlooking the myriad of gods in the Radiant God World. At the same time, it was also the forbidden land of the trillions of divine races. Without special permission, those who were not disciples of the Light God clan were not allowed to step into the Radiant Continent without permission. Even bloodline descendant, who possessed the bloodline of the Light God clan, would be severely punished if he broke into the Light Continent without permission. In the vast Radiance Continent, apart from the central region, where Lord of Great Light was located in the Great Shrine of Light, there were a total of 38 territories. The lords of each territory were all 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, and this was the 38th 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors of the Light God clan. Among them was Master of Light Saul. Connor was one of them. The Connor territory he controlled was ranked in the middle among the 38 territories. It was one of the 7 territories in the west of the Continent of Light. Connor Territory, Connor Divine Palace. This was Master of Light Saul. Connor's Divine Palace. Buzz. The void twisted, and a white-robed middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. It was Saul Connor, who Yang Fann had transformed into. Under the disguise of the heaven-swallowing and earth-devouring Great Law, even someone as strong as the origin will of the Great Tao of Light Chaos did not find any flaws in Yang Fann. His entire body was not suppressed at all. Yang Fann let out a long breath. Although he had full confidence in the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique, Light Chaos was after all different from the Scorpion Tiger Chaos and Red Scale Chaos. The will of the source of the Great Tao was more than 1 billion times stronger than them, and they might be able to detect his unusual condition. If that was the case, his future plans would be fetus and die in his stomach. Fortunately, the worst outcome didn't happen. In the next moment, clang clang clang, a series of mysterious ringing sounds drifted out from Connor's divine palace and swept across the entire Connor territory. It quickly spread across the entire Radiant God world and even the Light Chaos. The hearts of all 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors of Connor family were shaken. Ah, yes, it's the Divine Light Bell. The Patriarch is calling us. What in the world is going on? Why is the tribe leader suddenly ringing the Divine Light Bell? Could it be that the Jeff tribe is going to wage war against my tribe again? Although the resources in Light Chaos were abundant, it wasn't endless. For the sake of resources and the development of the family, the competition in Light God clan was also unceasing. As the 2 neighboring territories, the Connors and the Jeff family had always been in constant conflict. Although they weren't considered mortal enemies, their relationship wasn't any better. Between the 2 great clans, countless wars had happened. Countless clan members, experts, had fallen because of this. If not for Lord of Great Light suppressing them from above. Saul, Connor and Chief Zephu Sanger. Zephu, these 2 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, could not go down personally. Either you die or I die. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Almost at the same time, all of the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Kong Na family put down their responsibilities and rushed towards the Divine Palace. Even though they were in secluded cultivation, they still came out of their seclusion. The Divine Light Bell was a matter of life and death for the family. It was not to be touched lightly. Something major must have happened to the Kong Na family. It might even endanger the life and death of the family. The Divine Palace, inside a grand Divine Palace. Yang Fann had transformed into Saul. Connor sat on the Divine Throne and looked down from above. An evil smile gradually climbed up the corner of his mouth. That's right, except for those 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors who weren't in Light Chaos, all the other 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors of Connor family were gathered here. 8 quasi-6th Empyrean Elders and 17 peak 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors. 32 high-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, 53 intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 67 low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, very good. Together, they formed the strength of origin. It shouldn't be much weaker than a newly advanced low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It should be enough for his cultivation base. He had broken through that layer of window paper and advanced by a small realm. Saul, although Connor's 8th layer strength of original life did not allow Yang Fann to advance to the peak of the 5th step, he had also reached the limit of the late 5th step. There was only a slight gap between him and breaking through. Patriarch, what happened? You actually sounded the Divine Bell of Light. A quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign asked. Patriarch, did the Jeff clan provoke us again? Those bastards, this time, we must teach them a bloody lesson. Right, we must beat those bastards. Until they are scared, they dare to provoke our Connor clan, they are courting death. In an instant, over 105th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors in the entire hall were infuriated. Each of them rubbed their fists and rubbed their palms together. As long as Yang Fann gave the order, all of them would charge into Jeff's territory without saying a word, letting the Jeff clan know how powerful they were. Quiet, this isn't a matter of the Jeff family. I have called all of you here because I want to bring all of you to a place. Patriarch, where are you bringing us to? 3 over 105th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign experts had blank expressions on their faces. Just what kind of place was this? It was so important that the Patriarch was willing to use the Divine Light Bell to summon them. You'll know when we arrive. Yang Fann smiled mysteriously. The next second, boom, a terrifying strength of soul that was comparable to a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign shot out from his body, instantly enveloping over 105th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. Buzz. The space in front of them distorted, and all the 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors felt the scenery in front of them change. They discovered that they and the others had already appeared in the chaotic starry sky. Ah, what is this place? Arg, my power, how could this be? No, that's not right, you are not our clan head. Who are you, and who exactly are you? Very quickly, the expressions of the 8 elders changed. As though they had thought of something terrifying, their eyes were filled with panic. Their clan head, although his strength was far greater than theirs, it was impossible for him to imprison all of their strength in such a silent manner. In fact, even ordinary high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign might not be able to do it. This man was definitely not their patriarch. He was definitely not their patriarch. You don't need to know who I am. As for your patriarch, isn't he right there? Ah, clan head, number, what did you do to our patriarch? The elders of the Connors let out heart-wrenching wails. At this moment, Patriarch Connor was standing in front of them. He no longer had the imposing manner of a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He was like an old man who was on the verge of death. His chi was so weak that it was even weaker than a first-layer Great Dao Sovereign. In an instant, the pillar of support in the hearts of all the elders and elders collapsed. Many of them had red eyes, as if they were enraged beasts that wanted to eat humans. As far as the Connors were concerned, Saul Connor was their god. The reason why their clan could have today's status and control Connor's territory was all because of their patriarch, a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. This bastard had broken their roots and poked their god. This hatred, this was absolutely irreconcilable. Ah, bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. My lord will not let you go. You will have your retribution. You will definitely have your retribution. C3066 eat him step by step. Light chaos, Connor's territory, Connor's divine palace. Retribution, what a joke. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. The cycle of karma, the retribution. In Yang Fann's point of view, that's just the whimper of the weak. As long as one's strength was strong enough, so what if there was a myriad of karma? I will naturally break it with a single force. For example, the Light God clan had enslaved hundreds of millions of gods in the Light Chaos, not to mention the other small chaos that they had annexed. Otherwise, the Light Chaos would not have been able to pass down more than 100 nan-eras. The more ancient the chaos was, the more chaos it would need to devour every time it increased. For example, the Scorpion Tiger, the chaos. A small chaos like this would only need to devour one small chaos to increase the limit of the chaos. One Nanji cycle, or even more. If it was the Light Chaos, if it wasn't at the same level as them, or if it wasn't a grade lower ancient chaos, ordinary small chaos wouldn't be able to increase the limit of the Nanji cycle even if it devoured a dozen or 20 of them. Up until now, the Light God clan still ruled the Light Chaos and ran amok in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void. All of this was because they were strong enough. Retribution for karma was just a restraint on the weak. Next, who should it be? Yang Fann lightly tapped on the armrest, thinking about who he should attack. The hundreds of 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the Connor family were just the appetizers. Yang Fann's goal was to make the Light God clan a pot of soup. If possible, he wouldn't even let Lord of Great Light, who was a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, go. One should know that Lord of Great Light was the biggest one. In the entire Light God clan, no 5th Empyrean or 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could compare to a single Lord of Great Light. In order to advance to the 8th or even the 9th grade, the only way was to take Lord of Great Light down. Otherwise, just those 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could push him to the limit of the 7th grade. It was impossible for Yang Fann to stop cultivating the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. Master of Light alone had more than 3 billion units of Great Tao Source Crystal with him, not to mention those high-grade, top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and even quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The resources needed to break through would definitely be 10 times more. 100 times, even 1,000 times, 10,000 times more. A few breaths later, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. I got it, the first one was him. One day later, ha ha ha, Brother Connor, long time no see. A hearty voice sounded in the sky above the divine palace. The next second, the void twisted, and a person stepped into the air. It was a young man wearing a green robe. He looked like he was less than 30 years old. His temperament was extraordinary, and his face was angular. He had a pair of divine eyes that were full of vigor. He looked like the most dazzling star in the universe, shining brightly and illuminating the entire universe. His body was straight, as if he could pierce the sky with the help of an immortal sword. Numerous sharp sword beams were flashing around his body, as if he could break through the 9 heavens with just a thought. This was a peerless swordsman, the god of the sword. He had made countless sword cultivators submit to him and worship him. Ha 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 ha, Brother Boris, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Master of Light, who had transformed into Yang Fann, also laughed out loud and flew up into the sky. Hunter, Boris, the lord of the Bali territory in the 38 territories of the Radiant Continent. He was Master of Light's best friend, and just like Master of Light, he was also an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, he advanced 3 times later than Master of Light, but even so, as a sword cultivator that was famous for its offensive power, Hunter. Boris's overall combat strength was not inferior to Master of Light's. In fact, in terms of offense, he was even stronger than Master of Light, and was almost on par with a high-level 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even some high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had to be wary of Hunter Boris. Boris, brother, please. I have prepared a feast for you. Brother Connor, please go first. Ah, no, Brother Connor, what are you doing? No, this power, you're not Brother Connor, who the hell are you? Who exactly is it? Not long after entering the Divine Palace, Hunter Boris's expression changed, and he cried out in alarm. In less than an instant, Polly's alarmed cry came to a halt. Even though Yang Fann hadn't used all of his strength, and hadn't even used a single layer of his strength, Yang Fann's current cultivation base wasn't weak. Even if he was facing an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he still had the strength to fight back. Even if he wasn't at the first layer, he was still much stronger than most of the quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, he had his own plans. The two of them had known each other for dozens of times, and they were both elders of the Light God clan, Hunter Boris against Saul. Connor was completely unprepared. It was imaginable what the outcome would be. He did not even have the time to retaliate. Connor Boris was suppressed by Yang Fann in Relentless Town. He became the second 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that Yang Fann had captured. 10,000 years later, ha ha ha, Brother Connor, please wait. Brother Boris, take care. Under the gaze of the large number of Connors, Boris stepped into the air and left Boris territory, Boris Divine Palace. Very quickly, a large number of 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors from Bo Li family rushed back from all directions of light chaos and entered the Bo Li Divine Palace. After that, not a single 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior came out. 10,000 years was more than enough time for Yang Fann to read Hunter. A drop of Boris's origin blood essence, the memory of the soul, and the disguise of Hunter Boris. As for Saul, Connor was merely Yang Fann's soul duplicate. 3 Of course, even if it was a soul duplicate, it was not something those 5th and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors could see through. In the entire light chaos, only Lord of Great Light and the 5 quasi-7th layer elders could see through the soul duplicate. Connor, however, after sending Hunter Boris away in front of everyone, Yang Fann turned into Saul. Connor directly announced that he would be in death seclusion, completely concealing the possibility of being exposed. 3 days later, Hunter, one of Boris' good friends, low rank, the leader of the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Ethan was invited by Hunter Boris to join Boris's Divine Palace. 1,000 years later, Ethan at Hunter. Boris accompanied him out of Boris's divine palace. Not long after, the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of the Ethan family who were scattered all over the light chaos quickly returned to the Ethan divine palace. This was Yang Fann's plan to nibble away at them. He wanted to borrow Saul Connor's identity first. He would sneak into the light chaos and wipe out the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of the Connor family. Then, he attracted Saul Connor's good friend, Sword God Hunter Boris. After suppressing him, he disguised himself as Hunter Boris. After taking down the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of the Boris clan, he invited Hunter Boris as his best friend. With every step he took, he devoured all the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors of the Light God clan. All of them would be captured in one fell swoop. Finally, when his cultivation base improved, he would deal with the few quasi-7th layer elders and even Lord of Great Light. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000,000 years had passed. Luo Sang territory. This was the 12th high-grade territory amongst the 38 territories of the Radiant Continent. Its territory was vast. That was more than just a few times bigger. His lord, Bog, Luo Sang, was a quasi-top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had stepped into the top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign stage. In the entire Light God clan, he had hopes of breaking into the top 20. His strength was thousands of times stronger than Master of Lights. Luo Sang's territory, Luo Sang's divine palace. Ha ha ha, brother Luo Sang, I'm late. Please forgive me C3067A Tier 6 Quasi-Supreme Being Light Chaos, Radiance Continent. Luo Sang's territory, Luo Sang's divine palace. Boom. One was 1,000 times more terrifying than Master of Light. Hong Long. A terrifying pressure that was more than 10,000 times stronger than Master of Light descended from the sky and swept towards the divine palace. The next second, Poochie. Like a curtain, the void was torn apart and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a middle-aged man wearing a fiery red robe. His face was rough, and he had a full beard. He was extremely domineering. Between his brows, there was a flame mark that made him look incomparably divine. It seemed as if he could control all the flames in light chaos with just a thought. Ha ha ha, brother Simon, you called me brother so that I can wait. Later, you have to punish yourself by drinking 3 cups. With a long laugh, a person stepped into the air from the Luo Sang divine palace. This was a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, and his entire body was suffused with the aura of a deep book. He was called the High and Mighty Great Tao Sovereign, and was more like a sage who was full of poetry. When people saw him at first sight, they would feel a sense of closeness towards him. This was the Lord of the Divine Palace of Luzon, Bog. Luzon. Of course, he had already been successfully replaced by Yang Fann. 1,000,000,000 years had passed, and Yang Fann had gained a lot. It made Yang Fann laugh even in his dreams. 17 high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, 26 intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and 23 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. More than half of them had been replaced by Yang Fann. A total of 11 high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, 17 intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and 14 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had become his prisoners. Hayden. Simon would become the 12th high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign captive in Yang Fann's hands. Brother Luo Sang, how can 3 cups be enough? It should be at least 300 cups. You drunkard, it seems like you have been eyeing my Void Spirit Divine Brew for a long time. Brother Luo Sang, as you know, I don't have any other hobbies, so I'm fine with this cup of wine. Don't worry, this time, I'll definitely let you drink enough. 1,000,000 years later. Ha ha ha, that's great brother Luo Sang, you're so interesting. Next time when something good happens, you must not forget me. You drunkard, you still have to finish my little stockpile. Who said that older brother's Void Spirit Divine Brew is one of the best in the God realm? Simon Leader, Simon Divine Palace. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne with a satisfied smile on his face. Hayden. Simon deserved to be called a quasi-top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The strength of the Simon clan was not something that the Connor clan could compare with. There were already 11 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. The other 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had exceeded 250, reaching 263 men. Currently, there were 253 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors in his inner chaos. As for the other 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, there were 4,765 of them. Nearly half of the 5th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors in the entire Light God clan had fallen into his hands. Luckily, Lord of Great Light did not notice anything unusual. Otherwise, he would have gone crazy. 1, 2, even 10, or even 100 5th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign were nothing. However, losing nearly 5,000 5th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign at once was enough to shake the foundation of the Light God clan. Not to mention that there were 43 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors. Not to mention 10, even if 20 of them were doubled in time, they still wouldn't be able to make up for the loss. Even with the foundation of the Light God clan, it was extremely difficult to give birth to a 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. On average, there might not even be a single person who could break through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign in Yanji. Soon, another 500 million years passed. Chief Weir, the Divine Palace. This was a high-level 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign West Horse. The Divine Palace of Weir. Wang. After putting the 8 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign and 173 5th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign into the chaos, Yang Fann thought for a moment and gave up on the idea of attacking. The Light God clan had 17 high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign, 26 intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign, and 23 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. Apart from 3 high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign and 5 intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign, the rest of the people had become his captives. At this time, if he wanted to attack again, he could only attack those top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign and the 5 quasi-7th layer elders. If he wanted to suppress them, he would have to use his full strength, especially those 5 quasi-7th layer elders. Even if he used his full strength, Yang Fann wasn't confident that he would be able to stop them. These were all seniors from the same generation as Lord of Great Light, and perhaps even more ancient than him. No one knew what trump cards they had that could save their lives. Of course, the most important thing was still Lord of Great Light. Once he unleashed his full power, it would be hard for Yang Fann not to attract Lord of Great Light's attention. Now was not the time to attack Lord of Great Light. Even if the origin of the Great Tao of Light Chaos didn't suppress his cultivation base and strength, the chances of Yang Fann defeating the local snake, Lord of Great Light, in the continent of light wouldn't be higher than the 3rd level or even lower. In comparison, slowly drawing was the way to go. As long as he could devour and refine all these 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors, he would be able to do so. Those top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign and the 5 elders would surely be his belongings. At that time, he would devour and refine everything, raising his cultivation base and strength to the peak. Then, he would be able to fight Lord of Great Light once again, and he would be able to complete his mission in Light Chaos. This would be the perfect ending for his trip to Light Chaos. Not long after, the news of Lord Wavier's death seclusion spread. For a moment, the entire continent of light became much calmer. For some reason, the lords all went into seclusion. Even the elders of the various large families disappeared without a trace. Although countless disciples of the Light God clan were curious, none of them thought that they had already been captured. What kind of joke was this? The Radiance continent was the lair of the Light God clan. Who had the ability to suppress so many 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors under the eyes of their mighty Lord of Great Light? It was impossible even for a 7th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warrior to do so. In a secret chamber in the Divine Palace, Yang Fann didn't immediately absorb those 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors. Instead, he focused all of his energy on absorbing the Great Tao Source Crystal and improving his strength of divine body. He had suppressed so many 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors, and even their accumulation of nearly 100 cycles had been wiped out by him. The current Yang Fann was really rich. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the Great Tao Source Crystals he needed the most were close to 500 billion units. With so many Great Tao Source Crystals, I wonder if my divine body of Great Tao Sovereign will be able to successfully break through to the huge perfection. To be honest, every time Yang Fann felt disappointed, he was starting to feel uncertain. This perfection sovereign god body was like a bottomless pit. In the blink of an eye, 10 eras had passed. Pucci. The last Great Tao Source Crystal shattered into pieces. A bitter smile emerged on Yang Fann's face. He had guessed correctly. That perfection sovereign god's body was really a bottomless pit. Even after using nearly 500 billion Great Tao Source Crystal, he still couldn't see the shadow of a huge perfection. At this moment, Yang Fann couldn't help but recall the time when he was cultivating the Chaos Origin Divine Body. In the end, he had used up an unknown amount of trillion Great Tao Source crystals to help the Chaos Origin Divine Body reach the huge perfection. The final stage of the Divine Body of Great Tao Sovereign was most likely 8 to 9. It was the same, and it was even more fraudulent. Who told me that I would be able to afford such a huge gold mine? Everything is my life other than doubling my efforts in accumulating Great Tao Source crystals. What else can I do? Giving up, that is impossible to give up. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann discarded the distracting thoughts in his heart. The next moment, swoosh, a white light flashed, and a low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign appeared within the devouring black hole. 100 million years passed. Wang. The last strand of strength of origin left by the low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was absorbed into Yang Fann's primal chaos. Looks like it won't take long for these low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to be abandoned. After devouring nearly 500 billion Great Tao Source crystals, the origin root had increased by dozens of times. Not only that, a low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had only increased his cultivation base by a tiny bit. Even if it was only by breaking through that tiny gap, it would still be impossible for him to advance to the peak of the 5th grade quasi-sovereign realm without a few thousand low-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 80,000 eras later, all 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, including 327 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, not a single one was left, only a trace of strength of origin was left, barely keeping them alive. Yang Fann's cultivation base had barely touched the threshold of a ranked 6 quasi-supreme being. If he wanted to break through that layer of paper, he would need at least several times more strength of original life than the strength of original life he had absorbed in the past 80,000 eras. Terrifying, that was a total of 327 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and close to 6,000 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Compared to Master of Light, the strength of origin was at least several times stronger. One should know that many of those quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were infinitely close to 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. With just 2 or 3 of them, the strength of origin would be able to match up to a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. He had guessed it right. If he didn't increase the resources by dozens of times, he wouldn't be able to break through to the rank 6. There are still 51 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign left. The difficulty of advancing to the rank 6 quasi-supreme isn't that difficult. I just wonder if it can help me advance to the 7th grade quasi-supreme. C3068 sweeping through all the peak 6th heavenly layer. Tao exalts light chaos, land of light, the territory of Wavier and the divine palace. Yang Fann felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Although there were still 51 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that had yet to be devoured and refined by him, he truly didn't have the confidence to successfully advance to the 7th grade quasi-sovereign realm. The rapid advancement of the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign had caused his origin root to grow exponentially, and the resources needed to break through had increased by 10-fold, or even 100-fold. Among the 51 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, could the 16 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign stabilize his cultivation base at the ranked 6 quasi-sovereign early stage? It was an unknown factor. Of the 327 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, nearly 6,000 of them were at the same level. The strength of origin was even more powerful than the total of 16 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Phew, it's pointless to think about it now. I will naturally know everything after I completely refine these 51 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann didn't think too much about it. Even if he couldn't break through to the 7th grade quasi-supreme being in the end, it didn't matter. There were still many top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 5 quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the Light God clan. Any one of those quasi-7th layer elders could easily push his cultivation base to the 7th grade quasi-sovereign stage. In the next second, whoosh, with a flash of light, a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign fell into the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devouring surged, crazily devouring the low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign strength of original life. 1, 2, 3. The low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign only had one wisp of strength of original life left, and it was absorbed into the chaos within Yang Fann's body. Soon, 50,000 eras had passed. Half of the 16 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were gone. On average, less than 7,000 eras had passed, and a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had been devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Terrifying. One should know that even those high-grade and peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign couldn't completely refine a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in less than 7,000 eras. Boom boom boom. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body shook, and the energy around him started to rise. The energy within his body started to grow like a tsunami, and it increased exponentially. He had absorbed and refined 8 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 327 quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. After nearly 6,000 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken that critical step, and he had successfully broken through to the rank 6 quasi-sovereign realm. Kai, 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 swoosh. Within the devouring black hole, the low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was almost at the same level as him. Hong Long, 100,000 eras, 1 million eras, 10 million eras. In next to no time, 8,680,000 eras had passed. Swoosh. With a flash of green light, a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign appeared in the devouring black hole. All the intermediate and low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were absorbed by Yang Fann. He began to devour the high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It had to be said that a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The purity of the strength of origin was not something intermediate and low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could compare with. Perhaps I really have a chance of advancing to the 7th grade quasi-sovereign realm. A glimmer of hope flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. If he could advance to the 7th grade, his overall combat strength would increase by more than 10,000 times. At that time, he would have the confidence to capture Lord of Great Light alive even if he killed his way into the Great Shrine of Light. Time flew by, and 600 million eras had passed. Su, the last high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was devoured by Yang Fann, and the last trace of the strength of original life returned to Yang Fann's chaotic state. A million years later, Wang, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A hint of disappointment flashed across his eyes. Sigh. Wanting to advance to Tier 7 quasi-supreme being, it wasn't that easy. 51 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was still a little lacking. He had only barely pushed his cultivation base to the limit of a rank 6 quasi-supreme expert. If he wanted to break through to the 7th grade, he would need at least 7 to 8 high-grade 6th Empyrean quasi-supreme experts. However, not long after, that wisp of disappointment vanished without a trace. Although he had not advanced to the 7th grade, compared to when he had just broken through to the rank 6 quasi-supreme, his current combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. Compared to before he went into seclusion, it had increased by more than 1,000,000 times, more than 10 million times. His overall combat strength had increased by a major level or even more. Not to mention intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even if he were to fight against that high-level 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would have to fight it out first. Even if Lord of Great Light had the geographical advantage, Yang Fann was confident that he could win in this continent of light. Phew, now is not the time to look for that Lord of Great Light. Yang Fann took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the urge to attack Lord of Great Light. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lord of Great Light was determined to leave, and there was nothing he could do about it. There was only one chance. Once Lord of Great Light escaped, it would be very difficult to find him in the boundless Hongmeng. Bear with it, endure it for a period of time. House Hill, this was top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Lampod. House Territory. The territory was vast, not to mention Connor territory, even Simon territory and Luzon territory were much worse. 1 foot this Lampod. House C was not an ordinary top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Among the 13 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in Light God Clan, he had the potential to charge into the top 5. He was one of the top-ranked 6th Empyreans among top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. House Sis territory, House Sis Divine Palace. Wang. The void twisted, and a scholarly man appeared in the sky above Hall's Divine Palace. The man was none other than the quasi-top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that Yang Fann had transformed into, Barton. Luo Sang. From Barton, he learned from R.O. Sang's memories that the other Lampod House's relationship had always been good. Compared to him and Hayden, Simon was not much different when he came. He was one of his best friends. In the Light God clan, Lord of Great Light was high and mighty. He controlled the entire Light God clan, and there were countless factions under him. However, the most important thing was that he controlled the entire Light God clan. The 5 major factions led by the 5 quasi-7th layer elders, Barton, Luzon and Lampard House belonged to 3rd Elder Norman, Orlando's faction. In this Lampard House and Hayden, Simon was the same. The best thing was that the wine in the cup would never leave his hand, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the wine would never leave his hand. Ro Sang was proficient in the art of wine brewing, and was not the best among the many brewers in the Light God clan. He was also able to enter the top 3. Naturally, he was sought after by those drunkards and had good relations with them. Ha 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 ha, brother Luo Sang, we have disappeared for a billion eons. I really miss you when you call me brother. A burst of hearty laughter rang out. A burly man with a strong back and a strong waist appeared in front of Yang Fann. His eyes swept across Yang Fann's body, as if he was searching for something. Brother House, I think you're thinking about my Void Spirit Divine Brew. Brother Luo Sang, what are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person. What's the big deal about a mere cup of wine? Is that so? Brother House, then I'll give all of the Void Spirit God Brew to old brother Simon. Old brother Luo Sang, it's that Simon brat. What good can he taste? If I give it to him, wouldn't it be a waste? While they were joking, Lampard, Yang Fann slowly stepped into the Divine Palace with House by his side. Ha ha ha, brother Luo Sang, let me take a bite first. I'm so hungry, big brother. Gulp, gulp, it feels good. This Void Spirit Divine Brew is still the best. Other wines are not for humans to drink. Ah, brother Luo Sang, what are you doing? No, stop, no, that's not right. You are not brother Luo Sang with this power. Who the hell are you? Ah, as expected, it is correct for me to make a move after breaking through. A hint of relief flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, even if he took advantage of Lampard. House was unprepared. He only managed to completely suppress Lampard by using the power of the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If not for his great improvement in strength, once the power of a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign erupted, it would be impossible for him to perfectly limit the fluctuation of his power to this divine hall. At that time, it would definitely attract Lord of Great Light's attention. Next, I'll choose this Lampard. House's good friend, Lawrence Reed. Lampard, what do you want? Bastard, you're crazy. I'm Lawrence, stop it, stop it. C3069. He suppressed the elders of the 4 major families: Light Chaos, the Continent of Light, Arthur's Territory, the Divine Palace. This was top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Holy Power. The Divine Palace of Arthur. But now, it had been taken over by Yang Fann. It was not only Holy Power. The top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Arthur, had been suppressed by Yang Fann. Apart from a few who had escaped death in Light Chaos, the rest of the hundreds of 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the Arthur family had become Yang Fann's prisoners. Buzz. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Finally, he made up his mind to attack the 5 quasi-7th layer elders. 30 million years had passed, and he had already taken down 8 of the 13 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Light God clan. Of the remaining 5, 8 were top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 3 of them were traveling outside and weren't in the Light Chaos. It wasn't easy to contact them in the boundless Hongmeng. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to return to the Light Chaos in a short period of time. Yang Fann knew that he didn't have the ability to capture the 2 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the Shrine of Light without alerting Lord of Great Light. The first one is to take down Old Man Baggy of the 4 families. Roman will be the first one to take action in next to no time. Yang Fann chose the first target to attack. It wasn't to say that this was Old Man Baggy of the 4 clans. Roman was a pushover who was easy to bully. Among the 5 prospective 7th layer elders, except for the elder Victor Roman, apart from Lorman, the other 4 elders were just ordinary quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The difference in strength between them wasn't too great. At most, they would only be slightly stronger than quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was only half a point. The reason why they chose Baggy. Roman had made his move. A large part of the reason. That was because he was the closest to Yang Fann. There was also the holy power that Yang Fann had disguised himself as. Arthur happened to be baggy. Roman's faction. It would save him the trouble of disguising himself as the other top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Unlike those 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, many of them were in control of large territories. As the top combat strength only second to Lord of Great Light, the elders of the 5 major families did not directly control a territory, nor did they care about the resources in the territory. In order to take the last step and break through to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it depended more on luck. With just the accumulation of resources, even if all the resources in the entire Radiance continent were gathered, there might not be a single 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior. Otherwise, Lord of Great Light would have gathered all the resources and created a second 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign for the Light God clan. For the Peak God clan like them, although 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was important, the one who truly decided the status of their race was still a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As long as there was an extra 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, the status of Light God clan in Hung Meng Heavenly Void would immediately rise by a huge margin, and they might even be able to compare with Origin Sea God clan, the most ancient god race in Hung Meng Heavenly Void. In this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, except for the Origin Sea God clan, which clearly had a second 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, there was only one 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the other Peak God clan. In order to find an opportunity, they had taken the last step. The whereabouts of the elders of the 5 major families had always been vague. Even among the 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, there were many people who didn't know where they were. However, Yang Fann had suppressed the 8 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. All of this was no longer a problem. Roman Divine Palace. This is that baggy. Roman's training ground, open it for me. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He saw through the fabrication and a resplendent divine palace appeared in his eyes. Who is it? How dare you trespass into my master's divine palace? It's Lord Arthur. I pay my respects to Lord Arthur. Where is Lord Roman? This sovereign has something to discuss with Lord Arthur. Lord Arthur, follow this lowly one. Arthur, what business do you have with this sovereign? The one who spoke was a great man who was wearing a golden divine armor. He was tens of thousands of meters tall, and his entire body was like a pillar that could support the heavens and earth. Every single action he made was filled with an instinctive reverence. Lord Roman, I'm looking for you this time. Arthur, what is it? Of course it's to take your life. Boom! The power of Chaos God in Yang Fann's body was pushed to the 5th level. This was the limit of his control. No matter how many Lord of Great Lights there were, he wouldn't be able to control the power to spread out. This would definitely attract Lord of Great Light's attention. However, even if it was only the 5th level of the power of Chaos God, its power was still far beyond the level of a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. It was almost comparable to a full-powered attack from an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Ah, no. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapse enveloped Baggy. Roman's entire body let out a despairing wail. This power was actually much more terrifying than their Lord of Great Light. Middle, intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, he was definitely a intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Bitch it, how could this be? I have been in seclusion in Divine Palace, and I never went out to provoke anyone. How could an expert like this come knocking on his door? And it even pretended to be holy power. Arthur's appearance, was it because of that bastard Arthur? Yes, it must be that bastard. Otherwise, this person wouldn't have disguised himself, but instead pretended to be holy power. Arthur, sacred power. Arthur, you bastard, if I don't die today, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Ah, misunderstanding, my lord, there must be some misunderstanding. I have never met you before, my lord, let alone offending you, my lord. Ah, no, my lord, save me, help me. Yang Fann sneered and showed no intention of stopping him. The entire Roman Divine Palace was sealed by his power, Baggy. Roman wanted to ask for help. That was a dream. No, let me go, my lord. Please, let me go. Number 1, next up is Kid. Fail. 100 million years later. Of the 5 prospective 7th layer elders, only the first elder, Victor Lorman, none of the other 4 elders were spared. They were all captured by him. Only Victor is left. Lorman, should I continue to attack or should I digest the resources in my hands first? A flash of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Forget it all, let that old thing live a little longer. After hesitating for a while, Yang Fann finally decided not to touch Victor first. Lorman. He would deal with that old man after he made a breakthrough in his cultivation base and strength. Victor the Great Elder. Lorman was different from the other 4 elders. He was quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign's peak middle grade expert, and was only a step away from the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Compared to him, who had just arrived at the profound Jiao Divine City, he wasn't any weaker. In fact, he was even better than him. The hope of an ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign suppressing him wouldn't exceed the 3rd level. Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could suppress him without making any noise. Since he could only use the 5th level of strength. Fortunately, he would have to wait for his cultivation base to advance a step further. In any case, the elder of the family, Victor Lorman, had been in the Yanji era for dozens of years and had never left the light chaos. He was not afraid that he would leave the light chaos in a short period of time. However, Yang Fann didn't immediately start cultivating. Instead, he started to count the belongings of the 8 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and the 4 quasi-7th layer elders. One had to admit that these 8 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and the 4 quasi-7th layer elders were the same. The 4 quasi-7th layer elders were all extremely wealthy. Just the Great Dao Source Crystal alone, Yang Fann had found nearly 50 trillion units. The other divine artifacts and supreme treasures were even more abundant. If they were all taken out, without 200 trillion units of Great Dao Source Crystal, it wouldn't be too much of a difference. Nearly 50 trillion Great Dao Source Crystals. I wonder how much my strength of divine body can improve. As for the supreme great perfection of the body of the god, Yang Fann didn't hold much hope anymore. He had seen through it. It was similar to the huge perfection chaos origin divine body. In the end, he didn't know how many billions of Great Dao perfection Great Dao Source Crystals he would need. A mere 50 trillion Great Dao Source Crystals was like a drizzle of rain. An era later, a look of understanding appeared on Yang Fann's face. Sure enough, it was just as he had expected. With close to 50 trillion Great Dao origin crystals, it only allowed him, Sovereign God, to take a step towards the Great Perfection stage. If he wanted to become a true huge perfection, he didn't know how many units of Great Dao Source Crystal he would need. It's still better to improve my cultivation base honestly. I wonder if I, atavism, can let the divine body of Great Dao Sovereign become a huge perfection. Now, let me break through the bottleneck of the 7th step of the Quasi-Supreme Realm first. C3070 advancing to the level 7 Quasi-Supreme Being level Light Chaos, Norman Divine Palace. This was 3rd Elder Norman from the Light God clan. Orlando's Divine Palace. In a secret palace filled with countless divine formations and restrictions, Yang Fann sat cross-legged. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to its limit, crazily devouring the black hole. The Elder of the Light God clan, Parker Morrison's strength of original life. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of eras had passed. Yang Fann had successfully absorbed the holy power. Arthur and the other 8 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign had successfully absorbed the holy power. Some 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors under their command started to absorb the 4 family elders. What made Yang Fann somewhat helpless was that along with the increase of the origin root, the 8 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and nearly 3,000 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign strength of original life were nothing compared to him. It only allowed him to break through 2 small realms, and barely step into the limit of the ranked 6 Quasi-Supreme. Initially, he thought that this close to 3,000 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, 8 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and 4 Quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign would have a high chance of pushing him to the 8th step of the Quasi-Supreme Realm. Now, it seemed like he was overthinking things. Not to mention breaking through to the 8th level of the Quasi-Supreme Being Realm, the fact that he was able to break through to the peak of the 7th level of the Quasi-Supreme Being Realm was already a huge blow to their ancestors. Especially those 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, they could indeed give up now. In the future, other than those Quasi-6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who had a little value in devouring, he could just kill all the other 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the future. With these 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, he would be able to kill all the 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors in Hung Meng Heavenly Void in one fell swoop. However, this didn't mean that he would be able to break through to the next level. Thinking back, it felt unreal. Thinking back to the past, Divine Monarch Hong Lin, a intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, almost made him suffocate. It had only been a short period of time. Not to mention an intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Divine Monarch Hong Lin, even an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could be killed by a single slap from him. In the blink of an eye, another 30 million eras had passed. Boom! He had devoured and refined the elder of the 5 tribes, Parker. After half a strength of original life had been devoured, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally advanced by leaps and bounds, successfully advancing to the level of a quasi-paragon of the 7th step. The power within his body was like a landslide or a tsunami, surging madly. 10 times, 100 times. Buzz, 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 buzz. The surrounding space was extremely distorted, as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Fann was in seclusion for 76 million eras. Swoosh. The 2 elders of the Light God clan, Donald Josh, who only had a trace of strength of original life left, were sucked into Yang Fann's chaos. At this point, out of the 8 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and the 4 quasi-7th layer elders of the Light God clan, there was only a tiny bit of strength of original life left, which was barely able to keep them alive. 10,000 years later, Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. He could not hide the excitement on his face. Powerful although the 4 elders of Light God clan had not advanced to the 8th step of the quasi-supreme expert realm, allowing him to step into the peak of the 7th step, even so, compared to 76 million eras ago, his overall strength had still soared by more than 1,000,000 times. Once he unleashed his full strength, his overall combat strength would be terrifying, and he wouldn't be any weaker than a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If it wasn't for the fact that his foundation was too weak and he didn't have any powerful Great Tao divine artifacts, he wouldn't have much time to settle down and cultivate any powerful divine abilities. Yang Fann was confident that he could fight even a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. At this moment, even if he directly attacked Lord of Great Light's old nest, the Great Shrine of Light, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to kill Lord of Great Light even if he was at the 7th level or even the 8th layer. If he used his unparalleled assassination technique, he would be able to launch a sneak attack when he was unprepared. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen the beautiful scene of Lord of Great Light screaming in despair in the chaos. But before we deal with that Lord of Great Light, let's take that elder, Victor, first. Let's give it a try. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. It was time to send this old man on his way after living for so many eras. Victor. The place where Lorman went into seclusion was not located on the Radiant Continent. Instead, it was located in a secret realm of the Radiant God world. In order to take that final step and successfully break through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the elder of the family, Victor. Lorman had been in seclusion for 10 consecutive eras. He had sworn that he wouldn't leave until he broke through to the last step. In the entire Light God clan, except for Lord of Great Light and the 4 elders, almost no one knew the exact location of his seclusion. Fortunately, Yang Fann had suppressed the 4 elders. Otherwise, he would have looked for Victor. Lorman didn't even know where to find Victor. If he used the spiritual consciousness to search the light chaos, not only would it attract Lord of Great Light's attention, it would also alert the enemy. Even if he plowed the entire light chaos, he might not be able to find Victor. At the place where Lorman was in seclusion. For example, most of the places where the supreme beings were in seclusion were set up with divine formations, isolating them from the search of the strength of soul. Within a secret realm in the Radiant God world. Rumble. Victor. Lorman slowly opened his eyes, as if an ancient god had woken up from a deep sleep. Strange. Second brother, why are you here? This time, Yang Fann had turned into the elder of the 2 families, Donald Josie. He was the elder of the 5 families, and the elder of the 5 families, Victor Josie. The one who had the most intimate relationship with Lorman was none other than the elder of the 2 families, Donald Josie. Doubt flashed across Victor's eyes. Lorman opened patron saint's restriction and let Yang Fann enter the secret realm. This was an emaciated old man. His chi was weak, and his body was filled with a trace of decay. He looked like an ordinary old man who had just stepped into the gates of hell. If it wasn't for his identity, no one would have connected him to the second expert of the Light God clan at first sight. Second brother, what do you want from me? Victor. Lorman did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point to ask what Yang Fann thought. There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. It was taboo to be disturbed while he was in closed-door cultivation like this. If it wasn't for second brother Donald Josh, if it was any other 6th Empyrean elder of the Light God clan, he would definitely let them know what a taboo was. Boss, don't be angry. I am also under the orders of my master. One Yang Fann smiled apologetically and continued to walk towards Victor. Lorman approached. The Lord's orders. What happened to my Light God clan? Victor. Lorman's heart tightened. He could no longer complain. Before he went into closed-door cultivation, he had told Lord of Great Light not to disturb him unless something big happened. Could it be that my clan is going to start a war with the Darkness God clan again? Soon, Victor said. It seemed like Lorman had thought of something. The Dark Gods were the sworn enemy of the Light God clan. They controlled the dark chaos. Whether it was the top expert or the power of their race, they were almost on par with each other. Every battle between light and darkness was a great disaster for the Light God clan. It was the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If they were not careful, they would be in danger of dying. That's right, it's the God of Darkness. Yang Fann followed Victor. Lorman nodded. Second brother, did Great Demonic God of Darkness attack? Victor nodded. Lorman immediately became anxious and asked Great Demonic God of Darkness. Great Demonic God of Darkness was the master of the Dark God race. He was also a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light. If Great Demonic God of Darkness didn't make a move, it wouldn't be a big deal. Once he made a move, it would be a big deal, and there was a high chance that another full-scale war would break out. At that time, not to mention ordinary intermediate and low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even high-grade and top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might die. Right at this moment, Victor. Lorman trembled and an extremely dangerous aura covered his body. Ah, second brother, what are you doing? No, this power. You're not second brother. All right now, only Lord of Great Light is left. C3071 suppress the Lord of Great Light Light God Realm, a secret space. Buzz. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He only needed to deal with Lord of Great Light now. At that time, the entire Light God clan would become his property, the Elder of Light God clan, Victor. Without any suspense, Rollman was suppressed by Yang Fann. Even though Yang Fann had suppressed more than half of his strength in order not to attract Lord of Great Light's attention, this strike still surpassed most of the high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, not Victor. This quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Rollman, was able to defend against it. If it was a true 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would say that it was a true 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Hong Long. A million years later. Boom! A terrifying pressure that was more than a billion times more terrifying than the numerous quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign exploded out from the hidden world. Bang, bang, bang. Around the world, the quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns and restrictions that could block quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns' attacks were like paper, quickly shattering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, Boom! The berserk and invincible might directly shattered the entire world. It spread out in all directions rapidly, with a momentum that could sweep through the entire radiant god world. Poochie Poochie Poochie, countless god race experts, ranging from 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to ordinary universe gods and chaos gods, were crushed into pieces by the terrifying pressure before they could even scream. Radiance Continent, Great Shrine of Light. This was the true core of the light chaos. It was like the eternal source of civilization, the land of light. The chi of civilization spread out in all directions with the Great Shrine of Light as the center, illuminating the entire light chaos. At the center of the Great Shrine of Light, a mighty figure sat on a divine throne. He looked like he was in his early 30s. He was wearing a golden divine armor, and his facial features looked like they were carved out of rocks. He was cold and resolute, and his entire body was filled with an invincible spirit and confidence. He was the only one in the world who could rule the world vaguely. There seemed to be countless chaos floating around him. Within it, countless living beings were worshipping him with sincerity. This mighty figure was none other than the Master of Light Chaos, Lord of Great Light. Boom! Suddenly, Lord of Great Light opened his tightly shut eyes. In an instant, the entire hall turned into chaos, vast and boundless. His eyes were like the only light that lit up the chaos and devoured everything. Swish 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 everywhere his gaze passed, everything was obliterated. At this moment, if someone were to stand before him, Even those quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would have their divine body pierced through, severely injuring the soul. This aura, it's the elder of a big family. The Grand Elder successfully broke through the shackles and broke through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. A look of surprise flashed across Lord of Great Light's eyes. In the next second, his body twisted and disappeared from the divine hall. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the elder, Victor. Thousands of light years away from the small world where Lorman was in seclusion. This pressure, it can't be wrong, it can't be wrong. It really is the pressure of a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it has broken through. The elder has really broken through good finally, the Light God clan has a second 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Lord of Great Light was wild with joy as he said the word, good, 3 times. The fact that the elder had successfully broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was more than enough to make the Light God clan's strength improve by leaps and bounds. A 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even if he had just broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There were more than 10 of them, and 20 of them were quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In comparison, the 2 of them were Heaven and Earth Cloud and Muds. As for whether the elder's breakthrough would be dangerous to his position, Lord of Great Light wasn't worried at all. Putting aside the fact that the elder had always been indifferent to fame and fortune and didn't fight for power and power, he only wanted to cultivate and improve his strength. He was a true ascetic cultivator. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to go into seclusion for more than 10 Yanji cycles. The loneliness within wasn't something that quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could endure. For example, the other 4 elders of the Light God clan could not bear the loneliness. More importantly, Lord of Great Light was confident in his own cultivation base and strength. Even though he was also a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was still divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. As for him, he was only a step away from intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Among all the low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was definitely one of the top. He was far from being comparable to a new genius like the Great Elder. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was confident that he could defeat 3 or 4 opponents at the same time. Ha ha ha, old dark demon, your good days are about to come to an end. Soon, a hint of ruthlessness flashed across Lord of Great Light's eyes, and he smiled complacently. With the new 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Elder here, the Light God clan would definitely have the upper hand in the battle against the Dark Gods. Even if they couldn't defeat the Dark God race completely, it would be enough to severely injure the Dark God race and stop these devil children from stirring up trouble. Furthermore, the advantage of their race would only grow bigger and bigger in the future. In the end, the gap between them and the Dark God race would be completely widened. They would suppress the Dark God race and even swallow up the Dark Chaos. No way, the matter of the Grand Elder's breakthrough cannot be leaked. Suddenly, Lord of Great Light's expression became serious. If the Dark God race knew about this, they would be prepared in advance. At that time, the Elder's usefulness would be greatly reduced. There was only one chance, and he had to maximize the benefits. It would be best if he could keep the 4 great quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of the God of Darkness here and break both of his arms. Pearl of Light, suppress time and space boom. A bright white light rose from Lord of Great Light's body. It turned into an invisible barrier that completely sealed the 4-direction space. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The experts of the various races of the Divine Light Realm, which had managed to escape the terrifying pressure that had erupted from the advancement of the Great Elder Victor Lorman, were mercilessly wiped out before they had the time to rejoice. There was not a single fluctuation or change on Lord of Great Light's face. It was as if he had just killed a bunch of insignificant ants. In fact, in Lord of Great Light's opinion, it was the greatest honor for these ants to fall under his hands. This was the sorrow of the weak. Weakness was the original sin. Wang. The void started to distort. A skinny old man who looked like he had stepped into the gates of hell appeared in front of Lord of Great Light. It was the Elder of Light God clan, Victor Lorman. Congratulations to the Grand Elder and the Grand Elder for successfully breaking through the shackles. Lord of Great Light hurriedly took a step forward and congratulated him. I was able to break through by luck. It was all thanks to the help of His Majesty. Elder Victor, thank you from the bottom of my heart. In order to help Victor, Lord of Great Light had passed on all the insights he had gained during his advancement to Victor without holding anything back. Loman, Elder, it's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. At this moment, one Lord of Great Light's expression changed. An extremely dangerous aura covered his entire body, causing his hair to stand on end. Ah! Great Elder, what are you doing? Lord of Great Light's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't understand the Great Elder, Victor, who had always been loyal to him. Why would Lorman suddenly kill him? Could it be for the sake of Lord of Light's position? It was not right to think about it. The elder of the family, Victor. Roman was not a person who was passionate about power. Besides, he had already stood at the top of the Light God clan. Lord of Light was treated equally with him. If Lord of Light wanted power, he could just say it. There was no need for this. No, wait, this power wasn't something that a newly advanced 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could possess. Even an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign couldn't compare to this power. High grade, or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. No, you're not an elder of my clan. Who are you? Who are you? Roar. Great Radiant Divine Shield, protect C-3072 sweeping through the Light God clan Light Chaos, Radiant God World. Boom. A bright white light rose from the top of Lord of Great Light's head, turning into a huge divine shield that covered the void above Lord of Great Light. Kai, 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 Kai. Countless ancient and profound divine imprints rose from the divine shield, turning into layers of barrier that protected Lord of Great Light. Great Divine Light Shield, low-grade 7th layer Great Dao Divine Artifact, the strongest defensive divine artifact in Lord of Great Light's hand. In his haste, Lord of Great Light barely managed to bring out the Great Divine Light Shield, hoping to use it to block the fatal blow, and win him a chance to catch his breath. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand slammed onto the Divine Light Shield. A terrifying surge of energy seemed to want to blow up the entire Divine Radiant world. All the barriers were like paper, quickly being destroyed. Less than 1,000th of a second later. Kai, Kai, Kai. Cracks that looked like spider webs spread rapidly on the Divine Light Shield. Although the Great Divine Light Shield had a strong defense, even an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign holding a intermediate 7th layer Great Dao Divine Artifact would find it hard to break through the defense of the Great Divine Light Shield. However, Yang Fann wasn't an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The scariness of his strength was comparable to some intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He was more than 10 billion times stronger, 100 billion times stronger. Also, his divine body wasn't something an intermediate 7th layer Great Dao Divine Artifact could compare with. He had absorbed more than 50 trillion units of Great Dao Source Crystals. The defense of the Yang Fann's divine body was terrifying. That was a qualitative leap. It had become many times stronger, even stronger than a 6th Empyrean Great Dao Divine Artifact. When it unleashed its full power, it would be at least a first-grade upper-grade 7th layer Great Dao Divine Artifact, or even a supreme grade 7th layer Great Dao Divine Artifact. Ah, no, how could this be? No, my lord, please spare my life, please spare my life. It was all a misunderstanding. My Light God clan has never offended you, my lord. Lord of Great Light spat out a mouthful of blood and let out a miserable and despairing wail. His voice was filled with deep confusion. Up until now, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. A high grade, or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As long as he wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, there was no way he could offend him. As for the elder, Victor, Lorman also didn't have much chance of provoking such an ultimate expert. These were the elders of the Yanji dynasty, Victor Lorman. Lorman had always been in a deadly seclusion. He had always wanted to take the last step to break through to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even the Light Chaos hadn't taken the last step. How could he provoke such an ultimate expert? It was obviously impossible to say that he was an old opponent from dozens of years ago. If he really offended such a big shot a few dozen years ago, how could the Light God clan be free and unfettered for so many eras? They had long been destroyed under the time-long river. Misunderstanding. The Light Society is the trading company of the Light God clan. Light Society, could it be that they have provoked such a big shot? How is this possible? Lord of Great Light's face was filled with disbelief. It was the Light Society. It was just an inconspicuous small chamber of commerce under the Light God clan. The strongest one was an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. In the past, even a high-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't dare to offend such a subordinate organization. How could they offend a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, a high-ranked or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign? It's good that you admit it, then come here obediently. Ah, no, Lord, even if the Light Society has offended you, that's only a matter of the Light Society. It has nothing to do with me. Those bastards, how dare they offend you, Master? If they want to kill me, I will let you punish them. I will never complain about it. Well said. I'm afraid they are thinking about how to take revenge on me after this, aren't they? No, my lord, if you don't believe me, I can swear on it. Swear? I don't believe it, Yang Fann sneered. A mere chaos oath was nothing to a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As long as he paid a little price, he would be able to break it. Bang! The sky and earth split apart. The divine radiant shield finally reached its limit of endurance. It completely exploded, exploding into pieces. Ah, no, let me go, my lord. Let me go. This sovereign is unwilling. Phew. After putting Lord of Great Light into the chaos, Yang Fann let out a long breath. Finally, he had completely suppressed Lord of Great Light. A huge stone in his heart had finally been lifted. Although he suppressed Lord of Great Light with ease, it was all the result of his meticulous plan. First, he exposed the pressure of a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, lured the snake out of its hole, lured Lord of Great Light out of the Great Shrine of Light, and then used the help of the Elder, Victor. The identity of Rollman made Lord of Great Light relax his vigilance, and he took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He had just won the battle and captured Lord of Great Light. If he really wanted to defeat Lord of Great Light in the Great Shrine of Light, it would be easy. However, it was not certain if he could take Lord of Great Light down completely. Lord of Great Light had managed the Great Shrine of Light for over 100 times, and it had long been fortified by him. With the help of the geographical advantage, Lord of Great Light could at least unleash the strength of an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even the combat strength of a high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Without the high-grade 7th layer spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact to suppress time and space, even a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to guarantee that they would be able to take Lord of Great Light down in the Great Shrine of Light. Want to run? Be good and stay behind. Suddenly, Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and sneered. A quasi-7th layer Great Tao Divine Artifact was a rare spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact, and its true value was no less than a true 7th layer Great Tao Divine Artifact. How could he let it slip away under his nose? Even if the Pearl of Light was of little value to him, just because Yang Fann could not use it himself did not mean that his little sister and the others could not use it either. Taking a step back, it would be good to exchange it for a Great Tao Source Crystal in Profound Zhao Divine City. Boom! A heaven-sheltering big hand appeared out of nowhere and shattered the space, grabbing the Pearl of Light in his hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Boundless divine light burst out from the Pearl of Light, trying its best to resist Yang Fann's suppression. Be obedient, or else I won't mind changing to a new artifact spirit. With this Pearl of Light suppressing time and space, it saves me quite a bit of trouble. Under the seal of the Pearl of Light, no one else saw his battle with Lord of Great Light. Presently, the Light God clan still didn't know that their Great Lord had been suppressed by someone and became a prisoner. 10 million years later, in the sky above the Great Shrine of Light of the Continent of Light. Buzz. Ripples appeared on the void, and Lord of Great Light, who was wearing a golden divine armor, appeared out of thin air. Greetings, my lord. Greetings, my lord. Wherever he went, all the guards of the Light God clan knelt down and kowtowed. Boom boom boom. Very soon, numerous mysterious lights shot up into the sky from the Great Shrine of Light. In the blink of an eye, they had left the light chaos and vanished in the boundless Hongmeng. Hongmeng heavenly void, within a Hongmeng storm. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rose from the center of the storm. It was as if a terrifying and ferocious god had awakened from its deep slumber. In the next moment, buzz, buzz, Kai, the primordial storm that could kill a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths of time, it had disappeared without a trace. It was revealed to be a terrifying great god who was tens of thousands of meters tall and had a storm mark engraved on his forehead. This is my master calling for me. What happened? Profound Zhao Divine City, Light Society, Luke's Divine Palace. This was Barry, one of the 2 deputy chiefs of the Light Society. Divine Palace of the Luke. Rumble. Suddenly, a powerful aura of a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign erupted from the Palace of the Luke. Almost at the same time, another pressure of a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign shot up into the sky from the Light Society. It was as if the two deputy chiefs of the Light Society had made an agreement. They quickly left the Light Society and headed out of the profound Zhao Divine City. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, in the midst of a broken chaos. Boom! A bright beam of divine light shot out from the broken chaos, shattering a huge piece of grand mist. It was as if there was a terrifying existence that had crossed the time-long river and awakened from the chaos. C3073 An undercurrent surged light chaos, Radiance Continent, Great Shrine of Light. Yang Fann transformed into Lord of Great Light and slowly walked forward. Soon, he arrived in front of a treasure vault. Countless layers of divine formations covered the entire treasure vault. Many of them could even pose a threat to a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign didn't have the correct way to enter and exit. If he dared to trespass, he would surely be badly injured. However, Yang Fann obviously didn't have that many concerns. He had forcefully read Lord of Great Light's memories for tens of millions of years. The entire Great Shrine of Light, including the treasure vault, had no secrets to Yang Fann. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll along the way, relaxed and at ease. After half an incense stick worth of time, with a wave of his hand, a divine light flashed past Yang Fann's long sleeve. It was a golden token with a majestic golden armored godly general engraved on it. If one looked closely, one would find that it was exactly the same as Lord of Great Light. This token was none other than the treasure vault's opening token. For tens of millions of years, Yang Fann had not only read Lord of Great Light's soul's memories, he had also refined a drop of his natal blood essence. At the same time, he had also robbed all of Lord of Great Light's treasures. One had to admit that Lord of Great Light was worthy of being the master of Light God Clan. His wealth was incomparable to those elders and elders of Light God Clan. He was like the elder of the Light God Clan, Victor. Lohman's family was considered rich enough. He had plundered all the secret worlds that he had been cultivating in. Yang Fann had obtained nearly 20 trillion Great Tao Source crystals in total. If he combined all the other treasures together, he wouldn't be too far off if he didn't have 100 trillion Great Tao Source crystals. However, compared to Lord of Great Light, who was the master of the family, it was nothing. They were not on the same level. Just the Great Tao Source crystal alone was worth nearly 500 trillion from Yang Fann. Compared to the total value of the 5 elders and elders, it was much more. As for the other Great Tao divine artifacts, treasures, they were piled up into a mountain. No one knew how many of them there were, but when put together, the total value was easily more than 1,000 trillion units of Great Tao Source crystal. And this was only his personal treasure, not all of his belongings. A dog-rich family, this was a dog-rich family. But now, all of this was given to him, Yang Chao. It was unknown how much wealth Lord of Great Light had accumulated in this treasure vault. Under Yang Fann's expectant gaze, crack, 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 the door of the treasury slowly opened. Boom boom boom, dazzling treasure lights burst out from the treasure vault, almost blinding Yang Fann's eyes. Hiss, this, I still underestimated, this Lord of Great Light. Looking at the countless resources in the treasure vault, Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although he had thought that Lord of Great Light's fortune might be higher than his expectation, he never thought that it would be so generous. This dog was extremely wealthy. If all the treasures in the treasure vault were combined together, even if it wasn't worth 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source crystals, it wouldn't be much different. One should know that Yang Fann had found 1,000 trillion Yang Fanns just by looking at the Great Tao Source crystal. It was close to 1,500 trillion Yang Fanns. But soon, Yang Fann's heart was filled with joy. The higher the value of this dog, the greater his harvest. Including the nearly 510 trillion Great Tao origin he had accumulated previously, that was close to 2,000 trillion Great Tao origins. With so many Great Tao Source crystals, it was more than enough to increase his strength of divine body by more than 10 times. Adding on the breakthrough in his cultivation base, Yang Fann seemed to have seen the combat strength of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and was waving at him. 100 years later, in the center of the Great Shrine of Light, where Lord of Great Light was cultivating. Swoosh, a light of chaos flashed by, and the entire divine hall turned into a sea of Great Tao Source crystals. Countless origin crystals filled the entire divine hall. Boom! Heaven-devouring, earth-devouring technique. The great Tao sovereign's divine art circulated to its limit. All the pores on Yang Fann's body expanded, turning into countless black holes that crazily devoured all the great Tao source crystals in the surroundings. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. One great Tao source crystal after another quickly exhausted all of the strength of origin and shattered into pieces. On average, in less than an hour, 1 unit of great Tao source crystal was completely refined by Yang Fann, becoming nourishment for his growth. Ferocious, truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Fortunately, there wasn't a second person in the divine hall. Otherwise, countless of great Tao sovereign would have been scared to death. 1 unit of great Tao source crystal. That was equivalent to trillions of great Tao origin source. Even the high and mighty 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, they might not even be able to completely refine a single unit of great Tao source crystal within a short 2 hours. As for Yang Fann's strength, he was still far away from the 8th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. If one were to talk about his true cultivation base, he wouldn't even be great Tao sovereign. His refining speed had actually exceeded the 9 heavens great Tao sovereigns. Was he really still human? How could such a monster appear in Hung Meng heavenly void? 1 year, 100 years, 10,000 years, 1 million years, 100 million years, 10 billion years. Time slowly passed while Yang Fann was in seclusion. Outside the light chaos, a storm was brewing. Profound Zhao Divine City, Origin Sea Gathering, the top floor. 4 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors had gathered at the same place. Each of their eyes were filled with doubt. First, it was Master of Light. Now, even the 2 deputy chiefs have left Light Society. What is the Light Society doing? They couldn't figure it out. Usually, a 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign would stay in the headquarters of a top-tier trading company like theirs, so as to avoid being taken advantage of by some thieves. Although there was God Lord Zan Zhao's suppression in Profound Zhao Divine City, and no one would dare to kill here, God Lord Zan Zhao and the Profound Zhao Divine City's guards wouldn't pay too much attention to small conflicts and petty thieves. Since the establishment of the Light Society, the number of 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors who had left the Profound Zhao Divine City could be counted on one's fingers. Could it be that the Light Society is plotting something? That goes without saying. If not, Saul, Connor and the others leave one after another. Investigate, activating all our power. We must find out their whereabouts as soon as possible. Alligator Dragon Chaos. This is an ancient chaos that has been passed down for nearly 80 cycles. Its size was about half the size of the light chaos. His god race was the 8-winged crocodile dragon clan. Although the 8-winged crocodile dragon clan wasn't like the light god clan, which had a 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign guarding the peak god clan, it was only second to the peak god clan. Quasi 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign was in charge of the clan, and there was more than one of them. Alligator Dragon Chaos, Dragon God Palace. 2 great beings with alligator heads and human bodies that were no weaker than the 4 elders of Light God clan sat opposite each other. These 2 were none other than the 2 progenitors of the 8-winged alligator dragon clan. They were also the only 2 quasi-7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign of the 8-winged alligator dragon clan. However, at this moment, these 2 ancestors of the 8-winged crocodile dragon clan were frowning. Their huge eyes were filled with confusion. What is Lord of Great Light trying to do? Why did he suddenly summon all the 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors outside? He must have set his eyes on another chaotic place. Furthermore, it's not the small chaos that has a legacy of 50 Yan eras. There aren't many ancient chaos above 50 cycles. Do you think Lord of Great Light has set his eyes on our crocodile dragon chaos? I don't think so. Our 8-winged crocodile dragon race and Light God clan have never crossed each other's line. I don't think that Lord of Great Light would attack our race for no reason. I'm not afraid of 10,000. I'm just afraid of one thing. During this period of time, it's better to let the boys be more vigilant. Dark Chaos, Dark Devil God Palace. What is that fucking Lord of Great Light trying to do? Could it be that he wants to start a war between light and darkness again? Someone come spread my oracle to all the legions to prepare for war. We must not give those bird men any chances to exploit. C3074 Trembling Hongmeng. The return of the numerous outer 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign experts in the Light God clan had shaken the entire Hung Meng heavenly void. For no reason, it was impossible for Lord of Great Light to recall all the outer 6th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign experts in the Light God clan. There must be a reason behind his actions. It was very likely that he wanted to conquer a certain chaos forces. A large number of chaos forces began to strengthen their vigilance. No one could guarantee that the Light God clan would not target them. Among the Peak God clan, the Light God clan was one of the more overbearing major God clans. They had always been fearless and domineering. They were not afraid of 10,000. He was just afraid of what might happen. There was nothing wrong with being careful. As the enemy of the Light God clan, the Dark God clan had entered a state of full preparation. A large number of 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who were traveling outside were called back to the Dark Chaos. Countless elite army began to gather. Lord of Great Light had mobilized so many people, and it was most likely that he still wanted to deal with the old enemy of the Dark God clan. Over 100 Yuanji had arrived. It wasn't the first time that the Light God clan had declared war against them. Light Chaos, Radiance Continent, Great Shrine of Light. Puchi Puchi, Puchi. Large, large. The great Dao source crystal shattered into pieces. Countless strength of origin turned into numerous origin dragons and flowed into Yang Fann's body through the countless devouring black holes around him, strengthening his strength of divine body and nourishing all the cells in his body. He had no idea that the secret summoning order he sent out when he first entered the Great Shrine of Light would cause such a stir in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Yang Fann no longer had the desire to devour 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even if he was a quasi-6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to advance much in his cultivation base. However, those 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors were still a piece of fat meat to him. They had a great allure. There were 3 great top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign from the Light God clan outside the Light Chaos, 3 high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, 5 intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and 7 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Yang Fann had no reason to let them go. Furthermore, this could be considered as helping them solve the problem once and for all. When Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others walked out of the Chaos and came into contact with the other Chaos forces and 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it wouldn't be a big deal. With the many trump cards he had left behind, they could be killed with ease. However, it would be different for 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, especially top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. After all, back then, he only had the combat strength of quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The many trump cards he had left behind would only pose a limited threat to top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. If there were 2 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign targeting Hundun, with the help of the trump cards he had left behind, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others would be suppressed in the end. Back to the main topic, even if Yang Fann knew about all of this, he wouldn't take it to heart. It would cause a huge commotion, causing the Chaos forces to be on guard. It had nothing to do with him. Yang Fann didn't think that there would be any Chaos forces that would stand up for the Light God clan. The Chaos forces only cared about benefits. The so-called friendship in the past was like a cold breeze in the face of a cold breeze. In fact, Yang Fann really wanted someone to stand up for the Light God clan. He could take the opportunity to suppress a bunch of experts and plunder a batch of resources. Currently, there were very few people in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void that could make him feel fear. Even if it was God Lord Zanjiao, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat him and save his own life. In a flash, 180 billion years had passed. Nearly half of the nearly 2,000 trillion Great Dao Source crystals had been devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes. Are they all here? It's faster than I thought. Initially, he thought that it would take a few 100 trillion years, or even a few eras, for these 18 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign to gather in Light Chaos. He didn't expect that after 180 billion years, all 18 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign would return to Light Chaos. That's good too. The sooner I take care of them, the easier it will be for me to enter secluded cultivation. In the next moment, swoosh, swoosh, soon numerous rays of divine light tore through the sky. Not more, not less. There were a total of 18 of them. One day later, 18 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and 2 great palace guardians of the Great Shrine of Light, Grand Commander, gathered together. The result was obvious. These ants that weren't even quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign were no match for Yang Fann, not to mention that they had never been prepared for this. Never in their dreams would they have imagined that their master, whom they had pledged loyalty to, would suddenly kill them. In less than a breath's time, 26th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, including those top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, had arrived. Not a single one of them was left alive. All of them had become Yang Fann's prisoners. In the blink of an eye, 100 billion years had passed. Pucci, the last Great Tao Source crystal, was absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. 10,000 years later, Wang. A trace of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although he knew that it would be very difficult for the 2,000 trillion Great Tao Source crystals to help him break through to the Great Perfection stage, however, in Yang Fann's heart, there was a trace of anticipation. What if the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign really broke through to the Great Perfection stage? Unfortunately, there weren't that many chances in this world. Nearly 2,000 trillion Great Tao Source crystals were like mud falling into the ocean, and there was no splash at all. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann did not think too much and honestly gave up on that unrealistic idea. Before reaching the Tao-confirming realm, it was better to not delude himself with the idea of obtaining a supreme great perfection of the body of the god. In the next second, whoosh, with a flash of light, a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign appeared within the devouring black hole. Boom! Boundless power of devouring surged out from the black hole center, crazily devouring the low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign strength of original life. 100 eras later, rumble, in the huge light chaos, a storm was brewing and a rain of blood was pouring down. Ah, this is a rare phenomenon. The chaos is saddened. A 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign has fallen. No, why did this happen? Why did an elder of my clan suddenly fall for no reason? In the Radiant Continent, countless Light God clans of the Light God clan were looking up at the sky. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. For an ancient chaos that had existed for over 100 eras like the Light Chaos, the death of an ordinary Great Tao Sovereign would at most cause a small-scale abnormal phenomenon. Even some first-layer Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to cause any abnormal phenomenon. There was only one possibility for this phenomenon to sweep across the entire chaotic world. It was the death of an 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the entire Light Chaos, besides the Light God clan, the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was the limit of all other divine races. Anyone who broke through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would either stay in the Light Chaos or never return to the Light Chaos. Otherwise, once they showed up in the Light Chaos, there was only one result, and that was that they would be mercilessly killed by the Light God clan. There was no second possibility. The Light God clan would never allow the other gods to threaten their rule. Quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was the limit that the Light God clan could tolerate. A 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior that was a line. Whoever dared to cross the line would die. This time, Yang Fann didn't show any mercy. He had completely devoured the low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign strength of original life. Even Lord of Great Light was suppressed by him. The other elders, 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, not a single one was left alive. There was no need to show any mercy, he just killed them all. Rumble, the blood clouds churned. Almost every 100 eras, a chaotic phenomenon would occur. Number. The 6th Elder. Woo. What exactly is going on? What happened? Why did so many 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign fall in just 606th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns? Panic and endless panic spread across the entire Light Chaos. 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and countless Light God clan. Speaking of which, it was a legend, an invincible existence. In the past, there might not even be a single 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that fell in the Yanji period. But now, in just a short 600 eras, 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had fallen in just a short 606th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns. The sky had collapsed, the sky had truly collapsed. 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, in just 600 eras, 6 of them were killed, and they were all 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just returned. This Lord of Great Light, what is he trying to do? C3075 collapse. What happened? What exactly happened? The Hung Mang Heavenly Void, where Light Chaos was located, was in complete chaos. Countless powers were shaken. 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had fallen in just 600 eras, and in just a short period of 606th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns. Furthermore, it wasn't during the chaotic era. It was unprecedented for 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors to fall during such a peaceful period. One should know that under the seclusion of 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was the peak combat power of Hung Mang Heavenly Void. even if it was the most ordinary low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. One might not even die in the Yanji era. Especially recently, there had been no news of a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign dying in the Yanji period. The reason why these 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had fallen was most likely related to Lord of Great Light. I wonder what Lord of Great Light is planning. These 6 low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had all fallen within 600 era after receiving Lord of Great Light's message that they had returned from the outside world. If this had nothing to do with Lord of Great Light, they would never believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, even after thinking about it, they still couldn't come up with an explanation. What kind of shocking secret could make Lord of Great Light make such a huge sacrifice? One should know that every 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was a mainstay of Light God Clan, their core combat strength. Even Yanji might not be able to break through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign successfully, losing 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one go. Even if their family was as big as the Light God Clan, they still wouldn't be able to break through to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Without a few Yanji's cultivation, it was impossible for him to recover. Soon, another 100 eras passed. Rumble. The heavens and earth suddenly changed, and Lei Yun started rolling around. The chaotic and sorrowful phenomenon arrived just as expected. 7th Venerable 7th 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. What is Lord of Great Light planning? The 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign furrowed their brows. For no reason, Lord of Great Light would never give up on the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign so easily. There must be a great plan behind this. No, I have to find out Lord of Great Light's plot as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep well. 100 eras, 200 eras, 300 eras. Unknowingly, 800 eras had passed. For the past 800 eras, there has never been a protracted death. Looks like everything has passed. Still okay, still okay. On the continent of Light, the Light God Clan heaved a long sigh of relief. They did not continue with their nightmare, or else, they would have collapsed. Although the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had severely injured their family, it wasn't enough to harm their foundation. Another 200 eras passed. Rumble. The heavens and earth changed color, and a rain of blood rained down, engulfing the entire light chaos. No, why did this happen? Woo. Elder Mos, this time it's Elder Mos. Wrong, we're all wrong. That nightmare never ended. It's just that Elder Mos is an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he's able to hold on for a little longer. Countless Light God Clan collapsed because of it. The nightmare continued. However, the ones who died were no longer low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but even stronger intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign has fallen. What is Lord of Great Light trying to do? At this moment, all the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had a dark feeling in their hearts. An intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was different from an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors might not even be born in 5 or 6 eras. As Lord of Great Light's mortal enemy, Great Demonic God of Darkness felt even more uneasy. He had even abandoned an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This Lord of Great Light's plan was probably even bigger than he had imagined. If he really had a big breakthrough, the first person he would attack would definitely be Great Demonic God of Darkness. 20,000 eras later, when the first high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign began to fall, the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's heart started to waver. Is this really Lord of Great Light's plan? Or is it that we all want to part with him? A high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was the strongest combat strength amongst 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. In the entire Light God clan, there were less than 20 high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Just because of that plan, he had sacrificed a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. This sacrifice was a little too big. 100,000 eras later. Top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Wrong. I'm afraid we're all wrong. This isn't Lord of Great Light's plan at all, but a strong enemy. The thoughts of the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were completely shaken. Lord of Great Light wouldn't feel too much heartache when it came to intermediate and low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if it was a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Lord of Great Light would just grit his teeth and give it up. However, This didn't include top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. This was the core combat strength second only to the elders of the major families. A top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign might not even be born in a dozen of Yanji. No matter how crazy Lord of Great Light was, he wouldn't give up on a top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Thinking about it, in the past billions of years, he had never thought that a top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign would be born. There was almost no trace of the major lords of the Light God clan. The answer was basically obvious. These lords were not like what they knew. They were cultivating in seclusion. They were fighting against a strong enemy. If their guess was correct, the Light God clan might have faced a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign from the Peak God clan this time. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to fight so many 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors with such difficulty. 16 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, including a top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, had almost shaken the foundation of the Light God clan. However, there was something strange about this. Logically speaking, Lord of Great Light should have stopped after losing so many 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. Otherwise, if this continued, it might shake the foundation of Light God clan. 5 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Hiss. What was Lord of Great Light trying to do? Does he really want to fight to the death with that mysterious force? However, was this still the Lord of Great Light they knew? For old monsters like them who have lived for over 100 eras, which one of them isn't flexible enough? A momentary loss was nothing. Only when one laughed to the end would one truly be the winner. If it were them, they would have chosen to let go of the first 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign long ago. 80 million eras passed. How could this be? Woo. Just what in the world happened? Why would I involuntarily shed tears? Suddenly, on the continent of light, an indescribable sorrow emerged in the hearts of all Light God clan. A line of clear tears fell uncontrollably. This is a Grand Elder. The Grand Elder. He died. No. How is this possible? No. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Illusion. It must be my illusion. Countless Light God clan let out desperate wails. They couldn't accept all of this. They could only reluctantly accept the death of top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. From ancient times until now, it wasn't as if there hadn't been a top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in their family who had fallen. During those few full-scale battles with the Dark Chaos, 3 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign had already died. However, quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign had never experienced such a thing in the past hundreds of times of Yanji. Not to mention, he was the strongest elder among all the elders. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. This, I didn't see wrongly, right? The elder of Light God clan, Victor Lorman, has fallen. Is this possible? Victor Lorman is the top quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, just a little bit more. He will be able to break through to the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, even if he is a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light. The opponents of Lord of Great Light and the others. Who is it? C3076 advancing to become a quasi-paragon of the 8th step in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. There was an ancient chaos that had existed for over 100 eras. The elder of Light God clan, Victor Lorman has fallen. It's not fake. How is this possible? The 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign's first reaction was disbelief. The elder of Light God clan, Victor Lorman, and the others weren't strangers to him. Many of them were with Victor Lorman had befriended dozens of Yanji, and that was the peak quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who was only a step away from breaking through to the next realm. Even a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light didn't have much confidence in keeping him alive. Even a true intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to take Victor down. Lorman, how could such an ultimate expert fall? It could be said that he wanted to kill Victor completely. Lorman, the difficulty wouldn't be much worse than killing a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. However, the chaotic and sorrowful phenomenon in light chaos could not be faked. Furthermore, the elders of the major families, Victor. Almost at the same time, the statue of Lorman lost its divinity and cracked. He had fallen. The elder of Light God clan, Victor Lorman, had really fallen. Hiss. What kind of terrifying force did Lord of Great Light provoke this time? He was able to kill Victor Lorman was at least an outstanding intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He might even be a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. At this moment, many of the Great Dao Sovereign had a flash of understanding in their hearts. No wonder Lord of Great Light's behavior was so strange. After losing 20 Great Dao Sovereign, he still refused to give up. How could it be that Lord of Great Light didn't want to retreat? It was impossible for them to do so. Perhaps, even Lord of Great Light had fallen into a difficult situation, and was on the verge of death. Even the elder of the major families, Victor, even the peak quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, was mercilessly killed. It wasn't impossible for the mysterious force to suppress Lord of Great Light. They had lost. Light God clan had probably lost this time. If anything went wrong, they might be removed from the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Some 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign rolled their eyes and started to think of something. This was a crisis for the Light God clan, but to them, it might be a great opportunity. The light chaos was within the known chaos in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. It could not be counted as one of the top 3, but it was still as stable as the top 10. If any of the chaos could devour the light chaos, it would be enough to raise their grade. Even if it was only a portion, it was enough to increase their energy grade by a lot. Perhaps, these old monsters could also use this opportunity to improve their cultivation grade. However, that mysterious force was a huge problem. If there really was a high grade or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign residing within, it would be no different than pulling out a tiger's tooth from its mouth when it came to the light chaos. A high grade or even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was not someone our race could afford to offend. Wait a moment. Let's find out more about that mysterious force. Light chaos, Great Shrine of Light. Yang Fann had no idea that he had swallowed Victor. Lorman and the other 20 elders and elders of Light God clan had shaken the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void, causing a large number of Peak God clan to be terrified. This was a true dragon that had crossed the river. The Light God clan was in danger of being destroyed. If it were them, they wouldn't be any better. Of course, even if Yang Fann knew about it, he wouldn't take it to heart. At this moment, in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, there was only one person that could make him feel some fear, and that was the mysterious and unpredictable City Lord of Profound Zhao Divine City, God Lord Zan Zhao. The others were precisely that Sea God Yuan. Yang Fann didn't really care about them. No matter how unfathomable this Sea God Yuan was, a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was his limit. In these 80 million eras, he had devoured the Elder, Victor, the peak quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and the 26th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Yang Fann had already taken that step and advanced to the 7th grade quasi-sovereign realm. He was only a step away from advancing to the 7th grade quasi-sovereign realm. In addition to the sudden increase of the strength of divine body, Hong Long, Yang Fann's overall strength had increased by more than 1,000,000 times. Even if his foundation wasn't as strong as a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign's, his true combat strength wouldn't be much weaker than an ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign's. A peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was no longer his match. Next up is Lord of Great Light. Yang Fann's eyes were filled with anticipation. Compared to Victor and the other 21 elders, Lord of Great Light was the real meal. It was Victor. Even the peak quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was far inferior to Lord of Great Light. I wonder if he can help me advance to the 8th grade quasi-sovereign stage. As for the 9th grade quasi-sovereign, Yang Fann didn't dare to dream about it. Even Lord of Great Light alone could fight against over 10,000 elders, Victor. The same went for Lorman. With his terrifying accumulation, the strength of origin needed to break through every level was more than 10,000 times as simple as that. The next moment, boom, boundless power of devourings burst out and swept across Lord of Great Light. Pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole and into the vast internal chaos. It strengthened the origin of chaos, causing Yang Fann's cultivation to slowly advance towards the 7th grade quasi-supreme late stage. One had to admit that 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, far more powerful than those quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The purity of the strength of origin was 1,000 times, 10,000 times greater than Victor's. Lorman did not stop there. It seems like advancing to the 8th step of the quasi-supreme realm is very likely. An era, 100 eras, 10,000 eras, 1,000,000 eras, 100 million eras. In the blink of an eye, 3 billion eras had passed. Lord of Great Light had used up most of the strength of origin in his body. Yang Fann's cultivation had finally reached the limit of a 7th grade quasi-supreme being, and he had touched the threshold of a 8th grade quasi-supreme being. 3 billion eras have passed, and not a single 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign has fallen in the Light God clan. It seems like I have overestimated that mysterious force. The mysterious force wanted to kill the Elder of Light God clan, Victor. Lorman also paid a great price. That's true. The Elder of Light God clan, Victor. Lorman isn't a weakling. He won't be so easy to kill. Under his desperate counterattack, even an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might have to pay a hefty price if he isn't careful. All the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign heaved a long sigh of relief. If that mysterious force didn't pay any price, they would have easily killed the Elder of Light God clan, Victor. Lorman, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. The Hung Meng Heavenly Void was only a small place with limited resources. Naturally, the rise of a peak power would affect the interests of the god race. If that mysterious power was too strong, in order to protect their race, they would have no choice but to compromise and give away most of their benefits. This was not what they wanted to see. If the resources were greatly reduced, not to mention advancing further, whether or not they could make their god race's strength not decline would be a huge problem. Of course, the happiest person was none other than the Light God clan. They had already lost their elder, Victor. Lorman and the 26th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had completely shaken the foundation of the Light God clan. If there were any more bad news, their little hearts wouldn't be able to bear it. Time flew by and another 100 million eras passed. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Roar! An 8th level quasi-supreme being break from EC 3077. The Lord of Great Light had fallen. Light chaos, great shrine of light. Boom! 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 A terrifying pressure that made even low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign despair rose with Yang Fann as the center, engulfing the entire hall. At this moment, that huge divine body seemed to have grown countless times taller, like a towering mountain that blotted out the sun. When one looked at it, an undefeatable feeling immediately rose in one's heart, as if he was bowing his head in submission. It had broken through after absorbing Lord of Great Light's strength of original life. Yang Fann's cultivation finally broke through the shackles and advanced to the 8th grade quasi-sovereign stage in one go. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In all directions, the huge spatial zone began to tremble violently and distort, as if it was bowing its head and kowtowing to Yang Fann. Fortunately, this divine hall was a place of seclusion that Lord of Great Light had carefully built. Its defensive strength was so strong that even an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to break through its defense easily. In addition, Yang Fann had also set up the Heavenly Evil Spirit formation, suppressing the surrounding space and time. After looting Lord of Great Light, Yang Fann didn't lack 6th Empyreans. With 36 high-grade 6th Empyreans and 72 high-grade 6th Empyreans as the eye of the formation, he set up this Tiangong Earth Evil Spirit formation. Its defense was strong enough to defend against intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign for a few days. Under the double protection, the entire divine hall could be said to be impregnable. Even though Yang Fann's chi was rising endlessly, he only had a tiny amount of fine fissured traces. In the blink of an eye, a million eras had passed. Within the devouring black hole, Lord of Great Light's aura had weakened by a large margin. He wasn't much stronger than an ordinary 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. His face was extremely pale, and no blood could be seen on his face. It was as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. At this moment, Yang Fann's pressure had reached its peak, and it was gradually calming down. In all directions, countless spatial zones were like glass, filled with crisscrossing cracks. Even with the double protection, it was as if they had reached the limit of what they could bear. At this moment, if someone took a step into the divine hall, even an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be crushed to the point of suffocation. It would be extremely difficult for him to take a single step forward. An ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be crushed to the ground by the awe-inspiring power in an instant, and wouldn't be able to move. After absorbing and refining Lord of Great Light's strength of original life, Yang Fann finally stabilized his cultivation at the 8th level of the quasi-supreme early stage. A million years later, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and his face couldn't conceal his excitement. Powerful, unprecedented power. Yang Fann had a feeling. Right now, he was worthy of being called an expert even amongst the many quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors. If he had a high-grade or even a high-grade 7th layer spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact in his hand, he would be able to suppress a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior, or even a 9th level quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy to obtain a high-grade or high-grade 7th layer spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact. For example, Lord of Great Light, who was the Master of Chaos, was a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The strongest spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact in his hand was merely a quasi-7th layer spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact. It wasn't hard to tell how precious a spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact was. Even if he searched the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void, he might not be able to find a single high-grade 7th layer spatial Great Tao Divine Artifact in the Peak God clan. In order to obtain these high-grade spatial Great Tao Divine Artifacts, they would have to rely on the 3000 Great Primal Chaos. And the key to all of this was God Lord Zanjiao. I hope he doesn't disappoint me. If I can't find the whereabouts of the 3000 Great Primal Chaos from him, it will be difficult to find the Great Primal Chaos in this boundless grandmist. After reading Lord of Great Light and the others' memories, Yang Fann clearly knew that many Chaos Forces and Great Tao Sovereign had searched for the whereabouts of the 3000 Great Chaos in Hung Meng Heavenly Void. However, after over 100 eras, the 3000 Great Chaos was still just a legend. Not to mention, he was the only one here. He shook his head lightly. Yang Fann's gaze shifted and landed on Lord of Great Light, who was inside the devouring black hole. God Lord Zanjiao was in profound Jiao Divine City, so he wasn't in a hurry to find him. First, he would devour this Lord of Great Light and raise his cultivation base to the limit. This Lord of Great Light still has the 8th layer strength of original life left. I wonder how many more major realms can he help me break through. In the next moment, bang, boundless power of devouring surged out from the black hole center, crazily devouring Lord of Great Light's remaining strength of original life. Kai, 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 Kai. The strength of origin in Lord of Great Light's body poured down like a flood. Compared to before his advancement, the speed at which he was losing his strength of origin had increased by more than 10 times, over 100 times. As for the remaining 8th layer strength of original life, Yang Fann was confident that he could completely absorb and refine it within 100 million eras. 1 era, 100 eras, 10,000 eras, 1 million eras. In the blink of an eye, 50 million eras had passed. Within the devouring black hole, Lord of Great Light had lost a lot of weight, and his aura seemed to have dropped to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He no longer had the majestic look of the Lord of Chaos. Yang Fann's crazy devouring of 50 million eras had caused Lord of Great Light's strength of origin to be weaker than the 3rd level of his peak form. As for Yang Fann's cultivation, he had successfully stepped into the 8th level of the quasi-supreme late stage and devoured all the remaining 3 levels of the strength of original life. Breaking through a small realm and advancing to the 8th level of the quasi-supreme late stage was not a difficult task. Light chaos, who knew how many billions of light years away? A huge chaos that was not much smaller than light chaos was rapidly approaching the light chaos with the speed of a quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The distance between the two chaos was shrinking. Without using the blood sacrifice arcane art, the movement speed of the light chaos was only comparable to some high-grade 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but there was a huge gap between them and the quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 30 million eras, at most 30 million eras, and that huge chaos would catch up to the light chaos. Not only the chaos, but even further away in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, there were also several chaos that were moving towards light chaos. They had seen billions of eras. Not even a single 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had fallen in the Light God clan. In their minds, even if the mysterious force was stronger than the Light God clan, there was still a limit to its strength. There wasn't much difference between them and the Light God clan. Many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign finally couldn't hold back their wild ambitions and started to plot against the Light Chaos. Currently, Lord of Great Light and the other high-end combat forces of the Light God clan were being held back by that mysterious force. This was the moment when the Light Chaos was at its weakest. If they missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for them to attack the Light Chaos after Lord of Great Light escaped and returned to the Light Chaos. Even if they couldn't swallow the fat piece of meat in one go and part of the origin of the Light Chaos, it was also a good thing. For an ancient chaotic place like the light chaos that had hundreds of eras passed down, even if it was only 1/10,000th of the origin of chaos, it was still much more useful than swallowing a few ordinary small chaos. Soon, another 28 million eras had passed. Within the devouring black hole, Lord of Great Light no longer had the appearance of a human. He was completely skin and bones, skinny and emaciated. He looked like he weighed no more than 60 jin. It was as if a casual gust of wind could make him collapse onto the ground. There was not a single strength of origin left in his body. 10,000 eras. He might not even need to use it before he would completely transform into a flying ash. 8,672 eras later. In the small chaos closest to the light chaos, there was a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Vaguely, one could already see the outline of the light chaos. 100 eras. There were at most 100 eras left. That primal chaos would be able to catch up to the light chaos. Rumble. Suddenly, in light chaos, the sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the gods, the underworld, and the three realms, the countless glorious divine hall, collapsed like stars in the sky, and the countless divine statues of Lord of Great Light completely collapsed. Ah, no, my lord, he was speechless. No, this is not true. It is not true. My lord is invincible. How could it be possible? Illusion, this must be my illusion. The sky collapsed and the earth caved in collapse. Countless light god clans' minds had completely collapsed. Each and every one of them had a deathly pale face. All of their essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have been sucked dry in an instant. They were like walking corpses, without any expression on their faces. Ah, no, how could this be? He fell. Lord of Great Light actually fell. This, I am not here. Dream, I'm not dreaming, am I? C3078. There really was someone who wasn't afraid of death. Ah. Fallen. Lord of Great Light fell just like that. This, am I dreaming? The various Chaos Lords and Chaos Lords were in disbelief. Lord of Great Light, who was that? He was one of the most powerful Hung Meng Heavenly Voids in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. He was one of the most powerful experts in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. He had successfully broken through to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and was now only a step away from the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the number of people who could defeat Lord of Great Light wouldn't exceed 2 hands. As for those who were confident in keeping Lord of Great Light alive, they would never be able to turn the situation around. Apart from the unfathomable God Lord Zanjiao, there was probably only God Lord Yuanai, who was known as the most ancient supreme expert in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. There was a slight possibility. It was a mysterious force whose origin was unknown. It was enough to defeat Lord of Great Light. How could it have the power to kill Lord of Great Light? He couldn't believe it. He really couldn't believe it. After a while, the Masters of Chaos finally managed to believe this horrifying fact. That chaotic and sorrowful phenomenon could not be faked. There were also the shattered Lord of Great Light statues. If it wasn't for the fact that Lord of Great Light had fallen completely, such a situation would never have happened. Hiss. Top grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There was definitely a top-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in that mysterious force. Otherwise, there was no way Lord of Great Light would be left alive. A quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was determined to leave. Even a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would have no hope at all. He could be kept alive. Gulp. Wrong. Wrong. We are all wrong. The reason why the mysterious force did not have any achievements in the past billions of years was not because of what they had imagined. It was because they had suppressed the elder of the Light God clan, Victor. Lorman had paid a heavy price. He didn't have the ability to cause any more casualties to the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of the Light God clan in a short period of time. He was trying his best to eliminate Lord of Great Light, and he couldn't spare any time to deal with the elders and elders of the Light God clan. From now on, another giant had risen in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign after another. They all had their own thoughts, and listed that mysterious power as a target they couldn't afford to offend. The enemy had the ability to suppress and kill Lord of Great Light, and they also had the ability to wipe them out of this world. During this period of time, a few 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had conflicted expressions on their faces, and they were stuck in a dilemma. What should we do? Should we continue our journey to light chaos, or should we give up now? Continuing our journey and seizing the opportunity to conquer the light chaos was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Once that mysterious force had completely defeated the Light God clan, would they be able to rest peacefully with them? No matter who it was, they had worked so hard to defeat the Peak God clan, but they were taken advantage of by someone else. No one would be able to swallow their anger and suffer such a huge loss. However, they were unwilling to give up just like that. In order to catch up to the Light Chaos, they had paid a hefty price. They had sacrificed a lot of experts, including some 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereigns. If they gave up at this moment, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Among them, the one who was most unwilling to give up was Great Demonic God of Darkness. As Lord of Great Light's mortal enemy, he was the first one to have designs on the Light Chaos. Currently, the Light Chaos and the Dark Chaos were very close to each other. At most, there were 100 eras, and the Dark Chaos would be able to catch up to the Light Chaos. Especially after confirming that Lord of Great Light had fallen, the entire Light Chaos's defense had fallen to its lowest point. Compared to the Dark Chaos, he was like a fat piece of meat on a chopping board. They didn't even need 10 billion eras to devour the entire Light Chaos. At that time, not only would the Dark Chaos's energy level soar, even he, the Lord of Chaos, would be able to use this opportunity to break through the bottleneck and break through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. There was hope for him to become a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the future. After this village, there will be no more shops like this. If I miss this chance, I don't know how many Yanji cycles I will have to wait to break through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Riches come from danger. I'll give it my all. After hesitating for a while, Great Demonic God of Darkness gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Although he would certainly offend that mysterious force and offend a great enemy for the Dark Chaos, as long as he could annex the Light Chaos, all of this would be worth it. At that time, he would be able to break through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign with his geographical advantage. As long as he didn't leave the Dark Chaos, even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything to him. In fact, he might not even be a match for him. Once he had fully digested what he had obtained this time, he would break through to the high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even if he left the Dark Chaos, he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Although he was still no match for a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, if he wanted to leave, even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If he wanted to gain something, how could he not be in danger? Soon, the Dark Chaos continued to move forward, and their speed even increased by a few points. Light Chaos, Great Shrine of Light. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Everything was within his expectation. After absorbing the remaining strength of original life of Lord of Great Light, his cultivation base had stabilized at the 8th grade quasi-supreme late stage. Compared to when he had just broken through, his strength had doubled once again. If he were to fight Lord of Great Light, there was no need for him to plan anything. He could just openly slaughter his way into the Great Shrine of Light. Yang Fann was confident that he could completely suppress Lord of Great Light. In fact, even if Lord of Great Light broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it wouldn't change anything. Powerful in this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, it could be said that he had firmly entered the top 3. It wasn't even impossible for him to be ranked first. Thinking back to the past, when he just left the Primal Chaos, he was still a distance away from the peak of the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the expert. He didn't expect that in just a few billion eras, he had already reached the top of the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Thinking about it, it really felt like he had fallen into a dream. One should know that the other 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't just take a nap for a short period of time. After letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann returned to reality. However, he did not immediately break through. Swoosh! A stream of light flashed, and a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was none other than the elder of the Light God clan who had been devoured and refined by him, the elder who had barely managed to save his life, leaving only a trace of the strength of original life behind. Lord of Great Light had been mercilessly devoured by him. There was no longer any need for these elders and elders of the Light God clan to stay here any longer. It was time to send these old things on their way. Staying in the chaos was also a hindrance. He even used his strength to suppress these old undyings. Rumble, 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 rumble. Chaos was filled with grief. Heaven and earth were weeping in grief. A rain of blood was pouring down in a never-ending manner. Woo 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 woo. It's over, our Light God clan is finished. Despair. The huge light chaos was engulfed in endless despair. Countless Light God clans of the Light God clan, Great Tao Sovereign, couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure and exploded the soul. In less than 50 eras, they had once again obtained 52 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. On average, in less than an era, 1/6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior had fallen. The terrifying pressure that this brought to the billion-trillion Light God clan was not something that could be described with words. Radiance Continent, Great Shrine of Light. The despair of Light God clan had no effect on Yang Fann. They were just a bunch of ants. Who would care about their lives? Furthermore, it was already his greatest mercy that he didn't kill them all. Boom. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann continued his unfinished business of devouring. There were still 7 top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 4 quasi-7th layer elders left. At most 500 eras, Yang Fann would be able to devour and refine all of them. Suddenly, Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes and an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems like I have underestimated the power of the light chaos. There are really people who are not afraid of death who have come knocking on my door. C 3079. The fear of the great demonic god of darkness. Time flies, 80 eras have passed. A huge chaotic mass appeared behind light chaos. At this moment, let alone 6th Empyrean, 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could see the outline of the huge chaos. Ah, it's the dark chaos. The dark god race has come, the dark god race has come. Bitch it, what should we do? What should we do? Endless panic spread throughout the light chaos. Countless experts were like ants on a hot pan, burning with anxiety. Although Yang Fann had swept away all the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Light God clan, he did not attack the Divine World's 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, in the past billions of eras, many 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Light God clan had retreated back to the Light Chaos when they saw that something was not right. There had never been a lack of people in the world of cultivators who would add insult to injury. Seeing that a large number of the Light God clan's high-end combat forces had fallen, many major powers had chosen to attack Great Tao Sovereign who was outside of the Light God clan. The trip to the Light God clan, the small chaos, which had always been overbearing, had been devoured by the Light Chaos. There were hundreds or thousands of small chaos that had been devoured by them, and the chaos forces that they had offended was even more numerous. It was just that the Light God clan's terrifying strength was the reason why they had offended the chaos forces. These powers had no choice but to suppress their urges, not daring to show their faces. Now that the Light God clan had suffered a great loss, they had finally seized the opportunity. Especially after Lord of Great Light's death, who knew how many chaos forces had beaten the dogs that had fallen into the river. All of a sudden, these supreme beings of the Light God clan who were traveling in the outside world felt as if they were rats crossing the street, and everyone was shouting at them to beat them up. Fortunately, they were able to return to the Light God clan alive, but unfortunately, they couldn't leave behind a corpse. It was a big mystery. As for those 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors who had returned, Yang Fann didn't continue to attack them. Yang Fann no longer had any desire to attack the group of 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo, he was dead for sure, we're dead for sure. Wails of pain could be heard everywhere in light chaos. It was a sound that swept across the entire chaos. If it was any other chaos forces, they might still be able to give them a chance to live. However, the dark chaos was the enemy of the light chaos. There was no way they would show mercy to them. Not only the Light God clan, but also the other divine races. Which of them hadn't been stained with the blood of the Dark God clan? Although the other divine races were weak and were suppressed by the Light God clan with all their strength, the strongest of them was merely a quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, using them as cannon fodder would consume the Dark God clan's strength. It would be best if they could use them as cannon fodder. At the same time, they could also use the strength of all races to prevent them from endangering the rule of the Light God clan. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. How could the Light God clan let this go? In every war between light and darkness, the ones at the forefront were usually the other gods. The hatred that the Dark God clan of Dark Chaos had for them was no less than the hatred that the Light God clan had for them. Now, a large number of the high-end combat forces of the Light God clan had fallen. Even the master of the Light Chaos, Lord of Great Light, had lost his soul. They were just ants, how could they possibly compete with the dark chaos? No, my clan can't stay here and wait for death, let's go, we must leave light chaos immediately. Soon, many 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign made a decision in their hearts. After leaving light chaos, these people were like rootless duckweed. They drifted along with the wind, especially when they were being hunted by the chaos forces. It was very likely that they would die, but it was still better than staying in light chaos and waiting for death. They had no chance of winning this battle. Even if they had the geographical advantage, it wouldn't change anything. However, it wasn't easy for them to leave. Kekekeka, bastard of light chaos, where do you think you're going? All of you, stay here obediently. Ha 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 ha, your life, I'll take it. Great demonic god of darkness had been prepared for this. The 4 quasi-7th layer devil god, as well as many 6th Empyrean and 5th Empyrean devil god from the dark god clan were all sent away by great demonic god of darkness, and he was going all out to kill them. The expert from the light chaos were the only ones who could leave the light chaos alive, and escape from the Hung Meng heavenly void. There was not even a single level left for them. The once mighty and mighty light god clan that had shaken the entire primal chaos was completely finished. Even if they were not completely destroyed in the time-long river, they would still be reduced to an insignificant family. In next to no time, another era had passed. Rumble. The light chaos trembled violently. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. As the foundation of chaos in the weakest part of space in the mortal world, he had been severely injured. Countless planes were instantly shattered and completely disintegrated. Boys, kill swash the light chaos with blood. A sound of great Tao that sounded like it came from the underworld resounded throughout the entire dark chaos. Swash the light chaos with blood, slaughter the light chaos. Bloodbath the light chaos. The morale of the dark god clan army was high. Under great demonic god of darkness's lead, they were like a tidal wave, rushing towards the light chaos through the chaotic channel. The eyes of the devil soldiers and devil generals were filled with a bloodthirsty light. They were like bloodthirsty and hungry wolves. This time, they were determined to kill to their heart's content. Cruel, cruel, GG, 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 GG. The hypocritical light god clan, your end has come. In less than a day, a large number of dark god clan had crossed the chaotic channel and entered the light chaos. At this moment, great demonic god of darkness, how dare you rob my spoils of war? A cold voice descended from the sky, sending chills down everyone's spine. Ah, who is it? How dare you be rude to my lord? You're courting death. Get out here, I'll smash you to pieces with my hammer. Countless demons of the dark devil clan and demon generals flew into a rage. Ants so noisy, poochie poochie, poochie. As soon as he finished speaking, out of the trillions of dark devil clan army, apart from great demonic god of darkness and the 4 quasi-7th layer devil god and the 73 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign devil kings, there was no other living creature. All of them turned into flying ashes, as if they had never appeared before. Ah, this power, this power. In an instant, it was as if a bucket of bone-piercing cold water had been poured onto great demonic god of darkness's heart, instantly extinguishing the raging anger in his heart. This 100 million trillion devil army was the elite of the dark devil clan. The weakest of them was a first-grade quasi-supreme expert. There were billions of them, including more than 10,000 5th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors. Even some intermediate 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors might be killed by them, but in the end, they all died silently in front of him. The most terrifying thing was that he, a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign, didn't have any reaction at all. This strength had far exceeded his imagination. The words he said before he combined them, a thought appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was that mysterious supreme being. It must be that person who killed him, Lord of Great Light's mysterious supreme being. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? He had just arrived at the light chaos, and before he could plunder anything, evil spirit had already rushed over. As for the fact that the mysterious supreme being was already in light chaos and had killed Lord of Great Light, he had never thought about it. In light chaos, with the geographical advantage and the suppression of the Great Tao origin intent, one would be able to reach the peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. It wasn't like Lord of Great Light didn't have the strength to fight back. If he wanted to kill Lord of Great Light in the light chaos, he would have to be at the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. Otherwise, he wouldn't have much hope even if he was at the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. Furthermore, there weren't any signs of a great war in light chaos. 2. Even the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might not be able to kill Lord of Great Light without making any noise in light chaos. In an instant, an indescribable fear swept across Great Demonic God of Darkness's heart. This mysterious supreme being was able to kill Lord of Great Light, and he was also confident that he could kill Great Demonic God of Darkness. Retreat, retreat immediately. The only way I can survive is to return to the dark chaos. C. 3080. He was able to kill the Great Demonic God of Darkness with a single palm light chaos. Great Demonic God of Darkness's pupil shrunk. Boundless fear enveloped his heart. Darkness and light were opposing each other. The dark chaos and the light chaos had even fought over 100 Yanji cycles. The origin of the Great Tao in the light chaos had deeply imprinted Great Demonic God of Darkness's chi. In the light chaos, the suppression of the origin of Great Tao in the light chaos was not something that the other supreme beings of the chaos could compare with. It was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than the suppression of the original will of the Great Tao in the light chaos. Currently, the strength he could exert was not as powerful as the 8th layer at his peak. It wasn't much stronger than an ordinary 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. And this was the result of Lord of Great Light and the other top combat strength of Light God clan being killed. The origin will of the Great Tao in Light Chaos had been severely damaged. If the origin will of the Great Tao of the Light Chaos was at its peak, he would have fallen to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign a long time ago, and wouldn't be much stronger than quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. A top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even this origin will of the Great Tao of Light couldn't suppress his combat strength by half a grade when he was at his peak. Not to mention the fact that he was severely injured, the suppression on the mysterious Supreme Being was almost negligible. He had no chance of winning this battle. It would be a huge problem if he could even withstand a single attack from that peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Escape. He must escape immediately. Only by withdrawing to the dark chaos would he have a chance of survival. With the support of the dark chaos's will, he had the strength to fight a top 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With a thought, Great Demonic God of Darkness's figure moved. He increased his speed to the limit and fled towards the chaotic channel. He didn't even have the time to call upon his 4 subordinates, Devil God and 73 Devil Kings. The husband and wife were birds of the same tree, and they flew separately in the face of a great disaster. Not to mention these subordinates. Even his own life was about to be lost. How could he still have the mood to care about the life and death of those subordinates? In the entire Dark God clan, he, Great Demonic God of Darkness, was the true core and the pillar that supported the heavens. As long as he, Great Demonic God of Darkness, was here, the Dark God clan would still be one of the peak God clan in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void. As for the other losses, the most they could do was spend a little more time to make up for it. Soon we're almost there. We're almost there. In the blink of an eye trying to escape. Have you asked me? That cold voice sounded in Great Demonic God of Darkness's ears once again. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the space and descended from the sky. That huge hand looked very slow, just like a huge hand. With a light palm, it was as if any random person could easily dodge it. However, in Great Demonic God of Darkness's eyes, it was like a palm strike of death. In an instant, it took away all of his concentration, making him unable to muster up any will to resist. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, there seemed to be a voice continuously sounding out. He couldn't block this palm strike. Even if he used all of his trump cards, the forbidden arts, he wouldn't be able to dodge it. Submit under this terrifying power. He had no other choice but to submit and beg for mercy. Ah, no, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. Surrender, I surrender. Great Demonic God of Darkness gathered all his strength and let out a hysterical wail. At this moment, Great Demonic God of Darkness had nothing else he wanted but to live. Because of this, he wouldn't hesitate to lose his freedom and everything. Surrender. No need. The response to Great Demonic God of Darkness was as cold as ever. Sir, if you don't believe me, I can hand over the innate soul. I will acknowledge you as my lord. It would be better to die a horrible death than to live a rotten life. Even if he were to become that lowly slave and be manipulated by others, it would still be better than losing his own life. Accept me as your master. You are not worthy. Ah, no, how could this be? Great Demonic God of Darkness's eyes widened in disbelief. He was a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and his slaves were different from his subordinates. Everything including his life, was under his master's control. Not to mention a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, even the legendary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who had just stepped into the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was extremely rare. At least, in their Hung Meng Heavenly Void, they had never heard of anyone possessing a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign slave. Even quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign slaves were extremely rare. How could this mysterious supreme being not be moved? The value of the dead him was far less than the living him. Under normal circumstances, it was as great demonic god of darkness had imagined. No 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could withstand the temptation of a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign slave. Even the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign would be tempted by a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign slave. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't an ordinary man. He couldn't be judged by common sense. Yang Fann had already seen through what a slave was like. In his life, if there were no exceptions, he would not be able to take in any more subordinates. With his terrifying speed of breakthrough, there was no one that could catch up to him. Other than letting him raise another group of people in the future, his subordinates were practically useless. Zero, for example, it was better for great demonic god of darkness to obediently become his nourishment for his growth. Ah, no, spare my life. My lord, spare my life. No, I have yet to break through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. It might sound like a long story, but in reality, from the time great demonic god of darkness abandoned his subordinates and ran away by himself to the time when he was being suppressed by Relentless, it didn't even take an instant. The Devil God and 73 Devil Kings of the 4 Great Dark God clan had no time to react. Many of them were still in shock when great demonic god of darkness escaped by himself. Their master, great demonic god of darkness, was a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He was one of the top expert in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Who exactly was he? He had such a terrifying power that he didn't even show his face. It made their master flee for his life without even caring about his subordinates. After a while, the 4 Great Dark God clans Devil God and 73 Devil Kings finally realized what had just happened. Gulp gulp, just now. What did I just see? My lord, my lord, he was just like that. Ah, no, this is impossible, impossible. C3081 Doubt Light Chaos, the entrance of chaotic channel. The 4 Great Devil God and 73 Devil Kings of Dark Chaos all let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they had lost their parents. Their eyes widened like fish eyes, as if they were about to burst out from their sockets. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Just one palm, their great lord, great demonic god of darkness, was suppressed by a powerful force. Was there anything more absurd than this in this world? A quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Their master was a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to suppress their master so easily. Right at this moment, rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand that suppressed great demonic god of darkness appeared out of thin air once again, and pressed down on the 4 Great Devil God and 73 Devil Kings. These Devil Kings and Devil God were all at the 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, especially the 4 Great Devil God, who had just stepped into the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Furthermore, their overall strength was above the elders of the Light God clan. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to fight the 5 elders of the Light God clan without losing. As far as Yang Fann was concerned, these 4 Great Devil God and 73 Devil Kings were also a piece of fat meat. There was no reason for him to let them go. In an instant, an ominous omen of the sky collapsing and earth splitting enveloped the hearts of the 4 Devil Kings and the 73 Devil Kings, causing them to completely believe the cruel reality. It was true, all of this was true. Their master, great demonic god of darkness, had really been killed by this mysterious supreme being with just a single palm strike. Ah, no, spare my life, my lord, spare my life, please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life. Begging for mercy, all of them were begging for mercy. Not a single devil god or devil king dared to resist. Even with all of their strength, they were still no match for their master, great demonic god of darkness, let alone this mysterious supreme being who could even kill great demonic god of darkness in an instant. They had absolutely no chance of winning. If they resisted, they would only die faster. If they wanted to live, they could only pray for their master to show mercy and let them go. As long as Sir is merciful and let me off, I am willing to be a slave and pledge my loyalty to Sir. If Sir asks me to go east, I will not go west. Sir asks me to catch chickens, and I will not chase dogs. The voices of Devil God and the Devil King were extremely sincere. They even made a heavy vow. However, they had clearly forgotten one thing. Yang Fann didn't even care about Great Demonic God of Darkness, a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, let alone a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like them. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand did not stop at all, suppressing everything. Ah, no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Light chaos, great shrine of light. Yang Fann's expression didn't change, his face was calm. It was as if suppressing Great Demonic God of Darkness, as well as the numerous Devil God and Devil Kings of Dark God clan were nothing to him, and they couldn't arouse much of his emotions. However, this was also the truth. With his current cultivation base and geographical advantage, it would be strange if he still couldn't take down Great Demonic God of Darkness and the others with ease. The next second, boom, Yang Fann's terrifying soul power, which was comparable to a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body. He began to forcefully read the memories of Great Demonic God of Darkness in the other's soul, forcefully robbing them of all their treasures. 10,000 years later, Wang, Yang Fann's body moved, and a human figure separated from his divine body. It was none other than Yang Fann's soul duplicate. Although they had robbed Great Demonic God of Darkness and the others of their belongings, in comparison, the treasures they had left in the dark chaos were the biggest. Yang Fann wouldn't let these massive amount of treasures go to others just like that. However, he didn't need to do it himself. One soul duplicate was more than enough for him. As his cultivation base and strength advanced by leaps and bounds, the strength of the soul duplicate also increased by leaps and bounds. Currently, Yang Fann's soul duplicate's combat strength wasn't any weaker than top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns, and it was chasing after quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. After Great Demonic God of Darkness and the others were suppressed by emotionlessness, the strongest people in the dark chaos were only some quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Their numbers were limited, and they could be counted on one hand. How could they have any power that could put them in danger? Yang Fann's soul duplicate, less than 1,000 years of light. Wang. Ripples appeared in the air as Yang Fann's soul duplicate appeared out of thin air. Without any hesitation, the soul duplicate swept across the dark chaos and seized the treasures of Devil God and the other Devil Kings. As expected of the Light God clan's archenemy, the wealth of Great Demonic God of Darkness and the others was not any weaker than the Light God clan. In fact, they were even a little stronger. The Great Tao Source Crystal had exceeded 2,000 trillion, nearly 2,100 trillion. The other Great Tao Divine Artifacts, natural treasures, and their total value was close to 10,000 trillion units of Great Tao Source Crystal. With these Great Tao Source Crystals, it is enough to double my strength of Divine Body once more. There is also Great Demonic God of Darkness and the other Devil Kings. After devouring and refining them, I will be able to advance to the 9th grade Quasi-Supreme Being Realm. Although I am not very confident, it is still possible for me to break through a small realm. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In the next moment, boom, the heaven-devouring earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit as it transformed into countless black holes, crazily devouring the Great Tao Source crystals that were piled up like an ocean. Bang, bang, bang. On average, every minute, a unit of Great Tao Source crystal would be completely devoured by Yang Fann. 100 years, 10,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 100 million years, 10 billion years, billions of years, 100 trillion years. Very quickly, an era had passed. Strange, how could this be? It's already been an era, why hasn't the Dark God clan launched an attack yet? When did those devil children become so tolerant? Something's not right, something's not right. In the light chaos, countless God race experts were filled with doubts. After an era, the chaotic channel had already stabilized. Logically speaking, the Dark God clan's army should have already invaded the light chaos and started a massacre. However, in fact, not even a single Dark God clan had appeared. It was as if the Dark God clan had vanished. Rumble. All of a sudden, a rain of blood poured down from the dark chaos, causing the heavens and earth to grieve. Ah, a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign has fallen. How is this possible? For no reason, why would a Devil King fall from the Dark God clan? He couldn't figure it out. he really couldn't figure it out. In their light chaos, there were no 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors anymore. Even the 4th layer and 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors had been reduced by more than half in the previous wave of fleeing. Even with the suppression of the Great Tao origin intent and the combined strength of all of them, it was very difficult for them to keep a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign alive. Even the weakest of them, a low-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, would at most be defeated. Furthermore, they had never noticed that a great battle had taken place. What exactly is going on? C3082 Auction Light Chaos. All the supreme beings of the god race had blank expressions on their faces. They couldn't figure out what was going on. An era had passed, but the expected army of the Dark God clan hadn't appeared. There were even 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors from the Dark God clan who had fallen. It was hard to figure out what other means the Light Chaos had that could kill a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with their weak strength. After the death of many elders and elders, in order to save their own lives, they couldn't care less about offending them. Many of the treasure vaults of the Divine Palace were opened by them, but what was left for them was a blank space. Not to mention any treasures, they didn't even leave a single strand of hair behind. If they said they were going to rob everything, it meant they were going to rob everything. They wouldn't leave behind a single flower or a single blade of grass. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't have been in such despair. The 5th Empyrean and 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who escaped from the Light Chaos would suffer heavy casualties. In the face of those Devil Kings and Devil God, they wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. Or was it another major power that attacked? However, when they thought about it, it wasn't very likely. The strength of the Dark God clan was no less than that of the Light God clan at its peak. In this Hungmeng Heavenly Void, there was almost a chance that they could make it into the top 10. Ordinary 4th, 5th Empyrean Demon Generals and Devil Lords were fine, but 6th Empyrean Devil Kings were the core combat strength of the Dark God clan. Any Chaos forces who dared to kill a 6th Empyrean Devil King was no different from breaking all pretenses with the Dark God clan. Even someone as strong as the Origin Sea God clan had to think twice, and no one dared to kill them. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1000 eras, rumble, 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 rumble. In the dark chaos, the phenomenon of heaven and earth mourning had never stopped. In a short period of less than 5,000 eras, 61 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors had fallen. On average, there were less than 80 eras, and one of them was a Demon King with a dead body and soul. This time, it's Demon King Baron. This is one of the 12 Demon Kings of the Dark God tribe, a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Hiss. This. Could it be that? Could it really be the doing of that mysterious power again? This scene was so familiar. Wasn't that the case for the Light God clan? In just a short period of time, a large number of 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had fallen. However, when he thought about it, he felt that it was impossible. That mysterious force wasn't killing the remaining 4 elders of Light God clan, as well as all the top-ranked 6th Empyrean elders. Logically speaking, it was impossible for them to spare any effort to deal with the Dark God clan. Besides, they hadn't discovered any force that was close to the Dark Chaos. If that mysterious force really attacked and suppressed so many Devil Kings of the Dark God race, it was impossible that there wouldn't be any traces of a great war left behind. However, they discovered that no matter if it was the Dark Chaos or the Hungmeng Heavenly Void near the Dark Chaos, there were no traces of war left behind. As for the traces left behind by Yang Fann when he suppressed Great Demonic God of Darkness, they had been completely wiped out along with the collision of light and darkness, leaving only the chaotic channel that was still expanding. 100,000 eras had passed. Rumble. A rain of blood rained down, engulfing the entire Dark Chaos. Am I seeing things? It's Devil God from the Ice Prison, one of the 4 great Devil God from the Ice Prison SS's. It can't be wrong. It must be that mysterious force. Devil God from the Prison of Ice was ranked second among the 4 great Devil God of Dark God clan. He wasn't considered weak amongst all quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if he was a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be able to keep Devil God alive without the help of an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. And for no reason, it was impossible for an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to kill Devil God from the Ice Prison. It wasn't like there was no one behind Devil God from the Ice Prison. Although great demonic god of darkness wasn't an intermediate 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign, even an intermediate 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign would have to be wary of him. However, that mysterious force was different. Not only did it have that power, it also had that reason. The Dark God clan's attack on light chaos was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It would be strange if that mysterious force wasn't angry. The Dark God clan had been fine for a long time, but it happened only after they conquered the light chaos. There weren't so many coincidences in the world. However, how did that mysterious force do it? The Devil Kings and Devil God of the Dark God clan weren't like pigs and sheep that were waiting to be slaughtered. If they were allowed to slaughter them without any resistance, they would at least leave some traces of a great war behind. I think it must be that mysterious force that used some unknown method to lure great demonic god of darkness and the others out of the dark chaos. 100,000 eras had passed, but that great demonic god of darkness had never shown himself. It was very likely that he was like Lord of Great Light, trapped in a cage, unable to establish any connection with the outside world. Fortunately, great demonic god of darkness snatched him away first. Otherwise, many 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign felt lucky, but at some point in time, their backs were covered in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the dark chaos blocking their tribulation, they would have been the ones suffering the tribulation. The mysterious force was able to take down great demonic god of darkness, Devil God, and the Devil King so easily. Naturally, they had the strength to deal with them. Very quickly, the ancient chaos stopped the blood sacrifice ceremony one after another, pulling them towards the opposite direction of light chaos. No matter how good light chaos was, their lives weren't as important as theirs. The bloody lesson was right in front of them. If their lives were to be lost, no matter how many resources were given to them, no matter how high the level of chaos was, it would all be in vain. First it's the light chaos, and now it's the dark chaos. I'm afraid the Hung Meng heavenly void is going to change. I wonder how much chaos there is, and how many experts and billions of eras of bitter cultivation have been wasted. 3 As one of the top overlords of Hung Meng heavenly void, the Light God clan and Dark God clan were not the only major powers. There were also many major powers in small chaos. When the small chaos and the small chaos encountered each other, it was usually either you or me who died. In fact, it wasn't absolute. To be precise, it was the same grade or the same grade as the small chaos. The small chaos like Yang Fann had a huge temptation for the red scale chaos. However, if the Light God clan found out about the small chaos, it would be another outcome. It was very likely that they would colonize the small chaos and make it a vassal of the light chaos, instead of slaughtering the chaos forces and devouring the small chaos. For example, the chaotic energy in the light chaos, the ordinary souls that the small chaos had never devoured, were no different from chicken bones. Even if they devoured 1,000 or 10,000 souls, it would be very difficult for the light chaos to make any progress. Devouring them would bring more disadvantages than benefits. Changing the trajectory of the chaos, that wasn't something that could be changed just because it was changed. Instead, it would consume a lot of the strength of origin in the chaos. Ordinary small chaos wouldn't even be able to make up for their losses with just a little bit of strength of origin. 58,736,348 eras later. Rumble. The heavens and the earth split apart at the highest level of the dark chaos. Devil God, who was looking down at the entire chaos, suddenly collapsed and collapsed. Ah, he fell. Great demonic god of darkness really fell. How long has it been? Although they had thought that great demonic god of darkness would most likely die just like Lord of Great Light, they still couldn't accept the fact that all of this had become reality. That was a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the pinnacle expert in their Hung Meng heavenly void. Many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign felt sad for the death of a rabbit. First it was Lord of Great Light, and now it was Great Demonic God of Darkness. No one knew who it would be next. What? Auction. That mysterious supreme being wants to auction off the primal chaos of light and darkness. C3083 appearing what? This sovereign didn't hear wrongly, right? Auction. Auction. That mysterious supreme being actually wants to auction off the two great chaotic streams of light and darkness. How is this possible? How is this possible? The eyes of the Chaos Lords widened, and their faces were filled with disbelief. In the past, although there were some major powers that had auctioned off the small chaos, most of them were ordinary small chaos with no more than 10 Yanji inheritances. There were very few small chaos with 22 Yanji inheritances like the red scale chaos. Over 100 cycles of Yanji, the most ancient small chaos that had been auctioned off had only inherited 50 cycles of Yanji. However, no matter which of the two great chaos, light and darkness, they were both the top-grade small chaos that had inherited over 100 Nanji eras, and could give birth to 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. No matter which power it was, if they were able to take them down, it would be impossible for them to put them up for auction. Even if the mysterious Supreme Being was a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As long as their small chaos devoured the chaos of light and darkness, he would be able to use this opportunity to improve his strength, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in one fell swoop. After a long time, after many tests, only then did the Lords of Chaos truly believe that it wasn't them who had gone mad. That mysterious Supreme Being was truly willing to auction off the two great chaos of light and darkness. This was the result of Yang Fann's careful consideration. Although he had brought the two great chaos of light and darkness back to their chaotic world, allowing their chaotic world to devour these two great chaos, it was enough to make their chaotic world's energy level skyrocket, pushing them into the top-grade small chaos in one go, giving them the potential to give birth to 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann gave up on this idea. The main reason was that Yang Fann didn't have that much time to wait for their chaotic world to devour the two chaotic worlds of light and darkness. Compared to the two great chaos of light and darkness, their chaos energy was truly a little low. Even with his help and the destruction of the two great Tao of chaos, if their chaos wanted to completely devour the two great chaos of light and darkness, it would take them billions of years, or even trillions of eras. For the other 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, this amount of time was nothing, let alone trillions of years. A trillion eras was a trillion eras. So long as they were able to devour the two great chaos of light and darkness, they would be happy to do so. However, when it came to Yang Fann, this period of time was really too long. He had been cultivating for less than 10 billion eras. To make him stay in their small chaos, wait bitterly for 100 billion or even a trillion great eras, how could Yang Fann endure this type of torment? If this 100 billion or trillions of eras were to be used for cultivation, his cultivation base would increase by an unknown amount. Besides, it was only a matter of devouring time, not including the two great chaos elements, which allowed him to move time. A large number of experts were slaughtered. There were only a few 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors in the two great chaos. Even if he used the blood sacrificial arcane art, it wouldn't be able to increase the speed of the two great chaos by much. If he wanted to catch up to them, he would need at least 10 billion years, or even 100 billion eras. He couldn't possibly suppress a peak-grade small chaos just to increase the speed of the two chaotic worlds. If he didn't offend them, he wouldn't offend them. If he didn't do so for no reason, it wouldn't be good for Yang Fann to make a move against the other small chaos. This was his principle. Besides, if he really wanted to take down the third peak-grade small chaos, he still had to think of a way to bring that top-grade small chaos back. This was a vicious cycle. When would it be? Secondly, it was not necessarily a good thing to let them become the top-grade small chaos in the chaos. The other top-grade small chaos had a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign guarding it. With Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other's weak strength, they wouldn't be able to defend a top-grade small chaos. He, Yang Chao, would be able to intimidate them for a while, but not for the rest of his life. Wealth moved people's hearts. 100% profit was enough to make people go crazy. That great demonic god of darkness was an excellent example. He knew that he could not afford to offend that mysterious force, but he was still determined to launch an attack on light chaos. Unless he had always been in charge of the chaos, it was only a matter of time. Before the chaos fell, even if he left behind a large number of soul duplicate, it wouldn't change anything. Although his soul duplicate was strong, it was only a little bit stronger than top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was much weaker compared to quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With the help of the terrain and the Great Tao Origin Will, he was able to fight a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was obviously unrealistic for Yang Fann to stay in their chaos all the time. He, Yang Chao, was not their nanny. He had to cultivate as well. Even if he was given 10 or 100 Nanji, he wouldn't even dream of advancing to the 9th grade quasi-supreme being, let alone atavism. It was better to exchange these two great chaos for resources. It was likely that these two great chaos wouldn't disappoint him. What? Only accept great Tao source crystals, not other treasures? How could this be? Not long after, the Lords of Chaos stared again, not daring to believe their eyes. Was there a mistake? Why did he only accept great Tao source crystals? To those 4th 5th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors, great Tao source crystal was a rare treasure. Many 4th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors had more than a few units of great Tao source crystal, but to 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors, great Tao source crystal could only be regarded as an important treasure. Not to mention 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors, the great Tao source crystal could only be regarded as an ordinary treasure. As for that mysterious supreme being, he was a peak 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warrior, and the great Tao source crystal could help him cultivate normally. If he wanted to rely on the great Tao source crystal to break through to the next realm, the chances of him breaking through to the next realm would be infinitely close to zero. What he really needed should be those top-grade divine items. Could it be for the sake of his son? This was not impossible. The great Tao source crystal was a hard currency, and even though his true self couldn't use it, it didn't mean that others didn't need it. He did not care anymore. Since that person only accepted the great Tao source crystal, he would do his best to gather the great Tao source crystal. This time, no matter what, the true self had to obtain one of the two great chaos of light and darkness. Madness. Every single peak god clan in this Hung Meng heavenly void had gone crazy, gathering all of their great Tao source crystals. An auction like this in the top grade small chaos was hard to come by even in the past 100 years. Once they missed this opportunity, they would never have such a good thing in the future. Even many quasi-peak powers were mobilized. This was the best opportunity for them to break through to the peak god clan. As long as they could obtain a piece of primal chaos, their primal chaos would certainly take the opportunity to transform and break through to the peak grade of the small chaos. They would also take this opportunity to break through their shackles and break through to the 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign. 100 eras later. Rumble. Boom. Terrifying auras ripped apart the chaotic crystal wall. Hong Long. Among them, there was no lack of terrifying existences whose auras were comparable to Lord of Great Light and even surpassed him. At this moment, it seemed like even the origin will of the great Tao in the light chaos had been completely suppressed. Light chaos, great shrine of light. Expert was everywhere. There were as many 5th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors as dogs, and 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors were everywhere. Such a feast was rare to come by in 100 yan. G cycles. If he didn't come to experience it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Buzz. Suddenly, the void on the auction stage started to distort. It's here that mysterious supreme being is about to make his appearance. C3084 Insane Light Chaos, Great Shrine of Light. The group of great Tao sovereign looked at the auction stage with anticipation. After waiting for so long, the main character was finally going to appear. This time around, it was very likely that the person who had come was the top 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign behind that mysterious force. Such a grand feast was not something that a few 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors could handle. Even ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors would have a hard time. One should know that the Hung Meng heavenly void was currently located in the Great Shrine of Light, and there were a large number of high-grade 5th Empyrean great Tao sovereign experts gathered there. The 6th Empyrean great Tao sovereign alone had more than 4 digits, and even the 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign had more than 20 of them. There were even intermediate warriors, and even high-grade 7th Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors among them. Buzz. The void twisted and a person appeared on the auction stage. He seemed to be less than 20 years old, and his aura was ordinary. There was not a trace of expert on his body, but he was gentle and refined, like the big boy next door. If he had not suddenly appeared on the auction stage, Great Tao Sovereign and the others would have thought that he was an ordinary man who did not know any cultivation techniques. Not simple. This person is not simple. All the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's hearts tightened, and a wisp of seriousness appeared in their eyes. Even someone as strong as them couldn't tell what was going on when they looked at black-clothed youth, who was standing on the auction stage. It was as if he really was an ordinary person. There were only 2 possibilities for such an abnormal situation. Firstly, black-clothed youth was really an ordinary person who had never practiced any cultivation methods. Secondly, the strength of the newcomer had far surpassed them, and was more than a grade higher than them. Obviously, the former was impossible. How could an ordinary person tear open space? As for what kind of concealing technique they had practiced or what kind of concealed divine artifact they had used to conceal their cultivation, with their cultivation, they could more or less tell the truth. It was impossible for them to do so. Hiss. We have still underestimated this mysterious supreme being. Top grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It wasn't his true cultivation base at all. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior was at least a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior, or perhaps even a true 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior. It wasn't an injustice Lord of Great Light, Great Demonic God of Darkness, and the other's defeat wasn't an injustice in front of a quasi-8th Empyrean, or even a true 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. They were not even in their own chaos. Losing the geographical advantage and not being completely suppressed and killed was an abnormal thing. Not to mention that they were only quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even a true intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to withstand a single attack from a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. No wonder this big shot didn't care about the chaos of light and darkness, and was willing to put it up for auction. A flash of understanding emerged in the minds of many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the chaos of light and darkness. To them, it was a supreme treasure. As long as they were in the chaos, they could devour any one of them. Their energy grade would at least increase by 1 level, even if they were able to create a top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the small chaos. After devouring these 2 great chaos, it was very likely. It could also improve by leaps and bounds, giving birth to the potential to give birth to a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It could be said that it was the key to their breakthrough in strength. However, compared to the small chaos, which could withstand quasi-8th Empyrean and even a true 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the chaos of light and darkness, it was just a piece of fat meat that was considered not bad. It was simply difficult for him to make any breakthrough. The resources required to adjust the position of the high energy level small chaos was far from what the chaos of dark chaos could compare with. In addition to the resources spent on the journey, only the heavens knew how much they would get in the end. It would be better to directly auction it off. It would be more convenient to do so, and it might even be more profitable. Ah, yes, it's that Lord. All of a sudden, in the Origin Sea God clan's camp, a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's pupil shrunk as he cried out in shock. This 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was none other than the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who received Yang Fann back at the Origin Sea gathering. The current Yang Fann didn't disguise himself as Lord of Great Light. Instead, he revealed his true appearance. How is this possible? Wasn't that master a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? How did he become a quasi-8th Empyrean in just a few billion eras, and even the legendary 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? The gap between the two of them was more than a trillion times, or could it be that they were just two similar people? However, their auras were completely the same. At this moment, Yingkong, do you know that Lord? The leader of the Origin Sea God clan this time was also the second 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Yuan Chen, who stood in front of the stage. He turned around and looked at the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and asked. His eyes were filled with curiosity. In these eras, the Origin Sea God clan had become the second 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Yuan Chen. It wasn't that they hadn't investigated the whereabouts of that mysterious force, but the Hung Meng Heavenly Void had suddenly become a river dragon. As the number 1 god race in Hung Meng Heavenly Void, how could Origin Sea God clan not make some preparations? Unfortunately, that mysterious force was like a rock that had jumped out of a crack. After billions of eras, there was still no news of it. Old ancestor, if my grandson isn't wrong, that Lord is the high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that my Origin Sea Chamber of Commerce traded with 5 billion and 3 billion eras ago. That master had traded with the Light Society at the beginning, but the Light Society's shop was a big bully. Manager Huan Kong quickly suppressed the doubt in his heart. He answered respectfully, as if he was pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. All of them were poured out. After that, Master of Light's son, Farron Connor, seemed to have used his own power to kill that master. There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable, Farron. Although Connor tried his best to hide and erase any traces, he had mobilized so many 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, so it was inevitable that he would not reveal any flaws. With the power of Origin Sea Society, it was not a secret to investigate. Carefully, that Master of Light's son actually dared to send someone to chase after that Lord. This sovereign didn't hear wrongly, right? Supreme Lord Yuan Chen did not lay down any restrictions or barriers to block Supreme Lord Yun Kong's voice. To all the great Tao sovereign present, Supreme Lord Yun Kong's words weren't a secret. In an instant, all of them were dumbfounded. They had seen crazy people before. They had never seen such a crazy person before. Although many of them didn't know who Fei Lun was. Connor, Master of Light Sol. Connor was no stranger to most of the exalts present. Even some 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had heard of him. He was the Lord of the Light Chaos's Connor territory, a intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As for Sol, how strong could the son of Connor, that Fei Lun Connor, be? Could he have the cultivation of a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? It was a huge mystery. Such an ant actually dared to plot against a quasi-8th Empyrean, or even a true 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Was there anything crazier than this in this world? No one would have thought that Yang Fann would be able to raise his cultivation base to this level in just a few billion eras. No one would believe it even if Yang Fann's brain became hot and he shouted all over the street. That was billions of eras, not dozens of Yanji eras. In just a few billion eras, a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like them would be able to increase their cultivation by a tiny bit. That was a stroke of luck. Zero gulp. Could it be? Could it be that the destruction of Light God Clan was all because of that Fray Connor? Suddenly, a terrifying thought appeared in the group of Great Tao Sovereign Sea of Consciousness. Hiss. This is impossible, right? Because of such an ant. He was. The Light God Clan was one of the Peak God Clan in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. To destroy a Peak God Clan just because of an ant, this is a little too overbearing. No, it was totally insane. But other than this reason, they couldn't think of another reason. As long as Lord of Great Light and the others stayed in Light Chaos and didn't come out. With the support of the Great Tao Origin Will of Light Chaos, it wouldn't be an easy task to destroy the Light God Clan. However, if it was a quasi-8th Empyrean, or even a true 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it would be different. Even if they killed their way into the Light Chaos, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill Lord of Great Light. They would just have to pay some price for it. If the Light God Clan had really provoked this lord a long time ago, how could the inheritance be passed down to this day? This auction might have been held a long time ago. This won't do. After this auction ends, this sovereign must properly restrain my clan's disciples. Those bunch of profligate sons who only know how to stir trouble should obediently stay within the primal chaos, lest they bring about a genocide for my clan. C3085-31000 trillion Great Tao Origin Crystals Light Chaos, Great Shrine of Light. All the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors had made up their minds. Once the auction was over, they would strictly restrain all the silk pants in their families. They were not afraid of 10,000. They were just afraid of 10,000. What if this mysterious supreme being really was that deranged person? At that time, there would be another reckless junior who would provoke him. Hiss. The consequences would be unimaginable. They didn't want their clan to follow the footsteps of the Light God Clan. Among the people present, besides the Origin Sea God Clan with the strongest foundation, there was probably no god race that could resist the invasion of this ferocious god. On the auction stage, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He had been busy cultivating in seclusion all these years, and had forgotten about the main culprit, Ferran Connor. But now, Ferran Connor had been holed up in profound Zhao Divine City. It was a big problem. The words of Supreme Cloud Sky were heard by him. After the incident in the Light God Clan, a large number of supreme beings from the Light God Clan had returned to the Light Chaos. However, there were also many from the Light God Clan who had gone into hiding in the profound Zhao Divine City. With God Lord Zan Zhao's protection, the profound Zhao Divine City had become the refuge of these 4th layer and 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors. Especially those 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, many of them had even applied for permanent residence permits, and were preparing to take root in the profound Zhao Divine City for a long period of time. Losing freedom was better than losing his own life. Yang Fann was still counting on God Lord Zan Zhao to bring him into the 3000 Chaos. If it wasn't necessary, Yang Fann didn't want to have any conflicts with God Lord Zan Zhao. But that Ferran Connor, he had to kill him, otherwise, how could he face the Light God Clan experts that he had swallowed? Putting all these aside, everything would have to wait until after the auction of the 2 great chaos of light and darkness. It seemed like God Lord Zan Zhao wasn't an unreasonable person. It was impossible for him to become the enemy of a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign for the sake of a survivor of the Light God clan. The so-called rules were just the expert restricting the rope of the weak, but not the real expert. God Lord Zanjiao's so-called prohibition had no choice but to compromise in front of the real expert. Everyone, the auction will begin now. The first auction item will be the Light Chaos. The starting bid is 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Each increment must be no less than 100 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. The auction will begin now. Yang Fann didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. Hiss. 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals, what a high starting price. As expected of a peak auction, it's not something we can imagine. If only I had 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. The group of 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns sucked in a breath of cold air, their faces filled with envy. That was 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals, not 5,000 units of Great Tao Source Crystals. With so many Great Tao Source Crystals, even if they couldn't accumulate them to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they would at least be able to step into the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the next moment, the eyes of all the quasi-masters of the Peak God clan dimmed, and they let out a sigh. As expected, the chaos of light and darkness was not something that they, the quasi-Peak God clan, could covet. One should know that even the eras that they had spent 100 Great Tao Source Crystals and painstakingly prepared were not enough to reach the starting price, let alone the final price. That was more than 10,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Even if it was 20,000 trillion, it was not impossible. Just like those 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, most of them, quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, were just here to accompany the Crown Prince and watch the show. The true main characters were still those from the Peak God clan. 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 5,500 trillion Great Tao Origin Crystals. 6,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. The 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign bid quickly, and the price rose at a terrifying speed. In less than a minute, the price had broken through 8,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Lord of Great Light's fortune alone was more than 10,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. The true value of the entire Light Chaos was far above Lord of Great Lights. The starting price of 5,000 units of Great Tao Source Crystals. To be honest, Yang Fann had already shouted this price down. Half an incense stick of time later, the price had already exceeded 15,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals, and the price had more than doubled. However, at this moment, the soaring price had also gradually slowed down. 10 to 20 seconds. No one bid again. Most of the Peak God clan's assets were only worth 15,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. From top to bottom, only those with intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation bases were worth more than 15,000 trillion Peak God clans. A quarter of an hour passed. Each bid would take more than a minute. Up until now, only a few of the 5 major powers were still persisting. One of them was the Origin Sea God clan, the number 1 major power in Hung Meng Heavenly Void. At this moment, Supreme Lord Yuan Chen was calm and composed. He was chatting and laughing with the few quasi-7th layer elders of Origin Sea God clan. Obviously, the current price was far from the limit of his heart. As expected of the most ancient and powerful Origin Sea God clan in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Their financial resources were far from what the other Peak God clan could compare with. One should know that the bidding price had already exceeded 25,000 Great Tao Source Crystals. Among the other 4 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, 2 of them had extremely serious expressions, and there were even beads of cold sweat on their foreheads. It was obvious that they had reached the bottom line in their hearts. The other 2 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, although they weren't as serious as before, there was still a trace of unconcealable solemnity between their brows. It was obvious that they weren't as relaxed as before. 1. 26,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the first time. The Origin Sea God clan bids 26,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? 26,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Am I really going to give up just like that? A hint of unwillingness flashed across Divine Lord Hydragon's eyes. He had been stuck at the quasi-high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign for 30 years. This auction could be said to be the best opportunity for him to break through. As long as he could obtain a primal chaos, he would at least have the confidence of reaching the 8th layer. He would be able to smoothly take the last step and break through to the high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, 26,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystal was the limit of his heart. In these 100 eras, he had gathered 26,800 trillion Great Tao Source Crystal at all costs. It was just a mere 300 trillion Great Tao Source Crystal. Obviously, he wouldn't let Supreme Lord Yuan Chen give up just like that. Although there was still one dark chaos that hadn't been auctioned yet, even so, he wouldn't be able to get past the first level of the dark chaos. It was the same even if that supreme being Yuan Chen didn't take action after taking down the light chaos. Divine Lord Luo Zan and Chen Zan Star Ancestor were both high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Although their financial resources couldn't be compared to the Origin Sea God clan, they were definitely above him. No matter what, I can't give up so easily. It was rare to see a top-tier small chaos auction in the past 100 Yanji cycles. After this village, there would be no more stores. Perhaps this sovereign can do this. Suddenly, God Lord High Dragon seemed to think of something as his gaze turned to the final competitor, God Lord Gangsu. 27 trillion Great Tao Source Crystal. God Lord Luo Zan offers 27 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 27 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the first time. 27,100 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 30,000 trillion Supreme Being Yuan Chen bid. 30,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Is there any higher bid? 30,000 trillion. This was the first time the Great Tao Source Crystal had been used. Yang Fann's voice was filled with a trace of excitement. 30 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. This had already exceeded his expectations. In his mind, to be able to bid 25 trillion light chaos in light chaos was the limit. After all, this light chaos was considered ordinary amongst the many top-grade small chaos. It could only withstand a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 30 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the second time. If no one else bids, this light chaos will belong to the Origin Sea God clan. It seems like no one else wants to bid anymore. 30 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals is the limit of the light chaos. After waiting for a while, Yang Fann finally gave up. 30,000 Great Tao Source Crystals in third place. 31,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. C3086 Join Forces Light Chaos, Great Shrine of Light, Auction Stage. A hint of excitement flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. 30 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals had already surprised him. It was enough for his strength of divine body to improve by several times. He never thought that there would be a surprise waiting for him in the end. 31 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Someone had actually bid 31 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. In the next second, Yang Fann looked around, but soon, he frowned. He thought that the bidders would be Divine Lord Luo Zan or Chen Zan and Star Ancestor, but only the two of them were still bidding. But to his surprise, the bidder was actually God Lord High Dragon, who had already given up. Could it be that God Lord High Dragon is randomly calling out the bid? If God Lord High Dragon had 31,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals, he wouldn't have given up so early on. But soon, that doubt was forcefully suppressed by Yang Fann. Regardless of whether God Lord High Dragon was randomly bidding or not, to Yang Fann, it was 150% profit without any harm. If he couldn't take out 31,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals, he would have to pay with his life. Let alone a quasi-high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like him. He was a true 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the light chaos, Yang Fann had full confidence that he could suppress him. It wasn't a waste for him to cultivate in seclusion during these eras. After absorbing a large amount of Dark God clan's belongings, as well as Great Demonic God of Darkness and the other 7th layer and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, Yang Fann's cultivation base had broken through a small realm, even though he hadn't advanced to the 9th grade. He was almost at the 8th grade extreme stage. His overall combat strength had increased by more than a few times. Even amongst the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, he was considered one of the top. At that time, not only would he have one more quasi-high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would also be able to continue auctioning off the light chaos. To be honest, Yang Fann was very envious of this group of Great Tao Sovereign. If it wasn't for him keeping his principles, Yang Fann would have already taken action and wiped them all out. 2 high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 6 intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 21 low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and over 1,000 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If they were all devoured and refined, not to mention a 9th grade Quasi-Supreme, even a 10th grade Quasi-Supreme wouldn't be impossible. One should know that these intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had the strength of origin, which was 100 times stronger than Lord of Great Lights, let alone a higher grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 31 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the first time. Divine Lord High Dragon bids 31 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Is there any higher bid? 31,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the second time. No one continued to bid. This light chaos is the territory of the Imperial Dragon God clan. Supreme Lord Yuan Chen frowned, a hint of doubt flashing through his eyes. But in the end, he suppressed it. This Divine Lord Imperial Dragon could be considered an old acquaintance of his. Based on his understanding of God Lord High Dragon was definitely not the master of the empty spatial white wolf. Moreover, with that mysterious Supreme being present, as long as God Lord High Dragon wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he wouldn't be able to speak without thinking. At that time, if he couldn't take out enough light chaos to take down the light chaos, he would lose his life. Just because of a junior who didn't know the difference between life and death, he was able to destroy the Light God clan in a frenzied manner, hoping that he would show mercy. That was a dream. 32,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 33,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Very quickly, the price broke through 38,000 trillion, reaching the 4,000 trillion mark, 39,000 trillion going once. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? At this moment, even Supreme Being Yuan Chen began to hesitate. It wasn't that he didn't have 39,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. With the solid accumulation of the Origin Sea God clan, let alone 39,000 trillion, they would be able to take it out even if they doubled the price. The key point was that this light chaos wasn't worth this price at all. The previous 30,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals was actually just a little bit too much. 39,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals to buy this light chaos was a complete waste. Moreover, looking at God Lord High Dragon's expression, he didn't seem to lack any origin crystals. 39,000 trillion was clearly not his limit. In the end, the price would definitely exceed 40,000 trillion. Even if it exceeded 45,000 trillion, it was still possible. 39,000 trillion going twice. This is a top-tier small chaos that has been passed down for over 100 Yanji eras. Forget it, it's not worth wasting so many Great Tao Source Crystals. He shook his head lightly. Supreme Being Yuan Chen completely gave up on the idea of continuing the bidding. Besides the light chaos, there was also the dark chaos. There was no need for him to keep staring at the light chaos. 39,000 trillion. The Great Tao Source Crystal was used for the third time. Congratulations to Divine Lord High Dragon for successfully obtaining the light chaos. As he spoke, Yang Fann stared straight at God Lord High Dragon. Almost at the same time, all of Great Tao Sovereign's eyes fell upon God Lord High Dragon. In an instant, the 6th Empyrean and 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Divine Kings behind God Lord High Dragon tensed up. Their hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. Although they didn't know the exact value of their God Lord, there was one thing they were certain of. The High Dragon Divine race definitely wouldn't be able to produce 39,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals in one go. This was a serious challenge to that mysterious Supreme. At that time, none of them would be able to leave light chaos alive. Many 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts began to complain about Divine Lord High Dragon in their hearts. God Lord, we can understand why you want to take down the heart of light chaos. However, you still need to act according to your own abilities. You are just setting us up. There's going to be a good show to watch. Great Tao Sovereign's heart skipped a beat. The 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Divine Lords of the Imperial Dragon God clan didn't show any of their expressions. It was obvious that these stewards and elders didn't think that Divine Lord Imperial Dragon would be able to take out so many Great Tao Source Crystals. Especially the 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts of the Origin Sea God clan. All of them were laughing coldly. It seemed like they were about to take down the light chaos. How could they not be furious when they saw such a formidable opponent on their way here? Their Origin Sea was in chaos. If they could devour the light chaos, it would bring them great benefits. Many of them might even be able to take the opportunity to break through to the next grade or even more. However, all of this had been destroyed by Divine Lord High Dragon. I can't take out the 39,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystal. This light chaos is where you all die. Who knows, we might be able to bid for another peak grade small chaos. High Dragon Hun Dun was not from the light chaos. He was considered a relatively high-level expert even among the top-grade small chaos. If he could devour it, the benefits he would obtain would be much greater compared to the two great primal chaos, light and darkness. At that instant, the Dragon God Imperial Lord slowly rose to his feet and waved at God Lord Gangsu. Brother Gangsu, 39 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals, you and I will each take half. That's 19,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. What? God Lord High Dragon and God Lord Gangsu are working together. No wonder God Lord High Dragon is so rich. With the wealth of the High Dragon God race and the Gangsu God race, 39 trillion Great Tao Source Crystal is not a problem. Soon, the surrounding Great Tao Sovereign had a look of realization. This was the plan that God Lord High Dragon had come up with. If they joined hands with God Lord Gangsu, the two chaos would split the light chaos equally. Although they were close to the 5th level of the radiant origin of chaos, and their chances of breaking through to the high 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign realm would be greatly reduced, they still had a chance of breaking through to the 3rd or 4th level. This was enough for them to give it their all. Imperial Dragon God Lord was trapped in the 30 Yanji periods of the quasi-high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As for God Lord Gangsu, he had spent nearly 50 cycles of time, and his cultivation had not improved at all. This period of time was simply too long, even for a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Boom boom boom. Join forces. Why didn't this sovereign think of this? Very quickly, many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign felt vexed. They couldn't win against the Ocean Origin Supreme Being and the others alone, but with a few of them joining forces, that might not be the case. With the energy level of the light chaos, even if their origin was split into 3, or even more, it would still be of great help to their primal chaos. But it's not too late now. Without the light chaos, there won't still be the dark chaos. C3087 requesting an audience. Light chaos, Great Shrine of Light. The combination of Divine Lord High Dragon and Divine Lord Gangsu had opened up a new path for the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. They didn't need to monopolize a primal chaos, so they could work together with the God race to split up a primal chaos. Even if it was only a fraction of the origin of chaos, it was still enough for their primal chaos energy level to increase by quite a bit, allowing their cultivation to advance 100 feet. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Soon, the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign exchanged glances with one another, searching for their allies in their hearts. Supreme Being Yuan Chen furrowed his brows. The alliance of the Peak God Clan and the Origin Sea God Clan was going to be a huge disadvantage. With the chaotic energy level of their Origin Sea and the complete dark chaos, they would still have a lot of help. However, if they were split into 2, or even more, it would be useless to them compared to the chaos of their Origin Sea. It would be a pity if they were useless. Furthermore, as the #1 power in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the Origin Sea God Clan could not afford to lose face by joining forces with the other gods. Do you want this sovereign to recruit an ally as well? Not far away, God Lord Luo Zan, Chen Zan, and Star Ancestor's eyes flashed with hesitation. They didn't want to find an ally, but judging from the current situation, they might not even be able to take down a single level of the dark chaos, but if they found someone to team up with, they wouldn't be able to put down their pride. No matter what, they were all high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the strongest of all the bidders present. On the auction stage, Yang Fann did not have the slightest intention of stopping the group of gods from joining forces. He even gave them a quarter of an hour's time in a very considerate manner to join forces. The alliance of these Chaos God race could bring him greater benefits. The Light Chaos was the best example. If God Lord High Dragon and God Lord Gangsu had not joined forces, how could they have bid 39,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals? That was a 9,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystal gap. It was comparable to half of Lord of Great Light's family. I wonder what kind of astronomical price the Dark Chaos will be able to bid next. 40,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Or even more. Unknowingly, a glimmer of hope flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. This time, it was different from before. With only the combined forces of the Imperial Dragon God race and Gonshu God race, the following bidding war would only become more intense. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann calmed his excitement and said, "The starting bid for the Dark Chaos is 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Each bid must be at least 100 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 5,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 6,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 7,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 8,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals." Compared to the auction in Light Chaos, the auction in Dark Chaos was even more intense. In less than a minute, he had broken the 10,000 trillion mark. 11,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 12 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 13,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 14,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. God Lord Luo Zhan offers 25,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 25,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals was the first time Divine Lord Luo Zhan had offered 25,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Only at this moment did the crazy bidding speed slow down. 25,500 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. 15 minutes later, the bidding price had successfully exceeded the initial bid of 39,000 trillion Light Chaos in Light Chaos. At this moment, there were only 3 major powers that were still competing with each other. Among them, Supreme Being Yuan Chen had already given up a long time ago. Even he was unwilling to bid 39,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals in Light Chaos. Therefore, it was even more impossible for him to bid a higher price in Dark Chaos. In terms of ability, the Dark Chaos was still slightly weaker than the Light Chaos. Otherwise, the Dark God clan wouldn't have lost so much in the previous battles of Light and Darkness. Another quarter of an hour passed. 45,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the first time. Chen Zhan, Star Ancestor, offers 45,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the first time. 45,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the second time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 45,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals for the third time. Congratulations to Chen Zhan, Star Ancestor, for winning the Dark Chaos. As the hammer in Yang Fann's hand fell, the chaotic auction came to an end. In the end, the Dark Chaos was still won by Chen Zhan. To be precise, it was obtained by Chen Zhan, Star Ancestor, and Divine Master Luo Zhan, 2 high 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts. The 2 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign considered for a moment, but they still put down their pride and chose to join forces. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for either of them to compete against a few intermediate and low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In terms of wealth alone, they were naturally far above these intermediate and low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if a few of them joined forces, it would be very difficult for them to match up to them. However, this mysterious Supreme Being only accepted Great Tao Source Crystals, not other treasures. In terms of Great Tao Source Crystal alone, they didn't have much of an advantage. Compared to the high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like them, Great Tao Source Crystals could only be considered ordinary treasures. Normally speaking, they wouldn't collect a lot of them. Even with 100 eras, they would only be able to buy a limited amount of Great Tao Source Crystals. I never thought that the Dark Chaos would be able to obtain 45,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Looks like we've still made a profit. God Lord Gangsu and God Lord High Dragon, who had originally felt some pain in their hearts, felt much more at ease when they saw this. There was even a hint of joy and delight in their hearts. Fortunately, they had joined hands early. Otherwise, they might have to be like Chen Zhan, Star Ancestor, and the others, spending 45,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals to obtain a chaotic world. 39,000 trillion 45,000 trillion, that was a total of 6,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Even if the two clans were to divide it equally, it would still be 3,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals to the Gonshu and Imperial Dragon clans. This was not a small amount. Without several cycles of Yanji, or even longer periods of accumulation, it would be impossible to accumulate so many Great Tao Source Crystals. On the auction stage, Yang Fann paused for a moment before continuing. From today onwards, the Light and Darkness Chaos will belong to the Gonshu, Imperial Dragon, Chen Zhan, and Luo Zhan God race respectively. Any god race that dares to plot against the two Chaos Gods will be making things difficult for me. Yang Fann still had his professional integrity. Since the two Chaos had been auctioned off, he would naturally ensure that the two chaos would successfully become the hands of the four gods race. As for the other chaos forces, if they didn't know the difference between life and death, they wouldn't dare to have any ideas about the two chaos. Yang Fann would definitely let them know what regret was. Of course, generally speaking, no major power would dare to have any ideas about these two chaotic worlds. Gan Shu, Imperial Dragon, Chen Zan, and Luo Zan weren't ordinary chaos forces. They were the Peak God clan, ranked in the top 10 of Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Especially Chen Zan and Luo Zan, they were ranked in the top 5. Only the Origin Sea God clan could suppress them. If the two gods joined forces, it wouldn't be impossible for them to fight the Origin Sea God clan. The other major powers would dare to have designs on these two chaotic powers. It was all because the old man ate too much of arsenic. He felt that he had obtained too much. Alright, I hereby declare the end of this auction. What a great chaotic auction. This time, I've gained a lot of knowledge. This trip was not in vain, this trip was truly not in vain. The group of great Tao sovereigns slowly left the stage and whispered to each other. Although this auction could last for a short period of time, from the appearance of the mysterious Supreme Being until the end, it had only taken less than an hour. Even counting the time they had entered the auction, it hadn't even been a day's time. Compared to the other auctions that had lasted for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years, this amount of time was completely different. However, its brilliance was absolutely not something that any other auction could compare with. Even in the future, it would be very difficult to surpass it. One should know that in the past, the so-called peak auctions, when all the treasures were combined together, they rarely exceeded 1,000 trillion great Tao source crystals. But this time, just the starting price alone was as high as 5,000 trillion great Tao source crystals. The final price of the two Chaos Great Tao source crystals was as high as 84,000 trillion great Tao source crystals. Before this, how could they have imagined that an auction would have such a high completion rate? They believed that they would never forget this chaotic auction for the rest of their lives. To put it bluntly, they could brag about this cow for the rest of their lives. 3. Great Shrine of Light, the secret chamber where Yang Fann was in seclusion. Boom. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, circulating the heaven, swallowing earth, devouring great technique to its limit as he continued his seclusion. He wasn't in a hurry to leave light chaos. First, he waited for the arrival of the four great chaos and completed the final handover. Secondly, he was taking advantage of this period of time to devour and refine the 84,000 trillion great Tao source crystals, making the final preparations for his meeting with God Lord Zanjiao. As the most mysterious expert in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, no matter how much importance he attached to it, it wouldn't be an exaggeration. It was better to increase his strength to the limit as much as possible so that he wouldn't be at a disadvantage when the time came. Poochie poochie, poochie. Large patches of great Tao source crystals rapidly depleted all of the strength of origin, turning into flying ashes. The entire hall, the sea of great Tao source crystals, was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Suddenly, a loud voice descended from the sky. It was boiling and boiling, engulfing the entire great shrine of light. The head chief of Profound Zhao, Divine City, Zanhua requests an audience with Lord C3088 God Lord Xuanzang Light Chaos, Great Shrine of Light. A middle-aged man wearing a long white robe with a gentle and refined temperament stood respectfully in front of the Great Shrine of Light, like a sage who had read a lot of sage books. He waited patiently, not daring to show the slightest bit of impatience. In the divine palace where Yang Fann was in seclusion. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Profound Zhao Divine City's head chief, Zanhua, what is he doing here? Yang Fann naturally knew about the name of Profound Zhao Divine City's head chief, Zanhua. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his name was like thunder in his ears. He was the number 2 figure in Profound Zhao Divine City, second only to God Lord Zanjiao. Under God Lord Zanjiao's seclusion, most of the matters in Profound Zhao Divine City were decided by him, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was half a master of Profound Zhao Divine City. Similarly, this chief steward was also a 7th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. He was even stronger than Lord of Great Light, a intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign. However, he had never met this general manager of Profound Zhao Divine City before, let alone any friendly relationship with him. One should know that light and darkness were both chaotic. It was a temptation that was hard to describe to the other 7th Empyrean Great Tao sovereign warriors. Even the God Lord of the Origin Sea had sent Paragon Origin Star. However, it was useless to the profound Zhao Divine City. The profound Zhao Divine City was just a divine city, not some chaotic place. However, there was no possibility that it could devour the two chaotic places, light and darkness. It could be used as his own. The profound Zhao Divine City had never participated in the previous auction. Otherwise, Yang Fann's final harvest of Great Dao Source Crystals would most likely be more than 84,000 trillion units. One should know that in this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, if one were to say which major power had the most Great Dao Source Crystals, and the profound Zhao Divine City was the second, no one would dare to claim the first place. As the trading center of this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, the amount of profound Zhao Divine Cities that profound Zhao Divine City earned every year was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Some people even guessed that, even if there were dozens of Peak God clan, they might not be as rich as God Lord Zan Zhao. The sudden appearance of the number 2 figure in profound Zhao Divine City was really puzzling. He had no idea what his purpose was. But very quickly, that trace of doubt was suppressed by Yang Fann. No matter what the purpose of this great general manager Zanhua was, he still needed to meet him. He also wanted to know from God Lord Zan Zhao the correct way to head to the 3,000 great chaotic realms. It was better not to have a stiff relationship with profound Zhao Divine City. Great Shrine of Light, within a magnificent divine hall. Yang Fann and the chief steward of profound Zhao Divine City, Zanhua, sat separately. "Someone, serve me some tea." Yang Fann waved his hand lightly, and a maid immediately served him a top-grade divine tea. Although Yang Fann had removed his disguise, these Light God clan knew that it was the person in front of them who suppressed their Light God clan, causing their family to be reduced to a lowly slave clan. No one in the Great Shrine of Light dared to disobey Yang Fann's orders. Even ants could live secretly, let alone Great Dao Sovereign. So what if it was a feud of extermination? The most important thing was still themselves. In the next moment, General Manager Zanhua, "May I know what you are looking for me for?" Yang Fann did not spend too much time exchanging pleasantries and went straight to the point. "Lord, I am here on the orders of my lord to invite you to a meeting." General Manager Zanhua stood up and bowed respectfully, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. There was no longer the arrogance of the number 2 figure in profound Zhao Divine City. This was a quasi-8th Empyrean, or even a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even his master, God Lord Zan Zhao, had to befriend him on purpose. This wasn't something an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like him could afford to offend. Not to mention this man. According to the legends, he was a frenzied man who could destroy the entire human race with just a small matter. If this angered him, at that time, he would be slapped to death by evil spirit. That would be a huge injustice for him. Fortunately, there were only him and Yang Fann in the Divine Hall. There were no outsiders around. Otherwise, many people would be so shocked that their jaws wouldn't close. One should know how proud this head chief Zanhua was in the past. Even the number 1 person in Hung Meng Heavenly Void, Sea God Yuan, treated him equally. He even seemed to be looking down on him. "God Lord Zan Zhao wants to see me. This is a chance," Yang Fann muttered in his heart. It was only a matter of time before he met God Lord Zan Zhao. He might as well take the opportunity to meet him. Nearly 100 eras had passed since the auction of the chaotic world. He had already refined most of the 84,000 trillion Great Dao Source Crystals. There were less than 10,000 trillion Great Dao Source Crystals left. Furthermore, Gan Shu, High Dragon, Chen Zan, and Luo Zan had all moved to this place. Originally, these 4 major powers had already set their sights on the light chaos. However, before they could put their plan into action, they heard the news of great demonic god of darkness being killed. They were so scared that they didn't dare to let the chaos get close to the light chaos. At that time, the 4 chaos weren't far away from light chaos. Chen Zan, who was the closest to them, had been nearby since 80 eras ago. It was actually not a big problem to have him continue guarding light chaos. The handover had already been completed. If anything were to happen to these 2 great chaos, it would have nothing to do with him. He, Yang Fann, was not the nanny of the 4 great celestial races. The handover was the limit. The next moment, Yang Fann nodded and said, "All right, I'll go with you. Sir, please." Profound Zhao Divine City, billions of trillions of light years away. At some point in time, a divine palace had appeared. It was resplendent and dazzling. It illuminated the four corners of the universe. Buzz, buzz, hum. The aura of civilization radiated from within, explaining the ultimate truth of the world and the origins of civilization to the world. The profound river divine palace was God Lord Zhanjiao's personal divine palace. God Lord Zhanjiao did not arrange for the meeting place to be in the profound Zhao divine city. Instead, he found a place outside the profound Zhao divine city to meet Yang Fann. God Lord Zhanjiao understood that these 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were more or less afraid of his old nest in the profound Zhao divine city. Of course, this was human nature. If it was him, it would be the same. One must always be wary of others. If the other party arranged for them to meet in his chaos, his old nest would be his. He did not dare to go there personally. At most, he would send a clone to represent him. The world of cultivators was full of deceit and danger. If he was careless, he might lose his life. Regarding this, Yang Fann naturally gladly accepted it. Even though his current combat strength was comparable to a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he was even one of the best, Yang Fann still felt some fear towards the profound Zhao divine city. Adding on the mysterious God Lord Zhanjiao, it might really be possible to suppress him. Xuanwang Divine Palace. Inside a luxurious divine palace, Yang Fann and God Lord Zhanjiao sat opposite each other. Head Chief Zhanhua was like a lowly old servant, quietly standing behind God Lord Zhanjiao. This was a young man who was wearing a green robe. He looked to be in his mid-20s. His entire body was filled with concepts that had returned to their original state. There was not a trace of expert qi. He was quite similar to Yang Fann, like wealthy young master who did not know any cultivation path. However, occasionally, it gave Yang Fann the feeling that although the person in front of him was right in front of him, he was separated from him by countless spatial zones. It was very vague, like a reflection of the moon in a mirror. What a good God Lord Zhanjiao, as expected of the number one person in Hung Meng Heavenly Void. He's not simple, he's really not simple. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. He could faintly sense traces of danger from God Lord Zhanjiao's body. Even if this God Lord Zhanjiao wasn't a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he still possessed the combat strength of a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Fortunately, this wasn't the profound Zhao divine city. Otherwise, he would have to worry about it. While Yang Fann was looking at God Lord Zhanjiao, God Lord Zhanjiao was also carefully looking at Yang Fann. Unknowingly, his gaze also became serious. Although Yang Fann looked ordinary and harmless, he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in that thin body. Once it erupted, it would destroy the world. It was him. If he didn't use those trump cards, he would usually lose to Yang Fann. The Light God Clan and Dark God Clan were not in a bad situation. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, he wasn't an ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. How could these two small families be able to fight against him? God Lord Zhanjiao, may I know what you are looking for me for? C3089 Qin Lin is in Chaos Hung Meng Heavenly Void, Profound River Divine Palace. Yang Fann looked straight at God Lord Zhanjiao. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. Yang Fann was quite curious about the purpose of God Lord Zhanjiao's invitation. The two of them had never crossed paths in the past. He was not like God Lord Zhanjiao, who could grasp the specific path to the 3000 chaos. Along the way, he had asked the head chief, Zhanhua, more than once. He did not know why his master, God Lord Zhanjiao, was looking for him. He also did not know whether the head chief really did not know about it or God Lord Zhanjiao had told him not to tell him in advance. Along the way, he did not know anything about it. This caused Yang Fann to be confused. This caused Yang Fann to have an impulse. He directly took down the head chief and forcefully searched his soul memory. Of course, Yang Fann only thought about it in his heart. Suppressing this great general manager Zhanhua was not difficult. It was just a matter of a wave of his hand. After absorbing and refining nearly 80,000 trillion great Tao source crystals, Yang Fann's strength of divine body. Once again, its overall strength had increased by dozens of times. A mere intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was nothing compared to him. However, if he really wanted to do so, he would have to offend God Lord Zhanjiao, and he would have to say it again. It would be extremely difficult to find out how to get to the 3000 Great Primal Chaos. Yang Fann's head wasn't squeezed by the door. How could he destroy his own future just because of a moment of curiosity? The foundation of this Hung Meng heavenly void was still a little shallow. Compared to the current Yang Fann, it was like a dragon trapped in a shallow pond. Even if all the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and Great Tao Source Crystal were plundered and devoured, it would still be the limit for him to advance to the 10th grade Quasi-Supreme Expert. There was absolutely no possibility for atavism to do so. Only in the 3000 chaos would he be able to surpass atavism, or even surpass the human sovereign realm. Brother Yang, before that, let this wrong Zan keep you in suspense. God Lord Zan Zhao chuckled and didn't answer Yang Fann's question directly. Instead, he asked Yang Fann, Brother Yang, do you know my background? I've heard about it before. It's said that Brother Zan came from the legendary 3000 Great Chaotic Realms. I wonder if the rumors are true. Yang Fann's voice was calm, but his eyes were fixed on God Lord Zan Zhao. Obviously, his heart wasn't as calm as he had portrayed. Whether he could smoothly proceed to the 3000 Great Chaotic Realms would depend on God Lord Zan Zhao's next answer. Otherwise, without the correct guidance, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack to search for the 3000 Great Chaotic Realms. Even if he was given 100,000 or 100 trillion eras, he would probably be utterly confused. That's right, I am from the Zan family of the Dark Green Mansion in Qinlin Great Chaos, one of the 3000 Great Chaotic Realms. God Lord Zan Zhao nodded his head and admitted it. This God Lord Zan Zhao really came from the 3000 Great Chaotic Realms. Yang Fann heard what he said. He was delighted. As long as he knew that God Lord Zan Zhao came from the 3000 Great Primal Chaos, he would naturally have a way to find out the correct way to go to the 3000 Great Primal Chaos. Taking 10,000 steps back, this God Lord Zan Zhao, if he really didn't know what was going on, he would just use force. Right now, he really had no way to take down this God Lord Zan Zhao, but that didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to do so in the future. As long as his cultivation base could advance to the 10th grade quasi-sovereign realm, his overall combat strength would surely skyrocket by 10 billion times, more than a billion times. He was afraid that even an ordinary 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be a match for him. So, it was highly possible that he could take down this God Lord Zan Zhao. Of course, this was the bottom line. It would be better if he didn't need to be strong. Brother Zan, can you introduce me to the Qinlin Great Chaos? Yang Fann was very curious about this chaotic place. He had refined so many of Great Tao Sovereign's souls and read a huge amount of souls' memories, but including Lord of Great Light and Great Demonic God of Darkness, who were both 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The impression of the 3000 Great Chaos is just a few words. He only knew that the Great Chaotic World was the center of the Great Chaotic World. Since ancient times, there had only been 3000 Great Chaotic Worlds. Not one more, and not one less. Among them, 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were everywhere. 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were as numerous as dogs, and 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors could barely be considered as experts. Only 9 Heaven's Great Tao Sovereign, who was in level 8, could be called an expert. Brother Yang, why not? The 3000 Great Chaotic Realms were divided according to the grades of energy. It can be divided into the top, high, middle, and low levels. Among them, there are 12 Great Primal Chaos, 108 High-Grade Great Primal Chaos, 810 Intermediate Great Primal Chaos. There are 2070 Low-Grade Great Chaos, and our Qinlin Great Chaos is one of the 108 High-Grade Great Chaos. Moreover, it is one of the best among them, and is currently ranked 36th. God Lord Zan Zhao couldn't help but reveal a proud expression on his face. That was the pride that penetrated deep into his bones. Among the 3000 Great Chaotic Zones, even including the 12 Great Chaotic Zones, Qinlin Great Chaos was ranked 48th. This ranking wasn't low, it was far above most of the Great Chaotic Zones. It was indeed worthy of his pride. The Qinlin Great Chaos is divided into 36 paths. 180 provinces, 3,600 prefectures. Under the control of Qinlin's divine court, there were also many kings and marquises. Amongst them, the kings controlled the land of one path and built a kingdom. The archdukes were the lords of a state and created a duchy. The marquises were the rulers of their prefectures and established many marquises. The Zan family of my Zan Kang Palace is indebted to the God Lord. Zan Kang Palace is given the title of Marquis Zan Kang and is given the feudal fiefdom of Zan Kang Palace. The Zan Kang Kingdom was founded until now. He has already passed down 1,200 Yanji cycles. A marquisate kingdom has passed down 1,200 Nanji cycles. Gasp! Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although God Lord Zanjiao didn't explain in detail what profound blue marquee palaces the profound blue marquee palace had, and what cultivation base the strongest person in the profound blue marquee palace had, just the ancient age alone showed how terrifying the profound blue marquee palace was. One should know that the Light God clan had only inherited 120 Yanji eras. Even the most ancient origin Sea God clan in Hungmeng Heavenly Void didn't have more than 200 Yanji eras. 1,200 Yanji cycles, no more than 200 Yanji cycles. The gap between them was immeasurable. The Marquis Kingdom's foundation was so deep that it was probably at the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There were many of them, and even 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign might not be able to do so. The resources of the Great Primal Chaos were not something that small chaos could compare with. And this was only a marquisate country of Qin Lin's divine court. Qin Lin's divine court had a total of 3,600 marquisate countries like this. Not to mention there were 180 nations, 36 kingdoms, and the Qin heavenly court above. Yang Fann didn't dare to imagine how many experts there were in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. In the Qin Lin Great Chaos, there were definitely Great Tao Sovereigns that surpassed Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, there might be more than 1 or 2 of them. In the next second, a flash of anticipation appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. This Qin Lin Great Chaos was his stage. The Hungmeng Heavenly Void was really small. It could no longer support a true dragon like him. Only by entering the Qin Lin Great Chaos could his strength advance by leaps and bounds. Atavism could even surpass a supreme being. No matter what, I have to get the correct way to go to the Qin Lin Great Chaos from God Lord Zanjiao. Right at this moment, God Lord Zanjiao pondered for a moment, then looked at Yang Fann with some hope and said, "Brother Yang, I wonder if you are willing to become a worshipper of profound Blue Marquee Palace." An ordinary mid and low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign naturally didn't have the qualifications to join our profound Blue Marquee Palace. Otherwise, in the past 100 or so times of Yanji, even the number 1 person in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void, Divine Master Yuanai, had received his invitation. He didn't think much of it, but Yang Fann was different. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was one of the best in the profound Blue Marquee Palace. He was confident that he could defeat Yang Fann. There wouldn't be more than 100 of them, and it was worth him coming out to rope them in. This is the reason why God Lord Zanjiao wanted to meet me. However, do I really have to agree to this position of offering? C3090 Return to the Primal Chaos Hungmeng Heavenly Void, Profound River Divine Palace. He never thought that God Lord Zanjiao's purpose of meeting him was to recruit him into the profound Blue Marquee Palace. The next second, a flash of hesitation appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. He was hesitating whether he should join this dark green Marquee Kingdom. Joining a power and becoming a worshipper of that power, Yang Fann wasn't too opposed to it. Before he truly grew up, he still had to be humble. It was easy to enjoy the cool breeze under a big tree. This was a bit of logic. Yang Fann had long understood that there were more than 1 or 2 major powers that he had joined in these eras. From the Seven Stars Sect in the beginning to the primeval Chaos Tao Palace now, it wasn't impossible for him to join another major power. Currently, he was the undisputed number 1 person in Hungmeng Heavenly Void. No one would dare to admit that he was number 2. However, when he arrived in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, he could barely be called the number 1 person. It was just an expert. For those who were stronger than him, even if there were 10 million of them, there would still be a million of them. A slightly stronger 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could make him unable to escape, not to mention those 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, or even those supreme experts. He was afraid that he would just casually blow at them. He'll die a graveless death. He was far from qualified to do so. But even if he wanted to join a force, he had to choose a top force. The Dark Azure Marquee had a heritage of 1,200 Yanji, and its power was far above the Origin Sea God clan. It might even be 1,000 times stronger than the Origin Sea God clan. However, in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, it seemed very ordinary. Not to mention those kingdoms and duchies. Even among the 3,600 Marquee kingdoms, the Marquee Kingdom was not considered one of the best. How much help could it give him? It was really hard to say. Not to mention the fact that he had transcended Great Tao Sovereign, even atavism was still an unknown factor. However, if he didn't agree to God Lord Zanjiao's invitation, there was a very high probability that God Lord Zanjiao wouldn't bring him to Qinlin Great Chaos. However, apart from God Lord Zanjiao, it wasn't easy to find another chaotic Great Tao Sovereign. Even if they could find it by luck, it would be very difficult for that chaotic place to be compared to the Qinlin Great Chaos. It was also a great chaotic world, a grade lower. The resources in it were also heaven and earth, cloud and muds. For example, those 2,200 low-grade great chaotic worlds were the limit for him to advance to Great Tao Sovereign. There was basically no way for him to surpass a Zhizhun realm expert. Brother Yang, you have cultivated so many Yanji eras. You should understand that in the small chaos, it's almost impossible for you to break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If you want to take that crucial step, you must enter the 3,000 great chaotic realms. As long as Brother Yang is willing to join the profound Blue Marquee Palace, I promise that I will do my best. I will fight for a level 4 position for you. Level 4 position, Brother Zan, this is. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Could it be that there were still so many levels of the profound Blue Marquee Palace's consecrate? One should know that the level of a normal major powers consecrate was only the level of an ordinary consecrate and a major consecrate. Brother Yang, my profound Blue Marquee Palace. Among them, level 1 is the highest. The 9th rank has the lowest rank, and every 3 ranks. As the first rank, the upper 3 ranks were the highest. They were all 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, middle level 3 consecrate, and above level 9 consecrate. It corresponded to 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and lower level 3 consecrate. Brother Yang, don't underestimate the level 4 consecrate of our clan. Usually, quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, who had just entered our clan, would only serve as a level 5 consecrate. Only by making a certain amount of contribution points would he be able to advance to a level 4 consecrate. And every rank 4 tribute could not only receive a rank 8 Great Tao Divine ability. Furthermore, every 10 million eras, they can also receive a unit of Great Tao Divine Source, a rank 8 Great Tao Divine ability. Great Tao Divine Source, Brother Yang, it's different from the millions and millions of small chaos. The divine abilities of the Great Tao were extremely chaotic. Within the 3,000 great chaotic realms, the specific divine abilities of the Great Tao are divided into rank 9, and each of them can be used against a 9 heavens Great Tao. The divine ability of rank 8 Great Tao was a divine ability controlled by 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As long as we can master a rank 8 Great Tao divine abilities, it will be enough for us to roam freely in the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign realm. As for the Great Tao Divine Source, it is the essence of the Great Tao Source Crystal. It was the ultimate treasure that Great Tao Sovereign, who was at the 7th layer and above, could use to cultivate. 1 unit of Great Tao Divine Source. It's equivalent to 1 trillion Great Tao Divine Sources. What a great profound Blue Marquee Palace, what a generous offer. Yang Fann's heart shook. It was the divine ability of rank 8 Great Tao. In this Hungmeng Heavenly Void, where not even a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior had appeared, it was a huge legend. If a rank 8 Great Tao divine ability was auctioned, the final price would be sold. It was much stronger than the light and dark chaos. However, in profound Blue Marquee Palace, as long as one became a level 4 consecrate. However, this would save a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign a few trillion Great Tao origins. There was also the unit of Great Tao Divine Source, which was 1 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. It didn't seem like a lot. Even a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light had more than 1 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals in his hands. Not to mention the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, if one counted the time, it would be terrifying. 10 million eras, just that short 10 million eras. 1 Yanji, that was 56 million trillion Great Tao Divine Sources. In comparison, the Origin Sea God clan's nearly 200 Nanji era accumulations were 10 times, 100 times more. Otherwise, a mere 39,000 trillion Grand Tao origin crystals would not have caused that Yuan Chen Exalt to shrink back. Furthermore, the Great Tao Divine Source was different from the Great Tao Source Crystal. It was practically useless compared to the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Apart from recovering their supreme divine force, it was virtually useless. According to God Lord Zanjiao, not to mention the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign would be of great help. The true value of 1 unit of Great Tao Divine Source was definitely higher than 1 unit of Great Tao Source Crystal. If one obtained this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, 1 unit of Great Tao Divine Source was equivalent to exchanging for 2 units of Great Tao Source Crystal. There were probably many people who wished for it. Just like the light and darkness chaos, their true value was 25,000 trillion Great Tao Source Crystals. Even if they were to bid 39,000 trillion, or 45,000 trillion, they would still be able to obtain 2 units of Great Tao Source Crystals. The auction was one aspect, and the 2 Great Tao Source Crystals were more beneficial to their cultivation. No matter how many Great Tao Source Crystals there were, it would be difficult for them to break through. He must have been shocked, the indigenous people of Small Chaos or the indigenous people of Small Chaos. They don't have much knowledge and experience. God Lord Zanjiao smiled complacently in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He said, Brother Yang, what do you think? Would you be willing to join my dark green Marquisate country? Brother Zan is so generous to invite me. If I refuse, I would be too ungrateful. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and agreed. First, he needed to borrow God Lord Zanjiao's help to enter the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Everything else, at most, he would find an opportunity in the future and leave the dark green Marquis Kingdom. Consecration was different from those slaves of the profound blue Marquis Palace who had signed the contract of selling their bodies. Their lives and deaths were all under the control of the profound blue Marquis Palace, and they were still free. Wanting to leave the profound blue Marquis Palace and find another way out was not a difficult task. If he was afraid that profound blue Marquis Palace would settle scores with him, he could just stay in profound blue Marquis Palace for a period of time. At that time, when he had the combat strength of 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, profound blue Marquis Palace wouldn't be able to do anything to him. A mere Hu country was in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. It was also a third-rate power. The strongest person would be a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. As for the existence above the Supreme Being realm, it might be infinitely close to zero. Otherwise, the Qin Lin Great Chaos was just too terrifying. If a Marquisate country had a Supreme Being, how terrifying would those duchies, kingdoms, and even Qin Lin's divine court have? No matter how powerful the Great Chaotic World was, it wouldn't be as powerful as 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign was like a dog, ha 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 ha. Good, very good, Brother Yang, from now on, you and I will be members of the profound blue Marquis Palace. God Lord Zanjiao laughed loudly. Sure enough, these natives of the Small Chaos couldn't withstand the temptation of the rank 8 Great Tao and Great Tao Divine Source. God Lord Zanjiao would never have thought that the only reason Yang Fann agreed was because he didn't have the means to go to the 3000 Primal Chaos. As for the rank 8 Great Tao Divine Ability and 10 million eras worth of Great Tao Divine Source, Yang Fann didn't care about it at all. In his life, other than those forbidden divine ability, he wouldn't take the initiative to cultivate any powerful divine ability. With that time, he might as well consume more resources to improve his cultivation base and strength. As for those 10 million eons worth of Great Tao Divine Source, compared to Yang Fann, it was simply a drop in the bucket. How could it enter Yang Fann's eyes? One should know that the current Yang Fann could absorb and refine nearly 1,000 trillion Yang Fanns with a single era. A mere unit of Great Tao Divine Source would probably not even last 1 trillion years before it would be devoured and refined by him. 1. Brother Zan, I'll have to rely on you to take care of me in the future. You're too polite, Brother Yang. We'll support each other. Right. God Lord Zanjiao didn't dare to be careless and said politely. Yang Fann's cultivation might be even higher than his, and he couldn't afford to offend him. 100,000 eras later, I will return to the Marquis estate for some matters. Brother Yang, please make some arrangements and return with me to the Marquis estate. 100,000 eras, I can take this opportunity to return to the Primal Chaos and meet up with the Tao Fathers. C3091 reunites Hung Meng Heavenly Void, Profound River Divine Palace. Yang Fann muttered in his heart as he had the thought of returning to the Mixed Chaos. A trip back and forth between 100,000 eras was more than enough time. Times were different now. When he came, he needed 1 billion eras, and when he returned, he wouldn't be able to use that much time. It would take an unknown number of billions of eras for him to return to the Qin Lin Great Chaos and return to the Primal Chaos. If he didn't return this time, he wouldn't know how many more eras it would take for him to return to the Mixed Chaos next time. It might even be after the Yanji era. It wasn't impossible. The time required to break through to the quasi-Jurjun realm was in the hundreds of millions of eras. Not to mention that after he advanced to Great Tao Sovereign, every advancement to the first layer would take billions of years, perhaps even longer than that. And this time, if it wasn't for atavism, Yang Fann wouldn't have returned to their small chaos so easily. However, Yang Fann didn't leave for their small chaos immediately. There was still a small matter that he had to deal with before he left. Let Farhan handle it. Connor had lived for so long. It was time to send this kid on his way. Lord of Great Light and the others were waiting anxiously below right now. He and God Lord Zanjiao could be considered a family. Thinking about it, as long as God Lord Zanjiao's head was not squeezed by the door, it was impossible for him not to give it to him. Brother Zan, I have a small matter that I need Brother Zan's help with. Brother Yang, if there's anything, just say it. I will do my best. God Lord Zanjiao agreed without hesitation. If it was in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, he wouldn't dare agree to it so directly. He was deacon of the First Marquis Palace, a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the vast Qin Lin Great Chaos, he, Zan Yuan, couldn't afford to offend anyone, not even their profound Blue Marquis Palace. He couldn't afford to offend too many people. Any 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could easily suppress him. However, in this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, God Lord Zanjiao knew that there was no one that he couldn't afford to offend. Even if it was the number 1 divine race's origin Sea God clan, offending them wouldn't be a big deal. Putting aside the fact that his cultivation base was above Sea God Yuan's, so what if he wasn't as strong as him? As the dignified deacon of profound Blue Marquis Palace, how could he be afraid of a native of the small chaos? Brother Zan, it's just a small matter. There was once someone in your light society in profound Zhao Divine City. Very quickly, Yang Fann briefly explained the grudge between him and Farhan Connor. What, a mere 6th Empyrean Supreme Being's son dares to intercept and kill you, Brother Yang? God Lord Zanjiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Were all those ants so crazy now? Or was it because he had been in seclusion for too long that the world had changed? An ant with no background or cultivation base dared to kill a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, there was no one who could do such a crazy thing. God Lord Zanjiao really wanted to dig open that Fei Lun. Connor's brain wanted to see what this ant was thinking. Did he not know how the word, death, was written? Brother Yang, this matter is simple. After a while, God Lord Zanjiao finally accepted this absurd matter. Without much hesitation, he nodded his head and said, the ban on profound Zhao Divine City was in place. The other 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were not allowed to restrict their family members. Even if Yang Fann was unwilling to join the profound Blue Marquis Palace and become their marquis, God Lord Zanjiao would not continue to protect Frey Connor. He was only a first quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In order to protect a 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with no status or strength, he had to fight against an expert of the same level. It was not like his brain had been kicked by a donkey. He would do such a stupid thing. In the next second, the void started twisting. A group of people appeared in front of Yang Fann. It wasn't just Frey Connor, even the many 4th layer and 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who were protected by the Light God clan in the profound Zhao Divine City were moved here by him. If he wanted to do it, he had to do it thoroughly. Connor handing over all the expert of the Light God clan to Yang Fann alone was breaking the rules. Moving all the expert of the Light God clan out was also breaking the rules. One by one, it was a group. Actually, it did not matter much. Farhan Connor, do you remember me? Yang Fann looked down at Farhan. Connor smirked. Ah, it's you, Farhan. Connor cried out in alarm, and like a frightened little beast, he continuously retreated backwards. Suddenly, Farhan Connor's pupils constricted, as if he had thought of something terrifying. You, could it be because of me? Just because of me? Annihilate my light clan, what do you think? If you don't offend me, I won't offend you. If you offend me, I will kill you all. Yang Fann revealed a playful smile, and his voice was flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. However, when it entered into the ears of everyone present, it caused their hair to stand on end. Even God Lord Zanjiao, who was a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, couldn't help but shiver. Hiss. Just because of such a trivial matter, he was going to kill them all and exterminate their entire family. A ruthless character, this was the true ruthless character. Compared to Yang Fann, they were all as simple as a little sheep. They couldn't afford to offend him. If it wasn't necessary, they absolutely couldn't offend him. God Lord Zanjiao made up his mind in his heart. Yang Fann could only be on good terms with him. He couldn't afford to offend him. If he really had no choice but to offend Yang Fann, he would definitely kill him in the shortest time possible. He absolutely couldn't give him any time to catch his breath. Otherwise, the consequences of such a ruthless man would be unimaginable. As long as he thought about it, with such a ruthless man hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to make a move, it would send chills down his spine. This type of deranged person would not follow any rules. Once they took revenge, they would definitely use all methods they could. Ah, Hua Sheng, it's all because of you, Hua Sheng, that caused harm to my light clan. Farhan Connor, you Hua Sheng, you sinner, you are the sinner of my light clan. It's all because of you, a virgin. Ah, why don't you go and die? All the 4th layer and 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the Light God clan gritted their teeth. Their eyes were red, like a beast that had been completely enraged. They wanted nothing more than to eat its meat and drink its blood. Although they had heard about it before, it was Fei Lun. Connor had brought the annihilation of the Light God clan, but there were very few people who truly believed him. How could there be such an insane person in the world who could destroy Fei Lun with such a small matter? The Connor family that Connor belonged to was also one of them. Destroying the entire Light God clan, how insane was that? Never would he have thought that such an absurd thing was actually true. If they had known this would happen, even if they had to risk offending Lord Connor, they would definitely kill this Farhan. Connor crushed his bones and scattered his ashes, beating him until his soul scattered and he was unable to reincarnate forever. This would prevent the birth of this woman from bringing disaster to the Light God clan. Please spare my life, my lord. All of this is because of Farhan. Connor's mistake is all because of this flower. That's right, my lord. All of this has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with us, woo. Sir, please let us go. Please let us go. All right, everything ends here. Yang Fann moved his lips and announced the fate of these great Tao Sovereign from the Light God clan. Yang Fann didn't do anything. The group of Light God clan's 4th layer, 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and Fei Lun. Kong Na, the main culprit, had turned into flying ashes, as if he had never appeared before. With his current cultivation base and strength, he wasn't in the mood to waste time with these ants. Brother Zan, thank you. Brother Yang, you are too polite. It was nothing. 3,000 eras later, Hunyuan Universe, Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Pucci. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. The next moment, the entire Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain was boiling with excitement. Ah, it's the Lord has returned. Greetings, Lord. Greetings, Lord 1. Dong, dong, dong. Very quickly, the ancient and mysterious Chaotic Yuan divine bell rang out from the Chaotic Yuan heavenly abode and resounded throughout the entire Hunyuan universe. What? His Royal Highness Yang Fann has returned to the mountain. Quick, follow me to see His Highness. C3092 Expose Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Hunyuan Universe. Soon, the entire Hunyuan universe was shaken. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one divine light after another quickly tore apart the void and headed towards the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. In the past, 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors who were elusive were born one after another. What exactly is going on? Elders, Supreme Elders, why have all of you come out of seclusion? Could it be that something big has happened? Or could it be that some deviant chaotic devil has invaded our mixed chaos? Many disciples looked at the divine light of the great Tao that was constantly streaking across the sky. A trace of solemnity and doubt flashed across their eyes. More than 5 billion eras had passed. During this period of time, there were many new disciples who had joined the primeval Chaos Tao Palace. What are all of you guessing for? That is the return of His Highness. His Highness, could it be? Could it be that person? Besides that, Your Highness, our primeval Chaos Tao Palace has a second Your Highness. Unknowingly, the word, Prince, had become the honorific of Yang Fann. No one in the primeval Chaos Tao Palace could be addressed as Prince. Anyone who discovers it will be severely punished. No wonder all the elders and supreme elders have come out of seclusion. It would be great if I could see Your Highness once. I want to see His Highness. It's better to wait for the next life. Not everyone had the right to pay a visit to Yang Fann in the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Even amongst those 1st layer and 2nd layer elders, there were very few who could enter the sacred extreme miracle mountain, let alone them, who weren't even great Tao sovereign's disciples. The strength of the primeval chaos Tao palace kept increasing. If it was second Empyrean great Tao sovereign, he would have become the supreme elder of the primeval chaos Tao palace. But now, without the third Empyrean great Tao sovereign cultivation base, he wouldn't have the qualifications to be one of the supreme elders. Hunyuan Universe, Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, Holy Extreme Divine Hall. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne. Below him were Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the Supreme Elders of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. As for those second-layer Supreme Elders, although they were qualified to enter the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, that was only limited to them. In order to get Yang Fann to summon them, it would depend on Yang Fann's mood. 5 billion eras had passed, and the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Although there hadn't been a single fourth Empyrean great Tao sovereign born yet, it wasn't far away. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos's cultivation base had already reached the limit of a quasi-fourth Empyrean great Tao sovereign. There was only a slight gap between him and breaking through. Cave Mysterious Sovereign, Parathion, and the other few supreme beings had also stepped into the quasi-fourth Empyrean great Tao sovereign realm. There were more than 196 third Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors in the other levels. Second Empyrean great Tao sovereign, who was at the next level. There were even more of them, more than 5 of them. As for first layer great Tao sovereign, he was like a carp in a river, numbering in the tens of millions. Among them, the ones who improved the most were the old men beside Tengwai and Yang Fann. In Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain, among the 100,000 maids and guards, none of them had a cultivation base lower than the first layer great Tao sovereign. For example, Tengwai and the other 5 chiefs, none of them were not third Empyrean great Tao sovereign warriors. When a person obtains the Tao, his or her family will rise to the heavens, and that was no different from that. Because of this, countless people were envious of him. They regretted not being chosen and becoming a member of the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Now, the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain had already prohibited anyone from joining. Even Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos might not be able to arrange for someone to join the Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain. Of course, there was another group of people that made countless disciples of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace envious. It was none other than Old Ancestor Dawn and the others. Under the care of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, their cultivation base had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, the once unknown alliance of Dawn had become a famous major power. Although there were no third Empyrean great Tao sovereign in the alliance, second Empyrean great Tao sovereign was not a small number. There were no less than 100 of them. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others left one after another. The huge Sacred Extreme Miracle Mountain once again regained its peace. Over the past 10,000 years, they had gained a rough understanding of the development of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace and their small chaos over the past 5 billion years. In the past 5 billion years, there hadn't been any major changes in small chaos. It wasn't easy to encounter other small chaos, especially their small chaos, which was far away from the center of Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Therefore, it was even less likely that they would encounter other small chaos. However, the situation in the small chaos had undergone a tremendous change. Many of the top divine races had gradually declined and were replaced by some new faces. Everything was still the same as the battle with the Scorpion Tiger Hun done in the past. Those primal god race who did not think highly of Primeval Chaos Tao Palace and were selfish and wanted to protect the strength of their race lost the blessing of the chaotic will of the Great Tao and did not obtain any benefits from the Scorpion Tiger Chaos. They could not keep up with the trend and declined naturally. Of course, the only thing that didn't change was the rule of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. No matter how the thousands of god race developed, they were far inferior to the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. As the main force that destroyed the Scorpion Tiger god race, the blessing of the Great Tao that the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace obtained was not something that the other gods' race could imagine, not to mention the massive amount of resources they obtained in the chaos of the Scorpion Tiger race. As long as there was no external force that appeared and they were attacked by the other small chaos, there would be no major power that could threaten the rule of the Primeval Chaos Tao Palace. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. In next to no time, 90,000 eras had passed. Not only did Yang Fann devour the remaining 5,000 trillion Great Tao Source crystals in his hand, he also devoured the 20,000 trillion God Lord Zanjiaos that he had traded from God Lord Zanjiao. Before leaving the profound palace, Yang Fann had traded most of the resources that he didn't need into great Dao source crystals. However, what made Yang Fann helpless was that this nearly 25,000 trillion great Dao source crystals had only increased his strength of divine body to the 3rd level. His overall combat strength had also improved by less than 2 levels. After that, he had nearly 90,000 eras. Just by absorbing those chaotic energies, his cultivation base had not improved at all. Not to mention a mere 90,000 eras, Yang Fann had a feeling that, even if he was given 900 million eras, his cultivation base would not improve at all. Fortunately, he would be heading to Qin Lin Great Chaos after 7,000 eras. Otherwise, if he continued to stay in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, his cultivation base wouldn't improve after billions of eras. Yang Fann felt like he was going to collapse. In these 90,000 eras, with the huge amount of resources that Yang Fann had accumulated, Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos, Cave Mysterious Sovereign, and the others all took a step forward and successfully broke through to the 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The number of 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors who were at the 2nd grade had doubled. There were more than 300 of them, nearly 400 of them. Although he had traded most of the resources with God Lord Zanjiao, Yang Fann, who had swept across the chaos of light and darkness, had a lot of resources. Even if there was only a small portion left, it was still incomparable to the ordinary quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Compared to Dao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the other 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign who weren't even 4th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, those resources had completely exceeded their imagination. If they digested all of them, it wouldn't be difficult for them to produce a few 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. This was also the last bit of strength Yang Fann had before he left for Qin Lin Great Chaos, for the Primeval Chaos Dao Palace, and for the Chaos. With a few 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign guarding the place and the trump cards he had left behind, even 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign would have a hard time dealing with the small chaos. In this Hung Meng Heavenly Void, as long as they didn't cause any public anger, their small chaos would be as stable as Mount Tai. As for the Morning Star Alliance, under Yang Fann's guidance, several 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors were born. They were like the Human Sovereign Realm and Dragon Sovereign Realm warriors who were on good terms with Yang Fann. All of them had broken through to the 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. They could be considered as one of the top powers in the mixed chaos. One should know that the current mixed chaos was the symbol of a top power, and that was the birth of a 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior. Another 3,000 eras passed. Outside the chaotic crystal wall of small chaos, a figure suddenly appeared. It's a small chaos, and it's a high-grade small chaos that can give birth to a 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. What luck, this is my luck. C3093 Kill the chicken and scare the monkey. Hung Meng Heavenly Void, Purple Void Primal Chaos. Its size was about the same as the first level of the light chaos. This was a quasi-top-level small chaos, and its strongest expert was also the master of the Purple Void Primal Chaos, Divine Master Purple Void. He was an elder of the Light God clan. Victor Rollman, Ling Shu, and Chen Shu were the 2 old ancestors of the Light God clan. They were quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, who had just stepped into the 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. There were more than 26th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors at each step. Only the Peak God clan could suppress the Purple Void God clan. Normally, even the Peak God clan would have to show some respect to the Purple Void God clan, and wouldn't dare to provoke them. After all, as long as the Purple Void God clan hid in the Purple Void Primal Chaos and relied on its geographical advantage, even an intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be confident enough to break the defense of the Purple Void God clan and suppress it. Even if they succeeded, they would have to pay a heavy price. If they were careless, they might even be injured by the Purple Void God clan's deadly counterattack. Ling Xuantian, Ling Shu Divine Palace. A man sat on a divine throne. This was a very young man. He was wearing a silver robe and looked to be less than 20 years old. His entire body was covered with layers of spiritual light, making him look like a divine being. Between his eyebrows, there was a divine vertical eye. At a glance, one could clearly see a mighty god standing in the middle of the vertical eye. His spine was straight, as if his body was supported by a peerless divine spear that pierced through the sky. His entire person was as tall as the sky, as if he could support the entire chaos. It made people prostrate themselves on the ground, submitting to him. This young man was none other than the Lord of Lingshu Heavenly, Old Ancestor Lingshu. Not far below Old Ancestor Lingshu, there was an intermediate 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who was kneeling on his knees. He was wearing a blue divine armor. A high-grade small chaos, that can give birth to a quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Although it is not beneficial to me, Zishu, the chaos, I will still use it to bid for it. Not bad, Old Ancestor Ling Shu murmured softly. He didn't know if it was because of the chaos of light and darkness that Yang Fann had auctioned. Was it because of the astronomical price or something else? In this short auction of less than 100,000 eras, the chaos auction. In an instant, it had increased by a lot. Many top-grade and peak god clan had taken out their subordinate intermediate and low-grade small chaos to auction. However, there wasn't a single high-grade small chaos that could give birth to a quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If this was put up for auction, it should be able to fetch a good price. It was hard to say how much it would cost, but it wouldn't be a problem to get tens of billions of Great Tao Source crystals. Compared to the Purple Void Chaos, this was also a big gain. It was equivalent to their clan's harvest of several trillion eras. In the next second, Ancestor Ling Shu waved his hand and ordered, "Xianyan, follow the maple forest for a day." "Yes, Old Ancestor." While speaking, buzz, a ripple appeared in the air. A young man with a divine flame mark on his forehead and wearing a fiery red divine armor knelt down on one knee at the feet of Old Ancestor Ling Shu. Xianyan was the supreme being, one of Old Ancestor Ling Shu's capable generals. He was a high-grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he was one of the top 10 expert in the entire Purple Void God clan. It was merely a high-grade small chaos with a limit of quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The strongest in it was only a quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and there were only a few of them. Even if they had the geographical advantage, they could still count on one's fingers. With the support of the chaotic Great Tao's origin will, it could barely fight an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With the help of Xianyan, a high-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he didn't have the qualifications to fight against Old Ancestor Ling Shu 30 eras later. Outside of the mixed chaos, Pucci, space distorted, forming a miniature wormhole. In the next moment, two figures, one green and one red, stepped out from within. One seemed to be the ancient fire god who controlled the Chaos 10,000 fire, while the other was surrounded by a hurricane. Like the controller of the hurricane, these two were none other than the two men who had come under the orders of Ancestor Ling Shu to take down the high-grade small chaos, Xianyan and the supreme expert of Maple Forest. Lord Xianyan, that is the high-grade small chaos. The supreme being of Maple Forest pointed at the mixed chaos and said respectfully. Sure enough, it is a high-grade small chaos. Maple Forest, you have done a good job. Xianyan nodded his head slightly. There were countless of small chaos in Hungmeng Heavenly Void, but there weren't many high-grade small chaos that could give birth to 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The 9th level was the lowest grade small chaos that could only give birth to 1st layer and 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the remaining level, most of them were 4th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign small chaos that could only give birth to 3rd Empyrean and intermediate. In Purple Void God clan, a large number of Great Tao Sovereign were traveling around the Hungmeng Heavenly Void. From time to time, they would find some small chaos, but in that high-grade small chaos, which had been passed down for nearly 100 times, they only found less than 3 digits. Many of them were even affiliated with the Peak God clan, the Primal Chaos. The number of advanced small chaos that they had taken down was less than 20. One had to admit that this supreme being of the Maple Forest was really lucky. With such a great achievement in his hands, his cultivation base would surely advance a step further. Lord Xianyan, this is what Maple Forest should do. Lord, what should we do next? Should we establish the wormhole and bring our people here? It's just a small chaos with only a quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Xianyan smiled contemptuously. From the beginning to the end, he had never thought of gathering his people and conquering this high-grade small chaos. As his voice faded, rumble, the terrifying pressure of a high-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign rose from his body, and with a mighty momentum, it crushed down on the mixed chaos. In less than a breath's time, it had covered the entire mixed chaos. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The chaotic crystal wall twisted and cracked. It was covered with terrifying cracks that seemed to stretch for tens of thousands of light years. It seemed like it would completely shatter in the next second. Ah, what is that? This. What exactly is going on? Ah, this pressure. Terrifying. It's too terrifying. This was the difference between life and death. Despair and endless despair spread within the mixed chaos. Countless of great Tao sovereigns' eyes were filled with despair. Even Tao, ancestor of primeval chaos, and the other fourth Empyrean great Tao sovereign were powerless under the terrifying pressure, unable to put up any resistance. The two of them were on completely different levels. They had a feeling that, if the other party was willing, he would be able to wipe them out from this world in an instant. At this moment, a high and mighty voice came from outside the primal chaos, engulfing the entire primal chaos. Supreme Xianxia of Purple Void God Clan, from now on, this chaos will belong to Purple Void God Clan. All of you are the slave clan of Purple Void God Clan. Anyone who dares to disobey will be killed without mercy while speaking. Hong Long. The mixed chaos trembled slightly. Outside the mixed chaos, a mighty figure appeared like a mirage. It was billions of trillions of light years tall. It seemed to be taller than the entire mixed chaos. Anyone who was a quasi-supreme could see that mighty giant. The ruler of the world, invincible. His expression was arrogant and insufferably arrogant, totally not putting the major powers and supreme beings of Hunyuan universe in his eyes. However, the high and mighty Supreme Xianxia didn't notice that under his mighty divine might, although the entire mixed chaos was shaken, the strange thing was that there weren't any casualties. Even those ordinary mortals who didn't understand the path of cultivation didn't die. This was completely illogical. Under his awe-inspiring power, even separated by the chaotic crystal wall, he was able to kill countless ants below the supreme being level. Ah, no, how could this be? Slave clan, no, I don't want to be that lowly slave. Woo woo woo, who will save us, who will save us? Miserable and despairing wails could be heard from within the mixed chaos. No, Your Highness, we still have Your Highness, we still have Your Highness. Too right, Your Highness will definitely be able to save us, you will definitely be able to. Primeval Chaos Tao Palace, Hunyuan Universe. Yang Fann's figure was like the light of hope in the limitless darkness, dispersing the darkness in the hearts of countless elders and disciples. His Royal Highness Yang Fann was the strongest, invincible, and undefeatable. They weren't Devil God's match, but it didn't mean that His Royal Highness Yang Fann wasn't Devil God's match either. They could still be saved, they could still be saved. Huh, these natives actually haven't given up completely. Could it be that they still have something to rely on? Xianxia's brows twitched, but it quickly relaxed. A mere small chaos with a limit of quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, what kind of expert could it have? His worries were unnecessary. Perfect, I'll take care of that thorn and kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. C-3094. The extermination of the entire clan mixed chaos, outside of the chaotic crystal wall. The cold shine in Supreme Xianxia's eyes flickered. This was the perfect opportunity to kill the chicken and scare the monkey. That whatever highness should be the strongest person in this high-ranked small chaos. As long as he killed the prince of that group of natives, he would surely be able to break the backbone of this group of natives in one fell swoop, and completely take them down. In the next second, boomed Supreme Xianxia. Within Xianxia's fiery eyes, a fiery light flashed, as if it could see through the entire mixed chaos, as if it wanted to find out what palace it was. Right at this moment, a mocking voice resounded in Xianxia's ears. Aphid, are you looking for me? What? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in his heart. He was able to get close to him without anyone noticing. This person was definitely not a simple person. It was very likely that this person was a high 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like him, and perhaps even had a higher cultivation base than him. There was also that contemptuous tone. It was as if he, a high-level 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, was the aphid that could be killed at any time. Even they, Divine Lord Purple Void, didn't dare to speak to him in such a tone. 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, could it be that the newcomer was a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? No, this was impossible. If I think too much, I must be thinking too much. This is a high-grade small chaos with the upper limit of quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. How could such an expert be born in it? Although Hongmeng was vast and full of wonders, it wasn't like there wasn't a peerless genius with a cultivation base that surpassed the upper limit of small chaos. However, being able to surpass 2 grades was the limit. In other words, it was a miracle that a high-grade small chaos with a limit of quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could give birth to an intermediate 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. After surpassing the upper limit of the primal chaos by 3 grades, he had lived for dozens of times. He had never seen any of them before. Not to mention 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was a complete fantasy, impossible at all. Not to mention their Hung Meng Heavenly Void, there wasn't even a single person in the entire Hung Meng Heavenly Void that could be found. Right at this moment, Pucci, the chaotic crystal wall was torn apart like a curtain, and a person appeared in front of him. Ah, it's His Highness is here, His Highness is here. We are saved, we are saved. The primeval Chaos Tao Palace was in an uproar. Great Tao Sovereign's morale was boosted. The newcomer was none other than Yang Fann. As a matter of fact, Yang Fann had already sensed it when the supreme expert of Maple Forest appeared outside the mixed chaos for the first time. He even recognized the identity of the supreme expert of Maple Forest. The reason why he didn't kill him immediately was because he wanted to use this opportunity to lure out the Purple Void God clan behind him. Currently, he had used up all the resources in his possession, and he was in need of cultivation resources. The Purple Void God clan had come at the perfect time. Although they weren't as powerful as the Light God clan and Dark God clan, they were only second to the Peak God clan in terms of resources. Their entire family's wealth was equivalent to 2 or 3 levels of the Light God clan. Taking down the Purple Void God clan would be enough for him to continue cultivating for millions of eras. However, it was against Yang Fann's principles to attack these Chaos Gods for no reason. However, if this Purple Void God clan wanted him to die and had designs on their mixed chaos, Yang Fann would have no scruples. The Supreme Being of Maple Forest thought that he had returned to the Purple Void Primal Chaos without anyone knowing. Little did he know that a wisp of Yang Fann's spiritual consciousness had been attached to his body, monitoring the Supreme Being of Maple Forest. He wanted to see what the Purple Void God clan was planning to do. Secondly, he wanted to see if there was enough time. There were only 4,000 eras left in the 100,000 eons that God Lord Zanjiao had promised him. If the Purple Void Primal Chaos was too far away, the Supreme Being of Maple Forest wouldn't be able to return to the Purple Void Primal Chaos within 1,000 eons. Therefore, Yang Fann had no choice but to eliminate this Supreme Being of Maple Forest ahead of time. Resources needed time to be digested. Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos had only digested a small portion of the resources in less than 100,000 Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos. If he wanted to completely digest the resources provided by Yang Fann, he would have to spend at least 10 billion eons to do so. Currently, even with the many trump cards left behind by Yang Fann, they might not be able to resist the invasion of the Purple Void God clan. Fortunately, the Purple Void Chaos was not too far away from them. There were only 800 eras. The Supreme Expert of Maple Forest had returned to the Purple Void Chaos. Everything that happened after that was just as Yang Fann had expected. That old ancestor Ling Shu. How could he possibly put such a high-grade quasi-6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign small chaos in his eyes? Without any hesitation, he sent out his most capable subordinate, Supreme Xianxia. Although old ancestor Ling Shu was quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was still far from being able to find the spiritual consciousness that Yang Fann had attached to the Supreme Being of Maple Forest. Back to the main topic, when they saw the thin figure outside the chaotic crystal wall, the despair in their hearts was swept away. His Royal Highness Yang Fann had never disappointed them, and this time was no exception. No matter how powerful Devil God was, he wouldn't be able to put up any resistance. He would never be a match for His Royal Highness Yang Fann. In other words, this was a great chance for them. Just like that Scorpion Tiger, the Chaos, and the Red Scale Chaos, all of them had become nourishment for the growth of their mixed chaos. The two plundering had given them a taste of the sweetness. Without the generous donations of the Scorpion Tiger God race and Red Scale God clan, the primeval Chaos Tao Palace would not be as prosperous as it was today. With such a terrifying expert, the energy level behind it was definitely not low. It might even be higher than the Scorpion Tiger Chaos. Many exalts began to fantasize in their hearts. They wanted to slaughter their way into the other party's primal chaos and plunder it crazily. Outside the chaotic crystal wall, no, how could this be? You. Xianxia's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with fear. Clearly, he had recognized Yang Fann's identity. He was present at the auction of light chaos. He could recognize this man even if he turned into ashes. In an instant, Xianxia felt the world spinning around him. He could no longer maintain his mighty divine body and became the size of an ordinary man. Woo woo woo. How could this be? How could the god of slaughter have anything to do with the small chaos? It's over for me. Our purple void god clan is finished. This evil spirit, he had destroyed the light god clan, which was even stronger than their purple void god clan, just because of a small matter. Now, the purple void god clan had set their eyes on his subordinate, Hun Dun. How could Dark Star let them go? My lord, please spare my life. I didn't know that Hun Dun was your subordinate, Hun Dun. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to set my eyes on him even if I had thousands of guts. Pung, pung bang. Supreme Xianxia bent his knees. His head was pounding like garlic, and he was kowtowing crazily to Yang Fann. He couldn't summon any resistance thought at all. Even a quasi-intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light and Great Demonic God of Darkness had been killed by Qing Song, let alone a high-level 6th Empyrean ant like him. He was afraid that just a casual breath of air would be enough to kill him 1,000 times over. What exactly is going on? I didn't see wrongly, right? Kneel, that devil god actually knelt down just like that. Gulp gulp this, am I dreaming? Is that really the insufferably arrogant great devil god who wanted to slave our mixed chaos? Tao ancestor of primeval chaos and the others were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. They had a deep understanding of how terrifying devil god was. He was hundreds of millions of times stronger than them. With just a thought, he could kill all of them. In their minds, even if His Highness could defeat devil god. It was hard to say. There was a high possibility that he would let devil god escape. Never had he imagined that it would actually be such a situation. Hiss. What did your highness experience in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void during these eras? During these eras, Yang Fann did not reveal his experiences in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void. It was better to wait for Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others to enter the Hung Meng Heavenly Void in the future and search for them by himself. Knowing too much wouldn't do them any good. Although Tao Ancestor of Primeval Chaos and the others were very curious, they couldn't do anything about it even if Yang Fann didn't tell them. Now you know your mistake. It's too late. With a cold smile, Yang Fann moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Xianxia. No, sir, please spare my life, please spare my life. Maple Forest, you are a sinner, you are a sinner of my race. 100 million years later. Purple Void Chaos. To boom, a terrifying pressure that could make even high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign despair descended from the sky, crushing towards the Purple Void Primal Chaos. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the Purple Void Chaos crystal wall was crushed. Poochie poochie poochie. Countless Purple Void Chaos creatures didn't even have the time to scream before they completely collapsed and turned into powder. Purple Void God Clan, how dare you try to harm me, Hun Dun! I hereby declare that the Purple Void God Clan is going to be destroyed. No, please don't, my lord, please spare my life. This is a misunderstanding. There must be some kind of misunderstanding between us. The Purple Void God Clan, will never dare to do such a thing. C3095 set off tremor. After the destruction of the light and dark gods, the Hung Meng Heavenly Void once again shook. Destruction. The Purple Void God Clan, which had 3 quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in charge and was faintly known as the number 1 quasi-peak God Clan, was destroyed. It was so easily wiped out. And the person who attacked it was. The person who did it was none other than the one who destroyed the light and darkness god races. The reason was that the Purple Void God Clan was recklessly plotting against the ferocious god, Primal Chaos. Regarding this, the first reaction of the Masters of Primal Chaos in Hung Meng Heavenly Void was that they couldn't believe it. It wasn't like the Purple Void God Clan's head was kicked by a donkey. How could they provoke that ferocious god? To be able to give birth to such an ultimate expert. Where was it? One could only imagine how high the energy level of the small chaos was. It was definitely one of the top in the top small chaos. Anyone who took a glance outside the primal chaos would be able to tell how extraordinary the primal chaos was. Could it be that everyone in the Purple Void God Clan was blind? However, the Purple Void Chaos that was almost destroyed couldn't be faked. The terrifying and invincible power that remained in the Purple Void Chaos was separated by billions of millions. Even a trillion light years of land made 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign tremble in fear. This was at least the strength of a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In this Hungmeng Heavenly Void, besides the mysterious God Lord Zanjiao, there was only that ferocious God who had the power to do so. The others, even the supreme beings of the Origin Sea, were far inferior to him. However, God Lord Zanjiao wasn't the kind of person who could easily wipe out the entire clan. He was more like a person who could easily wipe out the entire clan. Peace brought about wealth. Since the establishment of profound Zhao Divine City until now, there had been more than 100 Yan eras. No one had ever heard of God Lord Zanjiao destroying a Chaos Divine clan. Moreover, they had never heard of any grudges between the Purple Void God clan and God Lord Zanjiao. Obviously, it was that person who attacked them, as if they had just received the news. Buzz. Soon, many of the sea of consciousness of the Master of Chaos lit up as if they had thought of something. Evil Spirit had only said that the Purple Void God clan had offended his chaos, but he didn't say that it was the source of his chaos. Or rather, it was just the subordinate small chaos that he had conquered. Normally, a first-grade Chaos God clan with a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would have their own subsidiary city, the Small Chaos. A Peak God clan like the Light God clan would have their own subsidiary city, the Small Chaos. There were more than one or two of them, let alone a peerless quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign God. He was afraid that there were more than 10 or even 100 subordinate Small Chaos. He might even get tens of thousands of hits. That's right, that must be the case. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the truth. Hiss. The Purple Void God clan was also unlucky. They had no idea how many small chaos there were in Hungmeng Heavenly Void. They just happened to bump into one of them, and it turned out that it was actually Dark Star's subordinate, Hun Dun. This won't do. It seemed like my clan would have to be very careful when conquering the other small chaos in the future. Before making a move, he had to make sure that it wasn't Evil Spirit's subordinate, the Small Chaos. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Light God clan, Dark God clan, and the Purple Void God clan were right in front of him. They didn't want to be the next one. This was a werewolf who had more ferocious people than him. He was truly fearless and frenzied. By accident, Yang Fann had made a great contribution to the safety of those middle and low-grade small chaos. This caused the number of slaves in the middle and low-grade small chaos to drop sharply. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. He waved his hand and suppressed the Purple Void God clan. After robbing the Purple Void God clan of nearly 100 Nanji, Yang Fann didn't stay in the Purple Void Chaos for long and returned to the Mixed Chaos. He would bring the Purple Void Chaos back and let them devour the Mixed Chaos to increase the level of the Mixed Chaos. Or perhaps, he would hold another auction to auction off the Purple Void Chaos. These thoughts were excluded from Yang Fanshihai's mind just by thinking about it. All of these required time, especially the former. With their Mixed Chaos's level, if they wanted to completely devour the Purple Void Primal Chaos, even if he were to wipe out the source of the Purple Void Primal Chaos, it would take at least 10 billion years, 100 billion eras, or even longer. But how could he have the time to quietly wait for the Mixed Chaos to finish devouring? Currently, he was less than 3,200 eons away from the date of the agreement with God Lord Zanjiao. No matter what, Yang Fann didn't want to miss this opportunity to go to the Qin Lin Great Chaos. God Lord Zanjiao did not return to Qin Lin Great Chaos frequently. During this period of time, it was 100 billion years, a trillion eras. If he missed this chance, he would have to wait for tens of billions of eras. Compared to the other quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, this amount of time was nothing. If they closed the door slightly, it would take more than this amount of time. However, when placed in the entire Cultivation era, it would be more than 10 billion eras for Yang Fann. Let alone tens of billions of eras, even 10 billion eras would be an extremely long period of time. It was just a mere quasi-top-level small chaos, there was nothing to be reluctant about. As long as he entered the Qin Lin Great Chaos, this amount of resources was nothing to him. It would be a piece of cake for them. In the blink of an eye, another 500 eras had passed. It's time to set off. He took a deep look at his surroundings, as if he were trying to engrave the surrounding environment into his mind. Goodbye, Mixed Chaos. In the next moment, Pucci. Yang Fann moved his body and took out the Mixed Chaos. There were less than 2,700 eras left until the 100,000 eras. If he continued to stay here, he would be in a bit of a hurry. He had to use the forbidden divine ability, consume some vital energies, and forcefully increase his speed in order to arrive at the profound Zhao divine city. There was no need for that at all. He had already arranged everything that needed to be arranged in these eras. There wasn't much meaning in staying a few hundred eras or a few hundred eras. With his current cultivation base and strength, once he used the forbidden divine ability, the amount of origin he would lose wouldn't be small. Even if it was the worst side effect of the first transformation of chaos, it would still be enough for him to use up all the resources he had obtained in the purple void primal chaos. Not to mention the second 3 transformations of the mixed 9 forms. The price was enough to make Yang Fann's expression change. It was highly possible that his cultivation base would drop by a whole grade after fighting for an hour. 2,600 eras later. A huge chaotic divine city appeared in front of Yang Fann. It was none other than the profound Zhao divine city. Phew, profound Zhao divine city, I'm back. At this moment, Yang Fann looked at the huge divine city in front of him with mixed emotions. He felt as if he had fallen into a dream. Last time, he was just a puny little quasi-7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Any one of the low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign could completely suppress him. In just a few billion years, he couldn't find a worthy opponent in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void other than God Lord Zhanjiao, the supreme being of chaos. It was unbelievable just thinking about it. No one would dare to believe it if this was spread out. He shook his head lightly. Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped into the profound Zhao divine city, heading straight to the center of the inner city. The huge divine palace that spanned tens of millions of light years. 60 eras passed. Boom! A beam of divine light shot up into the sky from the center of profound Zhao divine city. In the blink of an eye, he had left the profound Zhao divine city and disappeared into the boundless primordial chaos. C3096 arrived Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Swoosh! A ray of golden light quickly tore through the space. Its speed was so fast that even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't be able to catch up to it. Upon closer inspection, it was a disc-shaped flying divine artifact. It was 100,000 feet tall and had a diameter of 1 million feet. Countless profound runes were densely engraved around the disc. A faint golden light enveloped the surroundings, making it so that the chaotic streams of space around it were unable to move it in the slightest. The profound heart heavenly plate, the first flying divine weapon in God Lord Zhanjiao's hand, was 10 times faster than a peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and it was chasing after a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior. Its attack and defense were also extraordinary, and it wasn't any weaker than a few peak 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. Once the period of 100,000 eras was up, God Lord Zhanjiao didn't delay any longer. After handing the profound Zhao divine city over to Chief Steward Zhanhua, he brought Yang Fann back to the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Profound Heart Heavenly Plate, inside a luxurious divine palace. Poochie poochie, poochie. Yang Fann sat down with his legs crossed. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique and Great Dao Sovereign's divine art to the limit, crazily devouring all the Great Dao source crystals in the surroundings. The distance between the Qin Lin Great Chaos and the Hung Meng Heavenly Void was billions of trillion light years. Even though the profound Heart Heavenly Plate was fast, it was still able to catch up to him. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and with the help of the wormhole, it would require 30 million Qin Lin Great Chaos to reach the Qin Lin Great Chaos. No wonder the Origin Sea God Clan and the other Peak God Clan couldn't find any trace of the Great Chaotic World even after spending hundreds of times to explore it. With such a vast distance, if it was an ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it would be impossible for them to find any trace of the Great Chaotic World. Even if there was an accurate primordial heavenly map, it would still require 100,000 to a trillion eras to reach the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Without the correct primordial heavenly map, it would be like a headless fly flying around aimlessly. Not to mention 100 times of the Yanji era. Even if they were given a few hundred more times of the Yanji era, it would be very difficult to find the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Fortunately, this God Lord Zhanjiao really came from the 3,000 Great Chaotic Realms. Otherwise, Yang Fann might have been stuck at the quasi-supreme realm for a few more periods of time. If his luck was worse, it was hard to say whether or not he would be able to find the Great Chaos even after his longevity was exhausted. Quasi-paragons were different from Great Dao Sovereign. The longevity was limitless, and the primal chaos was destroyed. If they were not destroyed, then a single Nanji would be the limit of the quasi-paragon longevity. Even with the help of some divine herbs to extend one's life, 9 Nanji era was the limit. From ancient times until now, no one had ever heard of a quasi-paragon who had lived past 9 derivation era. If he couldn't find the great chaotic world, just based on the resources of small chaos alone, Yang Fann wouldn't have the confidence to advance to the position of great Tao sovereign even if he was given 9 cycles of cycles. Being a supreme being was a huge hurdle. The resources needed to break through from the 10th grade to great Tao sovereign. It was more than 1,000,000 times greater than the total amount of resources needed to advance to the 10th grade. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras, 100,000 eras, 1,000,000 eras. In the blink of an eye, 8 million eras had passed. Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. A trace of disappointment and depression flashed across his eyes. It was gone. The resources that were plundered from the Purple Void God clan, including the 3 great quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 32 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Not a single one of them was left. All of them were absorbed and refined by him. As for his cultivation base, it had only improved a little. He hadn't even touched the bottleneck of the 9th step of the quasi-supreme realm. If he wanted to truly advance to level 9 half-supreme being, not having a few 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts was virtually impossible. Of course, this wasn't the most depressing thing for Yang Fann. What really troubled him the most was that there were still 26,200,000 Yang Fanns left before he arrived at Qin Lin Great Chaos. What should he do in such a long time? He continued to cultivate step by step. That turtle speed was something Yang Fann couldn't bear at all. That's right, people who were used to traveling at the speed of light. Who could bear that slow pace? Even if Yang Fann had the patience to endure the terrifying phenomena produced when he devoured the grand mist energy in all directions. It was a huge problem. Yang Fann had never forgotten. The current him was in the profound heart heavenly plate of profound Zhao Divine City. Borrowing some resources from God Lord Zhan Zhao. As the deacon of profound Blue Marquee Palace, the lord of profound Zhao Divine City, God Lord Zhan Zhao's wealth was 1,000, 10,000 times more than what he had in his possession. More than that, but soon, this thought was stopped by Yang Fann in the cradle. Putting aside the fact that his relationship with God Lord Zhan Zhao wasn't that intimate yet. Furthermore, he had suppressed the light, darkness, and purple void divine clans. Furthermore, he had auctioned off the light and darkness chaos. In God Lord Zhan Zhao's eyes, he was not a person who lacked resources. Even for those 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, if they wanted to digest this batch of resources, they would have to spend billions of years to do so. But now, only a short period of time had passed, even if it was Frey. Even if Connor were to calculate the amount of eras he had used to kill him, it would only be a few billion. In such a short period of time, he had completely absorbed and refined a large amount of resources. It was hard not to arouse the suspicion of God Lord Zhan Zhao. At that time, there would be endless troubles in the future. Although God Lord Zhan Zhao couldn't do anything to him, it didn't mean that the profound Blue Marquee Palace behind him couldn't do anything to him. Although the gap between a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wasn't as big as the gap between a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it wasn't small either. With his current cultivation base and strength, if he unleashed his full strength at all costs, he would probably be able to save his life in the hands of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Against an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it was basically a hopeless situation. When a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign attacked, even if he wanted to escape, it would be an extravagant hope. And in the huge profound Blue Marquee Palace, the strongest person was obviously not just a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Just a level 3 consecrate had to be a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. That level 1 consecrate, even if it wasn't a quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, it wouldn't be much different. Not to mention the expert of the main clan of profound Blue Marquee Palace. The tribute of the Hall of Worship was only an external force. The true reliance of profound Blue Marquee Palace had always been the expert of their main clan. If they didn't have enough strength to intimidate those 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, those offerings would have long taken over and become the host of their clan. These sinecures were basically rogue cultivators who didn't have any background. They were only able to achieve their current cultivation base by throwing a tantrum all the way. However, none of them were kind people. Yang Fann was at least confident that he was at the 8th layer. He was sure that in profound Blue Marquee Palace, he was at least at the 8th layer. There was a 9 heavens great Tao sovereign in charge. It was very likely that there was more than one of them. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Before truly standing in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, one had to be careful. Only by living to the end would one be the true victor. Otherwise, no matter how many monsters there were, they would only be given to others for free in the end, becoming a stepping stone for others. If one's luck was good, it could even become a topic of conversation for others after a meal. If one's luck was bad, it would be unknown, and it would completely disappear in the long river of history. Sigh with a faint sigh, there was still a trace of regret in Yang Fann's heart. If he knew this would happen, he would have thought of a way to lure the Peak God clan to attack him. As long as he could suppress a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't have to suffer for the next 26,200,000 eras. That was good. He would make use of this time to accompany his parents. Ever since he left the Mixed Chaos, he hadn't been with them for the past billions of eras. In the next second, Yang Fann's mind moved, and he couldn't wait to enter the chaos within his body. Billions of eras had passed, and the entire inner chaos had undergone a tremendous change. It had completely changed. The inner chaos that was originally only half the size of a low-grade small chaos had now expanded by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Even compared to some intermediate small chaos, it was not much inferior, perhaps even greater. There was also the number of experts. God King was walking all over the place, and there were as many quasi-supreme beings as a dog. Even Great Tao Sovereign had more than 1,000,000 of them. People like Master and Dongfang Sheng, who were close to him, had all broken through to the 3rd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Moreover, his talent and potential were as great as Tao Ancestor of primeval chaoses. Of course, the ones who had improved the most were Yang Fann and the others. Each and every one of them had already surpassed Tao Ancestor of primeval chaos by more than 10 streets. Yang Fann, who had the highest cultivation base, was only a step away from breaking through to the 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In comparison, eldest brother's true cultivation base was still hovering outside the door of the 9th grade quasi-supreme being. It was truly shameful. Ah, it's the Lord. The Lord returns to the mountain. The Lord returns to the mountain. Quickly inform the old master and madam that the Lord has returned to the mountain. Very quickly, the entire heavenly pillar God mountain was boiling with excitement. Fan, let mother take a good look at my sail. Time passed by an era passed by. 2,006,200,000 eras quietly passed by. A huge chaos appeared on the profound heart heavenly plate. Compared to it, the light chaos was like a firefly and a bright moon. The gap between them was more than 1,000,000,000 times, trillions of times. 0C3096 arrived Hung Meng Heavenly Void. Swoosh! A ray of golden light quickly tore through the space. Its speed was so fast that even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to catch up to it. Upon closer inspection, it was a disc-shaped flying divine artifact. It was 100,000 feet tall and had a diameter of 1,000,000 feet. Countless profound runes were densely engraved around the disc. A faint golden light enveloped the surroundings, making it so that the chaotic streams of space around it were unable to move it in the slightest. The profound heart heavenly plate, the first flying divine weapon in God Lord Zhan Zhao's hand, was 10 times faster than a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it was chasing after a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. Its attack and defense were also extraordinary, and it wasn't any weaker than a few peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Once the period of 100,000 eras was up, God Lord Zhan Zhao didn't delay any longer. After handing the profound Zhao Divine City over to Chief Steward Zhan Hua, he brought Yang Fann back to the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Profound Heart Heavenly Plate, inside a luxurious divine palace. Poochie. Yang Fann sat down with his legs crossed. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique and Great Tao Sovereign's divine art to the limit, crazily devouring all the Great Tao source crystals in the surroundings. The distance between the Qin Lin Great Chaos and the Hung Meng Heavenly Void was billions of trillion light years. Even though the profound Heart Heavenly Plate was fast, it was still able to catch up to him. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and with the help of the wormhole, it would require 30 million Qin Lin Great Chaos to reach the Qin Lin Great Chaos. No wonder the Origin Sea God clan and the other Peak God clan couldn't find any trace of the great chaotic world even after spending hundreds of times to explore it. With such a vast distance, if it was an ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it would be impossible for them to find any trace of the great chaotic world. Even if there was an accurate primordial heavenly map, it would still require 100,000 to a trillion eras to reach the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Without the correct primordial heavenly map, it would be like a headless fly flying around aimlessly. Not to mention 100 times of the Yanji era. Even if they were given a few hundred more times of the Yanji era, it would be very difficult to find the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Fortunately, this God Lord Zanjiao really came from the 3,000 Great Chaotic Realms. Otherwise, Yang Fann might have been stuck at the quasi-supreme realm for a few more periods of time. If his luck was worse, it was hard to say whether or not he would be able to find the Great Chaos even after his longevity was exhausted. Quasi-paragons were different from Great Tao Sovereign. The longevity was limitless, and the primal chaos was destroyed. If they were not destroyed, then a single Nanji would be the limit of the quasi-paragon longevity. Even with the help of some divine herbs to extend one's life, 9 Nanji era was the limit. From ancient times until now, no one had ever heard of a quasi-paragon who had lived past 9 derivation era. If he couldn't find the great chaotic world, just based on the resources of small chaos alone, Yang Fann wouldn't have the confidence to advance to the position of Great Tao Sovereign even if he was given 9 cycles of cycles. Being a supreme being was a huge hurdle. The resources needed to break through from the 10th grade to Great Tao Sovereign. It was more than 1,000,000 times greater than the total amount of resources needed to advance to the 10th grade. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras, 100,000 eras, 1,000,000 eras. In the blink of an eye, 8 million eras had passed. Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. A trace of disappointment and depression flashed across his eyes. It was gone. The resources that were plundered from the Purple Void God clan, including the 3 great quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 32 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Not a single one of them was left. All of them were absorbed and refined by him. As for his cultivation base, it had only improved a little. He hadn't even touched the bottleneck of the 9th step of the quasi-supreme realm. If he wanted to truly advance to level 9 half-supreme being, not having a few 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts was virtually impossible. Of course, this wasn't the most depressing thing for Yang Fann. What really troubled him the most was that there were still 26,200,000 Yang Fanns left before he arrived at Qin Lin Great Chaos. What should he do in such a long time? He continued to cultivate step by step. That turtle speed was something Yang Fann couldn't bear at all. That's right, people who were used to traveling at the speed of light. Who could bear that slow pace? Even if Yang Fann had the patience to endure, the terrifying phenomena produced when he devoured the grand mist energy in all directions. It was a huge problem. Yang Fann had never forgotten. The current him was in the profound heart heavenly plate of profound Zhao Divine City. Borrowing some resources from God Lord Zanjiao. As the deacon of profound Blue Marquee Palace, the lord of profound Zhao Divine City, God Lord Zanjiao's wealth was 10,000 times more than what he had in his possession. More than that, but soon, this thought was stopped by Yang Fann in the cradle. Putting aside the fact that his relationship with God Lord Zanjiao wasn't that intimate yet. Furthermore, he had suppressed the light, darkness, and purple void divine clans. Furthermore, he had auctioned off the light and darkness chaos. In God Lord Zanjiao's eyes, he was not a person who lacked resources. Even for those 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, if they wanted to digest this batch of resources, they would have to spend billions of years to do so. But now, only a short period of time had passed, even if it was Frey. Even if Connor were to calculate the amount of eras he had used to kill him, it would only be a few billion. In such a short period of time, he had completely absorbed and refined a large amount of resources. It was hard not to arouse the suspicion of God Lord Zanjiao. At that time, there would be endless troubles in the future. Although God Lord Zanjiao couldn't do anything to him, it didn't mean that the profound Blue Marquee Palace behind him couldn't do anything to him. Although the gap between a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wasn't as big as the gap between a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it wasn't small either. With his current cultivation base and strength, if he unleashed his full strength at all costs, he would probably be able to save his life in the hands of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Against an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it was basically a hopeless situation. When a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign attacked, even if he wanted to escape, it would be an extravagant hope. And in the huge profound blue marquee palace, the strongest person was obviously not just a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Just a level 3 consecrate had to be a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. That level 1 consecrate, even if it wasn't a quasi-9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign, it wouldn't be much different. Not to mention the expert of the main clan of profound blue marquee palace. The tribute of the Hall of Worship was only an external force. The true reliance of profound blue marquee palace had always been the expert of their main clan. If they didn't have enough strength to intimidate those 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, those offerings would have long taken over and become the host of their clan. These sinecures were basically rogue cultivators who didn't have any background. They were only able to achieve their current cultivation base by throwing a tantrum all the way. However, none of them were kind people. Yang Fann was at least confident that he was at the 8th layer. He was sure that in profound blue marquee palace, he was at least at the 8th layer. There was a 9 heavens Great Dao Sovereign in charge. It was very likely that there was more than one of them. There was nothing wrong with being careful. Before truly standing in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, one had to be careful. Only by living to the end would one be the true victor. Otherwise, no matter how many monsters there were, they would only be given to others for free in the end, becoming a stepping stone for others. If one's luck was good, it could even become a topic of conversation for others after a meal. If one's luck was bad, it would be unknown, and it would completely disappear in the long river of history. Sigh with a faint sigh, there was still a trace of regret in Yang Fann's heart. If he knew this would happen, he would have thought of a way to lure the Peak God clan to attack him. As long as he could suppress a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, he wouldn't have to suffer for the next 26,200,000 eras. That was good. He would make use of this time to accompany his parents. Ever since he left the mixed chaos, he hadn't been with them for the past billions of eras. In the next second, Yang Fann's mind moved, and he couldn't wait to enter the chaos within his body. Billions of eras had passed, and the entire inner chaos had undergone a tremendous change. It had completely changed. The inner chaos that was originally only half the size of a low-grade small chaos had now expanded by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Even compared to some intermediate small chaos, it was not much inferior, perhaps even greater. There was also the number of experts. God King was walking all over the place, and there were as many quasi-supreme beings as a dog. Even Great Dao Sovereign had more than 1 million of them. People like Master and Dongfang Sheng, who were close to him, had all broken through to the 3rd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Moreover, his talent and potential were as great as Dao Ancestor of primeval chaoses. Of course, the ones who had improved the most were Yang Fann and the others. Each and every one of them had already surpassed Dao Ancestor of primeval chaos by more than 10 streets. Yang Fann, who had the highest cultivation base, was only a step away from breaking through to the 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. In comparison, eldest brother's true cultivation base was still hovering outside the door of the 9th grade quasi-supreme being. It was truly shameful. Ah, it's the Lord. The Lord returns to the mountain. The Lord returns to the mountain. Quickly inform the old master and madam that the Lord has returned to the mountain. Very quickly, the entire heavenly pillar God mountain was boiling with excitement. Fan, let mother take a good look at my sail. Time passed by an era passed by. 2,006,200,000 eras quietly passed by. A huge chaos appeared on the profound heart heavenly plate. Compared to it, the light chaos was like a firefly and a bright moon. The gap between them was more than 1 billion times, trillions of times. 0C3097 The Marquis, a state of dark green the profound heart heavenly plate, inside a luxurious divine palace. Wang. The void twisted and a person appeared out of thin air. His black clothes wrapped around his body, and he seemed to be in his 20s. His aura had returned to its original state. It was precisely Yang Fann. Qin Lin Great Chaos, have we finally arrived? Yang Fann's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of anticipation. Time passed by in a flash, and the 26,200,000 eras quietly passed by. The Qin Lin Great Chaos was right in front of him. It had to be said that it was indeed the legendary Great Chaotic World. The vastness of the chaos was far from what the small chaos could compare with. Even the top-grade small chaos was a billion times, trillions of times worse than it. Not only that, the two of them were on completely different levels. Wang Shan was like a dead horse. Who would have thought that Wang Heng would be the same? Initially, they thought that the Qin Lin Great Chaos was right in front of them, and they would be able to enter the Qin Lin Great Chaos very soon. Who would have thought that the profound heart heavenly plate had to fly close to 100,000 eras before it could touch the chaotic crystal wall of the Qin Lin Great Chaos? Hiss. As expected of a high-grade Great Chaos, the sturdiness of the chaotic crystal wall is simply astounding. Yang Fann couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. A 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign without a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base would never be able to rip the chaotic crystal wall apart. He didn't dare to imagine it. One should know that in the Hung Meng Heavenly Void, even if it was the chaotic source ocean where the Origin Sea God clan was located, it only required a 5th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base. The difference between the two was, one was in the sky while the other was on the ground. 100 million years later, the profound heart heavenly plate successfully passed through the chaotic crystal wall and entered the Qin Lin Great Chaos. Hiss. What an abundant strength of origin. Yang Fann sucked in a breath of cold air once again. The strength of the four-directional void, strength of origin, was 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than the strength of the Great Shrine of Light. Terrifying Great Shrine of Light. It was the #1 holy land of cultivation in the light chaos. In their Hung Meng Heavenly Void, it was one of the best training grounds. However, this was only the edge of the chaotic crystal wall, the place where there was the least strength of origin. Yang Fann couldn't even imagine what kind of scene those cultivation holy lands in the Qin Lin Great Chaos were like. No wonder so many level 8 and 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign could be born in Qin Lin Great Chaos. Su. The profound heart heavenly plate turned into a ray of golden light and moved forward quickly. The structure of the huge Qin Lin Great Chaos was very simple, except for the center. There was a vast and boundless Qin Lin continent that occupied almost the entire first level of the Qin Lin Great Chaos. What was left was the vast starry sky. The 9th level and 9th level were all dead stars with no signs of life, a barren land. How could this be? The origin will of the Great Tao of Qin Lin Great Chaos. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. In Qin Lin Great Chaos, he had already prepared himself for the Great Tao's origin will. He was prepared to suppress his strength by a large margin. He was prepared to face a high-grade Great Chaotic domain like Qin Lin Great Chaos. The terror of the source of the Great Tao was far from what the source of the Great Tao of the small chaos could compare with. Not to mention one, there were two major grades to the Great Tao. Yang Fann wouldn't have an exception even if his first layer cultivation base was directly suppressed. However, the result was that the Great Tao origin will didn't seem to exist at all. Yang Fann didn't feel any suppression at all. As if he had seen through Yang Fann's doubts, God Lord Zanjiao chuckled, "Brother Yang, the Great Chaotic World is different from the small chaos. It doesn't have any suppression on the outer chaotic expert. The reason why the original will of the Great Tao of the small chaos would actively suppress the outer chaotic expert was to protect the living beings in the small chaos. More importantly, it was to ensure the safety of the chaotic world, to avoid being severely injured by the power of the outer chaotic expert, or even stepping into the stage of destruction ahead of time. However, the Great Chaotic World was different. Not to mention the level 8, 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, even the supreme expert that surpassed the supreme grade could not cause any fundamental damage to the Great Chaotic World. Furthermore, he had never heard of any major power that could change their direction and move the Great Chaotic World. In the boundless Hung Meng Heavenly Void, it was almost impossible for the Great Chaotic World to meet, let alone devour the other Great Chaotic Worlds. Since ancient times, the Great Chaotic World was the number of 3,000. There had never been more than one or less Great Chaotic World. There was no need for that at all. For the sake of the safety of the Great Chaotic World, the Great Chaotic World had taken the initiative to suppress the strength of the foreign expert. This was also the biggest reason why God Lord Zanjiao had extended an olive branch to Yang Fann and invited him to join their profound Blue Marquee Palace. Otherwise, under the suppression of the Great Tao origin will of Qin Lin Great Chaos, even a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might not be able to exert their full strength. What was the use of such trash in profound Blue Marquee Palace? As long as the profound blue Marquis Palace was willing to, they would have as many lower grade 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors as they wanted. In the vast dark green mansion, there were countless 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign worshippers who wanted to join their manor and become a worshipper. In the small chaos, 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were the top combat strength of their clan. The old ancestor of the clan suppressing was a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior in the Qinlin Great Chaos, but the old ancestor of the clan suppressing was a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. He could have as many 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign as he wanted. There was only a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior to have a little position in the major forces. So that's how it is. This Yang is truly worried for nothing. Yang Fann let out a long breath. Even though he had the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, he was still a little worried before this. The Great Chaos was different from those in Small Chaos, not to mention the high-grade Great Chaos in Qinlin Great Chaos. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring Great Law could be concealed from him. The origin will of the Great Tao in the Small Chaos. It didn't mean that it could hide from the origin will of the Great Tao of Qinlin Great Chaos. If he could only use quasi-7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even lower his combat strength, it would be very difficult for Yang Fann to feel safe. Brother Yang, it's my fault for being careless. I didn't explain it to you in advance. God Lord Zhanjiao looked at Yang Fann apologetically. He had subconsciously forgotten the basic common sense that women knew. Time passed quickly, another million eras had passed. A vast continent appeared in Yang Fann's line of sight. In the Qinlin Great Chaos, under the terrifying spatial barrier, the speed of the profound heart heavenly plate was severely suppressed, not even 1,000th of the speed of the Hung Meng heavenly void. It had taken such a long time to arrive at the Qinlin continent. Not only its speed, even the destructive force of the cultivators was decreasing. In the light chaos, a 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could easily destroy an entire continent with a single strike. However, in the Qinlin Great Chaos, whether or not he could destroy an enormous mountain was a huge problem. Hiss. After the profound heart heavenly plate entered the Qinlin continent, Yang Fann couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although he had been here for a long time and as the core of the Qinlin Great Chaos, the strength of origin was so abundant that it was far beyond the chaotic starry sky, he had never thought that it would be so abundant. Yang Fann had a feeling. In this Qinlin continent, even if he didn't devour any expert, just this chaotic strength of origin alone would allow him to cultivate for tens of billions of eras, and atavism would still be able to succeed. Of course, Yang Fann only thought about it in his heart, but he didn't intend to put it into action. It wasn't like his head was stuck by a door. There was obviously a shortcut that he could take, but he had to put in a lot of effort to cultivate. Qinlin Continent, Xuanshuan Manor. This was one of the 480 residences in the southern part of the Qinlin Continent. It was about the size of 10,000 light chaos. It was controlled by the profound blue Marquis Palace. In this Zhankang prefecture, the profound blue Marquis Palace was the sky and the god. Within it, the life and death of countless living beings were controlled by the profound blue Marquis Palace. Dark Green City, the main city of Dark Green Prefecture. This was 1,000 times more majestic than the profound Zhao Divine City. Compared to the huge Divine City, which was more than 10,000 times bigger, the profound Zhao Divine City was nothing. Even some intermediate small chaos might not be as big as this Dark Green City. This was also the nest of thousands of Yanji that the profound blue Marquis Palace had painstakingly built. Around the city, divine imprints were flickering, and layers of defensive formations were set up by the mighty beings of the profound blue Marquis Palace. Once it was activated, it would be earth-shattering, and it would destroy the heavens and earth. Even a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign would be in danger of dying if he wasn't careful. Dark Firmament City, Dark Forest Palace. This was the current Xuanwang's 8 sons, young Master Xuelin's divine palace. The current Xuanwang had countless heirs, and the most outstanding 12 of them were called the Zhankang 10th Young Master. Every one of them was the highest-ranked Heaven's Pride evildoer in the Black Heavens Prefecture. None of them had a cultivation base below the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. At the same time, they were also the ones who would compete for the position of the next Xuanwang. Young Master Xuelin was one of the 10th Young Master of the Dark Green Sky. 2 Young Master, Zhan Yuan requests an audience. C3098 Young Master, I refuse to accept this Dark Green City, Black Forest Divine Palace, in front of a luxurious divine hall. Yang Fann and God Lord Zhanjiao stood quietly. Along the way, God Lord Zhan Zhao had told Yang Fann the reason why he was invited. Profound Blue Marquee Palace had a heritage of 1,200 Yanji. In such a long period of time, Xuanwang was not always the same. After the first Xuanwang took the last step, breaking through to the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign and passing the position of Xuanwang to the second Xuanwang, Profound Blue Marquee Palace had its own rules. Every generation of Xuanwang, as long as his cultivation base reached the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, he would abdicate and give up the position of Xuanwang. In just 10 billion eons ago, the current Xuanwang had successfully taken the last step, breaking through to the Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. It was also the time for him to abdicate and give up the position of Xuanwang. For the sake of Xuanwang's position, the battle between the 10-second young master had also changed from dark to bright, and it had reached a white-hot stage. Each and every one of them could be said to have used all of their abilities to rope in all the forces that could be roped in. One had to know that Xuanwang's position not only represented a huge amount of power, but also a huge amount of resources. The reason why Xuanwang was able to advance from a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in just 130 Yan-Ji cycles was because of this. It wasn't because of his extraordinary talent, but because there were many people in his generation who were as talented as him. In fact, it was not impossible that his talent was even above his. But now, the strongest among his peers had only just broken through to the peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, which was much weaker than the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. All of this was because he had won the position of Xuanwang. He had control over more than half of the resources in Profound Blue Marquee Palace. In World of Cultivators, resources were the most important. Without sufficient resources, no matter how talented he was, his achievements would be limited. The reason God Lord Zhan Zhao recruited Yang Fann was to recommend him to young Master Xuelin. In the Profound Blue Marquee Palace, God Lord Zhan Zhao had always been young Master Xuelin's loyal follower. The reason why he worked so hard in the Profound Zhao Divine City was to obtain a large amount of resources for young Master Xuelin. On the other hand, he wanted to dig out some young Master Xuelins for young Master Xuelin. Unfortunately, the Hungmeng Heavenly Void that Yang Fann was in had a weak foundation. There was no one that could catch his eye. So far, he had only dug out a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Yang Fann. In less than a breath's time, crack 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 kaka, the tightly shut doors of the Divine Hall slowly opened. Under the lead of God Lord Zhan Zhao, Yang Fann slowly stepped into the Divine Hall. The first person to enter his eyes was young man, who was wearing a purple robe. He sat on the main seat with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. His face looked like it was carved out of jade. He was handsome and extraordinary, and he had a noble temperament. He was extremely noble, as if he was above all living things. It was as if he was born to be twice as powerful as a master. His cultivation base was at the high 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, Yang Fann had a feeling that Divine Master Luo Zhan and Chen Zhan Star Ancestor were absolutely no match for young man. Even some of the top 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might not be a match for him. It seemed like this man was the one God Lord Zhan Zhao had pledged his loyalty to, young Master Xuelin, one of the 10-second young master in Profound Blue Marquee Palace. As expected of top-level Heaven's Pride of Qin Lin Great Chaos, he was indeed extraordinary. He was a 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior, but he was still able to challenge those who were stronger than him. There was not a single person in the Hungmeng Heavenly Void that could be found. This was the first person he had seen so far. He was on young Master Xuelin's left and right. On both sides of young Master Xuelin sat 8 terrifying experts with powerful auras, as deep as the ocean. The weakest one of them was much stronger than Chen Zhan and Star Ancestor. Even if he was compared to a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. The strongest one was even slightly stronger than God Lord Zhan Zhao. These 16 people, together with God Lord Zhan Zhao, could they be young Master Xuelin's strongest subordinates? Yang Fann frowned slightly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. This kind of strength couldn't be said to be weak. Combined with the strength of the 17 of them, they could easily sweep across the Hungmeng Heavenly Void. Even the Origin Sea God clan was hiding in the chaos of the Origin Sea, relying on the will of the source of the Great Tao. Even if they fought with all their might, they would still be wiped out in the end. However, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to fight for the position of Marquis with this little bit of power. There was almost no hope at all. Among the 10-second young master in Profound Blue Marquee Palace, although young Master Xuelin could not be considered to be at the bottom, he was not too far off. Although there was a rule in Profound Blue Marquee Palace that elders of level 8 or the upper 3 ranks were not allowed to interfere in the fight for the position of Marquis, it would not cause too many casualties. Every 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was the backbone of the Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Even after several cycles of Yanji, there might not be a new 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. However, they could not afford to lose to internal competition. After all, killing was not prohibited in the previous battles for the position of Marquis. There were many casualties. However, quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Deacon wasn't one of them. In the huge Profound Blue Marquee Palace, how many quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign were there? There were definitely no less than 1,000 of them, perhaps even more. Even if only a small portion of them were recruited by those young masters, there were more than 10 or 20 of them. What about young Master Xuelin? Including God Lord Zanjiao, there were only 3 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. And these 3 men were probably not very strong amongst quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. What Yang Fann thought was right. The mother family was just a small family that couldn't even find a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior, young Master Xuelin. They didn't have much help. If it wasn't for his extraordinary talent that allowed him to enter the top 3 of the 10-second young master, only the eldest young master Zanjian, would be able to suppress him. He simply didn't have the qualifications to be the successor of the 10-second young master. At this moment, if Yang Fann still didn't understand that he had been fooled by God Lord Zanjiao, he would have lived for nothing for so many eras. What strength! He was a contender for the position of Marquis. It was such a shame that God Lord Zanjiao had said it out loud. However, at this moment, he was unable to say anything. He had to endure hardships. It was too late for him to go back on his word at this moment. Young Master Xuelin's mark had been branded on his body ever since he stepped into the Divine Palace. Forget it was just some quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, as long as it wasn't a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior who attacked them personally. He, Yang, was not afraid of anyone. Danger and opportunity coexisted. Whether it was danger or opportunity, who could say for sure? Thinking about it carefully, this young Master Xuelin was also a good choice. Helping in the snow was much more precious than adding flowers to the brocade. The other young masters had many quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign subordinates. He wasn't a lot, but he was a lot less. Even if he joined their camp, they wouldn't attach much importance to him, Yang Fann. However, this young Master Xuelin was different. He only had one subordinate. Not to mention the 3 of them, none of them were a match for him. Once he joined, he would immediately receive the attention of this young Master Xuelin. Perhaps, with the help of young Master Xuelin, his cultivation base and strength would improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. One had to know that the amount of resources second young master could mobilize during the fight for the Marquis position was not a small number. Yang Fann greets young master. After comforting himself, Yang Fann's mood improved a lot. He took a step forward and bowed to young Master Xuelin. One young master, Brother Yang is a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign that I have unearthed, and he is an outstanding quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. As long as young master is willing to use the quota in your hand to obtain the rank of 4th grade, he is willing to assist young master in fighting for the position of Marquis. This, young Master Xuelin's eyes flashed with interest. 10-second young master each had a 4th grade position. No matter who it was, as long as they had a 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign cultivation base, even if they were only at the low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, they would be able to immediately become a 4th grade position. And this nomination was still in his hands, and he hadn't used it yet. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was also one of the best amongst them. If they were willing to help him, it would be enough to increase the strength of his subordinates by a large amount, and it wouldn't be a problem to give him this recommendation. He had a lot of trust in God Lord Zanjiao. This was the first quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign that had joined his side. Since he admired Yang Fann so much, his strength was definitely not weak compared to the other quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. No, he is just a newbie. He has yet to make any contributions and he is able to become a level 4 official of the Hu family. Young Master, I cannot accept this C-3099. He fought against the 8th layer of Heaven Qinlin continent, Zonkang Prefecture, Zonkang City, Zonlin Divine Palace. Just as young Master Shuilin was about to agree, a middle-aged divine general sitting at the bottom left of the seat stood up and said with an unconvinced expression. He, Shanggang, had just become young Master Shuilin's subordinate, and had risked his life for young Master Shuilin countless times. But in the end, he was only a rank 1 or 5 divine general. Now, this brat who had just joined young Master Shuilin and had yet to make any contributions actually wanted to obtain the only recommendation spot for a 4th-grade worshipper in young Master Shuilin's hands, and rode on Shanggang's head to tyrannically abuse him. He was not willing to accept this. He, Shanggang, refused to accept it, not to mention, this kid was even a lowly native from the small chaos. What right did he have to become the 4th-ranked consecrate of the profound Blue Marquis Palace? A hint of hesitation flashed across young Master Shuilin's eyes. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. If it was any other 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it would be fine. However, Master Shanggang was the number 1 general under his command, and together with God Lord Zanjiao, he could be considered his right-hand man. He had no choice but to take his opinion to heart. If it was because of this, it would be difficult to quell Master Shanggang's resentment and anger, and he would have to leave him. If that was the case, then he would suffer a great loss. What should he do? Young Master Shuilin felt a trace of regret in his heart. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have discussed the matter of the 4 quotas in front of Master Shanggang and the others. Instead, he should have met Yang Fann in private, in case Shanggang got into this awkward situation. Perhaps, when everything was settled and the rice was cooked, Master Shanggang wouldn't be so angry. At this moment, Yang Fann turned his eyes and looked at Master Shanggang. He sneered and said, "Sir, are you not convinced? That's good, sir. Do you dare to fight me?" Yang Fann did not really care about the 4th rank of the Marquis's estate. Regardless of whether it was the rank 8 Great Tao Divine Ability or the 1-unit Great Tao Divine Source from the 10 million eras, they were all useless to him and did not have much allure. However, it didn't mean that Yang Fann would keep silent and endure it. In the world of cultivators, experts were respected, and strength was king. Sometimes, one had to be high profile and high profile. One step at a time would only make one feel weak and easily bullied. At that time, no one knew what kind of cat or dog would ride on his head and piss on him. A good person would be bullied, and a good horse would be ridden. These words were not only suitable for the mortal world of cultivators was even more naked than this. Furthermore, he wanted to gain young Master Shuilin's attention and gain more benefits. He wanted to show his strength appropriately and show off his muscles. That was unavoidable. This quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was his best target to establish his prestige. Fight me if you want to. Indigenous being, do you think I'm afraid of you? Master Shanggang didn't show any signs of weakness. He shifted his fierce gaze and continued, "Whoever wins this battle will be recommended by young Master." He had been eyeing the only recommendation spot for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so furious. What he said just now was a provocation to young Master Shuilin. Now was the perfect time to seize the opportunity to seize the recommendation spot. 10 million eras, 1 unit of Great Tao Divine Source. Putting aside the fact that he was envious of the rank 8 Great Tao Divine Ability, if he could master the rank 8 Great Tao Divine Ability, his overall strength would increase by a huge margin, and he would be able to surpass most quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, making him one of the top 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors. What a good idea. I have lost, and I want to give up the recommendation. If you lose, you won't need to pay anything. Yang Fann smiled coldly. He had put the spatial white wolf on his head. There was really something about him. If you want my recommendation, you can take out a treasure of equal value. What is your spot? When did young Master agree to give you his spot? Master Shanggang was so angry that his beard was fluttering. This kid was really shameless. When did young Master agree to it? Brother Zan, you promised me that you would help me take the position of a 4th grade official before I agreed to join the Hu family. Yang Fann didn't look at Master Shanggang. Instead, he shifted his gaze to God Lord Zanjiao. He couldn't miss the fact that God Lord Zanjiao should belong to him. Even if he didn't like the level 4 consecrate, it would still belong to him. As long as God Lord Zanjiao dared to go back on his word, Yang Fann would definitely turn around and leave without saying a word. In any case, he had already arrived at Qin Lin Great Chaos. Whether he would join the profound Blue Marquee Palace or not wasn't that important anymore. In fact, in Yang Fann's heart, he was eager to take this opportunity to leave the profound Blue Marquee Palace. It wasn't that he didn't keep his promise, it was you guys who didn't keep your promise. The other 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors were trying to find a way to get close to profound Blue Marquee Palace, which was a big tree. Yang Fann was different. Those duchies and kingdoms were his goal. A mere profound Blue Marquee Palace, compared to him, was still a little small. It wouldn't be able to provide him with much resources for his growth. With his monstrous talent, Yang Fann was confident. Regardless of whether it was the duchies or the royal families, they could not reject a monster like him. Brother Yang, don't be anxious. I will never go back on my promise to you. God Lord Zanjiao immediately became anxious when he heard this. The spiritual consciousness moved and comforted Yang Fann. This time, they had been traveling together for a long time. Although they hadn't touched the bottom line of Yang Fann's strength, there was one thing they were sure of. Yang Fann's strength and ambition were far above his. Even Master Xianxia, the number one person under their young master, was much weaker than him. It was highly likely that Yang Fann would be the one to compete for the position of Marquis. After temporarily stabilizing Yang Fann, God Lord Zanjiao immediately advised young Master Xuelinen. Sound transmitting, young Master, Yang Fann's strength will definitely not disappoint you. I hope that young Master can grant you a quota of 4 ranks. A hint of hesitation flashed across young Master Xuelin's eyes. He believed God Lord Zanjiao's words. Since he admired Yang Fann so much, there must be something extraordinary about him. However, he had to consider Master Xianxia's attitude. After a while, young Master Xuelin gritted his teeth, as if he had made a decision. He opened his mouth and said, Supreme Yang Fann, what do you think? Your battle with Master Xianxia. If you win, not only will I recommend you to become a 4th-grade official of the Hu family, I will also reward you with 1,000,000 units of Great Dao Divine Sources. If Master Xianxia wins by luck, the quota will belong to Master Xianxia. 1,000,000 units of Great Dao Divine Sources. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He did not expect young Master Xuelin to have such courage. Not only did he take out the recommendation quota for a level 4 official, he also took out 1,000,000 units of Great Dao Divine Sources. That was 1,000,000 trillion Great Dao Source Crystals. It was nearly 10 times more than the total amount of Great Dao Source Crystals he had obtained during these eras. With 1,000,000 Great Dao Divine Sources, it was enough for his strength of divine body to soar once again. At that time, even if he still wasn't a match for a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, he was afraid that he wouldn't be too far off. Young Master, I have no objections. Master Xianxia, what about you? What do you think? Young Master, old Xiang will listen to you. Master Xianxia grinned. Although he didn't have 1,000,000 units of Great Dao Divine Sources, to him, the number of level 4 offerings was the most important. Furthermore, as long as he became a level 4 tribute, he would have 1,000,000 units of Great Dao Source Crystals. He wouldn't need 1,000,000,000,000 eras to earn that amount. 10 million eons worth of Great Dao Divine Sources was just a basic benefit. A level 4 consecrate, the true income of 10 million eons, was not limited to just this. Alright, since the two of you have no objections, the two of you can proceed to the storm platform. Young Master Xuelin nodded slightly. He patted the board and finally solved this problem. Yang Fann, Deacon of Profound Palace has such high regards for you. Please don't call me that. The Wind Cloud platform was the venue for the competition in Zanlin Divine Palace. It was personally created by an elder of Profound Blue Marquee Palace's level 8. It was enough to withstand a fight between a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Storm Hall below the stage. A large number of Great Dao Sovereign had gathered. Furthermore, Great Dao Sovereign was continuously entering Wind Cloud Palace. Young Master Xuelin had more than 17 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign subordinates under his command. There were also many intermediate and low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign subordinates. Not to mention those 6th Empyrean and 5th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign subordinates. As the news of the great battle between the two quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors spread in Zanlin Divine Palace, most of the supreme beings rushed to Fengyan Palace. A battle between quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors was not common, especially for those 5th Empyrean and 6th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. If they could gain some insight from it, it would be enough for them to benefit a lot. It was not impossible for them to break through to a higher level in one go. Ah, I have been waiting for this for a long time. It's too late. Look, the two lords are on the cloud platform. They were about to stand up. I wonder who will win in the end. C3100 defeating Shanggang Xuanline Divine Palace, Storm Hall below the stage. In less than 10 minutes, thousands of great Dao Sovereign had gathered. As one of the 10-second young master of Profound Blue Marquee Palace, he was just a lowly servant in the Black Forest Divine Palace. All of them were great Dao Sovereign. Anyone below the supreme level would not even be able to enter the main gate of the Divine Palace. Very quickly, a group of great Dao Sovereign whispered to each other, discussing and guessing who the final victor would be. Master Shanggang has broken through to the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, and he has already broken through to the 5th cycle of the Yanji period. Among all the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, he isn't considered weak. I heard that Supreme Yang Fann came from a certain small chaos, and his foundation is shallow. I don't think he's a match for Master Shanggang. Indeed, the foundation of a supreme warrior in small chaos is limited. With the same cultivation base, it's almost impossible for him to be a match for us, the Great Chaotic Supreme. The outcome of this battle will be a draw. Master Shanggang is the 8th, and that Yang Fann is the 2nd. It seems like the only recommendation spot in young master's hand will belong to Master Shanggang in the end. After so many eras, Master Shanggang has finally gotten what he wanted. Although God Lord Zanjiao highly praised Yang Fann, not many of the thousands of great Dao Sovereign present thought highly of Yang Fann. The pride of being a living creature of the great chaotic world had already penetrated deep into their bones. As for the supreme being of small chaos, each and every one of them was looking down on Yang Fann from the bottom of their hearts. Of course, this was the truth. Compared to the great Chaos Paragon, aside from a few geniuses, most of the other paragons were weaker. The two of them were like the extraordinary disciples of the sect. The other was the rogue cultivator in the martial arts world that had no background. The foundation of both parties was on a completely different level. Wind Cloud Stage. It was a circular arena that was no more than 10,000 miles in diameter. However, there was another world within it. The area was vast and boundless. It was no less than the size of a small chaos. At that moment, Yang Fann and Master Shanggang were separated by 100 years, and they were standing opposite of each other. Lowly barbarian of small chaos, I will let you know what the difference is. The corner of Master Shanggang's mouth cracked open, and a cruel smile flashed across his face. The way he looked at Yang Fann was filled with unconcealable contempt. Just like most of the great Dao Sovereign in Qinlin Great Chaos, Master Shanggang looked down on these great Dao Sovereign from the bottom of his heart. Even if Yang Fann was a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign like him, so what? His actual combat strength wouldn't be much stronger than the top 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign of Great Chaotic World. And he could be considered an expert even amongst the many 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. A lowly barbarian like him was just a piece of cake to them. The pride of the creatures of the great primal chaos. Soon, I will crush that laughable pride of yours bit by bit. Yang Fann sneered. They were competing against each other. He really had no idea. Where did these creatures of great chaos get so much sense of superiority from? If they were in Hung Meng Heavenly Void, they would at most be invincible amongst those of the same level, not to mention fighting against those of a higher level. They wouldn't even be able to do it by a single level. Compared to him, they were nothing. One should know that his current cultivation level was only at the 8th level of the quasi-supreme realm. His actual combat strength had already caught up to the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. How many levels and levels had he surpassed? Ignorant indigenous being, you will pay the price for your words. A fierce light flashed in Master Shanggang's eyes. In the next second, boom 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 boom. Boundless golden light burst out from Master Shanggang's body. A peerless ferocious aura soared into the sky, like a peerless ferocious god waking up from its deep slumber. Master Shanggang's body expanded and swelled, growing taller and taller. In an instant, he turned into a terrifying great god that was over 1,000,000 light years tall. He pointed at the sky and the earth, and he was the ruler of the world. Kai, 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 Kai. The air currents in all directions started to tremble and distort, as if they were bowing to him. Roar, lowly savage, die for me. Master Shanggang's voice sounded like Devil God's roar. It was boiling, and it swept across the entire storm hall. Hong Long, Master Shang Gang moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Yang Fann. Hong Long. Although Master Shang Gang didn't use any divine abilities, he only used his pure strength to suppress this palm strike. However, the scariness of this palm strike was enough to make countless of peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign tremble in fear. Wherever the palm passed, chaos and void would explode, and even the space would faintly distort. Hiss! What a terrifying strength, as expected of the number 1 expert of our Xuanline Divine Palace. Lord Shang Gang, puny tricks, break for me boom. Endless silver lights burst out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. The divine body of Great Tao Sovereign was pushed to its limit, and it also transformed into a terrifying great gods that was as tall as 1,000,000 light years. Its terrifying aura was boiling, crushing all the voids in the surroundings. Bang! 2 giant gods, one gold and one silver, collided with each other. A terrifying power wreaked havoc on the wind cloud platform, destroying a large portion of the void. Dang! 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 Thump! Master Shang Gang kept retreating. With every step he took, he left a huge void dent in the air. On the other hand, Yang Fann was as steady as Mount Tai and did not move at all. It was obvious that Yang Fann had the upper hand in this fight. Ah, no, I didn't see wrongly, right? It was actually Master Shang Gang who was at a disadvantage. No, how is this possible? Below the stage, all of the Great Tao Sovereign were stunned. How could this be? This shouldn't be how the script should be played. What an aboriginal. I have underestimated you. Master Shang Gang stared at Yang Fann with a pair of eyes that were filled with anger. To think that he would embarrass himself in front of so many people. This savage was simply unforgivable, he deserved to die for his crimes. Kill divine ability. Astral God Slaying Saber boom! A brilliant blade beam shot out from Master Shang Gang's chest. Fast it had almost surpassed the thinking of a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would find it hard to grasp the trajectory of this blade light. Star Refining / Divine Blade, this was Master Shang Gang's ultimate skill, the Star Refining / Divine Blade. This time, Master Shang Gang was really serious. Astral / Divine Blade is Master Shang Gang's ultimate skill. It can be considered as one of the top amongst all the 7th grade Great Tao skills. According to the legends, this divine saber was condensed by Master Shang Gang after refining billions of stars. Once it was unleashed, it would definitely sweep away everything in its path and sweep across the world. There was once a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior who was severely injured by this weapon. If he didn't escape in time, he might have already become a dead soul under Master Shang Gang's blade. I'm afraid that Yang Fann is in trouble. At that moment, break for me. Yang Fann's voice was still as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if that wasn't Master Shang Gang's ultimate skill, it was just an ordinary blade light. It didn't pose any threat to him at all. Bang! A punch was thrown out. The silver light shone brightly, like a shooting star piercing through the sky. Poochie. In less than an instant, the ultimate divine ability that Master Shang Gang had painstakingly cultivated was completely shattered. Ah, no, Poochie. Master Shang Gang let out a heart-wrenching cry and spat out a mouthful of golden blood that looked like an ocean. The Astral Refining Divine Saber was not only his divine ability, it was also his lifeblood divine artifact. The Astral Refining Divine Slash was destroyed, and Master Shang Gang was seriously injured. In an instant, his aura became extremely weak. Even if he was compared to some of the top 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much stronger. Ah, no, I lost. Master Shang Gang lost just like that. Below the stage, the crowd of Great Tao Sovereign was dumbfounded. This was too fast, wasn't it? How much time had passed since the start of the battle? This was really the number 1 expert of their profound Lin Divine Palace, Master Shang Gang. However, the fact that the refining star god slaying saber had been broken was an indisputable fact. With the lifeblood divine artifact destroyed, Master Shang Gang's strength of the 10th level couldn't be unleashed to the 5th level. Compared to some of the top 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he wasn't much stronger. So, how could he possibly be a match for Yang Fann? There was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. This time, Master Shang Gang has really suffered a great loss. Not only did he not obtain the quota for the 4th level, he also destroyed his own lifeblood divine artifact, the Star Refining Divine Saber. Without thousands or trillions of eras of recuperation, he would never be able to recover from this injury. Furthermore, even if he recovered, without the star-refining divine saber, his overall combat strength would drop by more than 3 levels. Immediately, the leader of the 3 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors of Dark Forest Divine Palace would fall to the bottom of the 3 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors. Wind Cloud Platform, in the sky. Unknowingly, a smile appeared on young Master Xuelin's face. Not only did Master Shang Gang's injury not make him angry, it also made him feel pleasantly surprised. To be able to destroy Master Shang Gang's astral/divine blade with a single strike, this strength had already surpassed Master Shang Gang by more than 1 level. He was definitely a peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even if he wasn't invincible below the 8th level of Great Tao Sovereign, he was afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker. At this moment, the fire of ambition that had been extinguished by young Master Xuelin was ignited once again. The position of Marquis Xuankang represented a massive amount of resources, and it represented the 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. How could he not be moved? Unfortunately, the power in his hands was limited, and he had no choice but to suppress the wild hope in his heart. Compared to the other 11 young masters, he, who only had the support of 3 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors, did not have any advantage. For those ranked top 5 young masters, all of them had quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warriors under their command, and each of them had more than 2 hands. However, Yang Fann's appearance had given him a glimmer of hope. In the fight for the position of Marquis, although the number of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign subordinates was important, the quality was more important. A peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was enough to take on 10, or even more ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If he could have the combat strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior, then the position of Marquis would be an absolute certainty. His father, the current Marquis Zan Kang, was able to stand out among the many competitors because he had recruited a peerless evildoer. With just a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base, he had the power to go against the power of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He had swept away all the other competitors and easily ascended to the position of Marquis. Deacon Zan, you have brought me a great gift this time. Ah, look, what does Supreme Yang Fann want to do? C3101 Ruthlessness Xuanline Divine Palace, Storm Hall. Ah, look, Supreme Yang Fann, what is he trying to do? An exclamation immediately attracted the attention of tens of thousands of Great Tao Sovereign. On top of the platform, a ferocious smile could be seen at the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. His body moved. He ripped apart the void and lunged at Master Shang Gang. Now that Master Shang Gang was done fighting, it was time for him to make his move. Being passively beaten wasn't Yang Fann's character. If possible, Yang Fann even wanted to take Master Shang Gang down completely. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign with the strength of 1,000,000 strength of original life, 10 million times stronger than a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light. Not only that, if he could suppress and devour this Master Shang Gang, not to mention advancing to the 9th grade, it would be possible for him to advance to the 10th grade in one go. At that time, he, Yang Fann, would be considered a first-class expert in Profound Firmament Prefecture. As long as he didn't encounter those high-grade level 8s from the level 8 and above, it wouldn't be a problem for him to keep his life if he couldn't defeat them. With a ferocious laugh, Yang Fann threw a palm attack at Master Shang Gang. Yang Fann didn't hold back at all. The power of Chaos God in his body surged violently, and he unleashed his full strength. Kai, 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 Kai. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed by, even the 4-direction space would have fine cracks on it. Hiss. Break it broke. This power. Invincible quasi-8th Empyrean. This is the power of an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean. Above the platform, young Master Xuelin couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. He thought that he had overestimated Yang Fann, but he never expected Yang Fann to be hiding something from him. The Wind Cloud platform was personally built by the elders of Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Layers of defense mechanisms were laid down on it, allowing it to withstand the full strength of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even a peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to tear open the space above the storm platform. However, this Yang Fann's palm strike had actually caused a fine crack to appear in the surrounding space. This strength had absolutely surpassed the realm of a peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Ha ha ha, good. In an instant, young Master Xuelin was overjoyed. A peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign only gave him a glimmer of hope. If he wanted to truly stand out from the 10-second young master and seize the marquee position, his hope would not exceed a single point. A peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Although it was rare, it was not like the other young masters did not have one. There were even some young masters who had more than one quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign subordinate, and two of them. However, the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was different. A single person could fight several peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Among the 10-second young master, only the eldest young master Zhan Jian, and the fourth young master Zhan Yang, had an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign subordinate. There was no other young master who had an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With the help of Yang Fann, who was an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the possibility of him becoming a marquis had increased to at least one level. On the Wind Cloud platform. Roar. Indigenous being, you've gone too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Master Shang Gang's eyes turned red as he gritted his teeth. Although reason told him that he was absolutely no match for this barbaric man. Even he, who was at his peak, was easily defeated by this barbarian. Not to mention the fact that he had been severely injured after the destruction of the star-sundering saber. However, the pride of the great Chaos Supreme being made it impossible for him to back down. Not to mention admitting defeat. If he were to lower his head and admit defeat to this indigenous being, he would become the laughing stock of the world in the future, and he wouldn't have the face to establish a foothold in the Dark Forest Divine Palace. Pucci. His body moved, not showing any signs of weakness as he confronted Yang Fann. Bang! The two enormous gods, one gold and one silver, collided once again. Master Shang Gang once again opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His mighty body flew backwards like a broken gunny sack. Anger alone could not make up for it. The gap between the two of them was huge. You still dare to resist stubbornly? Yang Fann let out a ferocious laugh. When he had the upper hand, he would not spare anyone. He wanted to take his life while he was down. Bang bang bang. His fists were like a raging storm as he violently punched out. Every single punch, every single one of his punches was on par with the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior. Ah, bastard, how dare you! Master Shang Gang kept roaring like an enraged beast. He fought with all his might, but under the huge gap in strength, he fell into an absolute disadvantage in just an instant. He could only parry, not have the strength to fight back at all. Pucci pucci, pucci, pucci. Numerous criss-crossing cracks appeared on Master Shang Gang's body, rapidly expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. Master Shang Gang's aura was rapidly weakening, as if he had dropped from a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Gulp gulp. This supreme Yang Fann was totally using Master Shang Gang as a punching bag below the stage. Great Tao Sovereign swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. The sound of bones cracking could be heard from time to time, causing one's hair to stand on end. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Master Shang Gang had lost count of how many times his divine body had been destroyed by Yang Fann, and he had been reborn with a drop of blood. His aura had completely dropped to a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, still not admitting defeat. Fine good. Yang Fann's heart was wild with joy. This Master Shang Gang refused to let go, but it just happened to be what Yang Fann wanted. If his bones softened and he saw that the situation was bad, he would immediately lower his head and admit defeat. It would be difficult for Yang Fann to continue attacking him. Speaking of which, this battle was only a spar between the two of them, not a life and death battle. Soon, I will be able to take down this Master Shang Gang soon. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Master Shang Gang's aura was approaching the critical point of a high 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He could only wait for Master Shang Gang's aura to drop to a high 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Yang Fann was confident that he could completely suppress Master Shang Gang. At that time, even if young Master Xuelin wanted to interfere and ask him to hand Master Shang Gang over, he would be able to refuse to admit it in the end. He didn't believe that young Master Xuelin would really fall out with him for the sake of Master Shang Gang. Only by living could one have value. No matter how powerful a dead man was when he was alive, after he died, in other words, a dead man. And these disciples of the great clans only cared about benefits and not love. To young Master Xuelin, that little bit of relationship in the past was nothing. 15 minutes later, Master Shang Gang's aura was extremely close to the critical point of a high 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. It was as if he would fall to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the next second. Master Shang Gang's situation is very bad. Should I stop this battle? A trace of hesitation flashed across young Master Xuelin's eyes. Looking at Yang Fann's stance, it was obvious that as long as Master Shang Gang didn't lower his head, he would never stop. If he ended this battle at this moment, it would probably make Yang Fann unhappy. This was not what he wanted to see. In the upcoming fight for the marquee position, everything depended on Yang Fann. Sigh, so is Master Shang Gang. He will give me a difficult problem. Is it really that difficult for you to lower your head and admit defeat? Another 10 breaths passed. No, we can't continue like this. This indigenous being is determined to take my life. Anxiety flashed across Master Shang Gang's eyes. His survival instinct had finally gained the upper hand. Although face was important, Shang Gang's life was more important. If he continued to resist, he would really die in the hands of this barbarian. Stop, I admit it. However, before he could finish the last word, his aura suddenly plummeted. A good opportunity. Yang Fann's eyes sparkled. This Master Shang Gang had finally fallen to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Roar. Mixed 9 forms, open it Hong Long. Yang Fann's strength had increased by 4,500 times. His aura was so terrifying that it seemed like he was on par with a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He was sure that he would be able to defeat this Master Shang Gang. As long as he could defeat this Master Shang Gang, a tiny bit of backlash was nothing to him. Furthermore, even if it was the ultimate transformation of the mixed 9 forms, it wouldn't cause his cultivation base to drop by a major grade. At most, it would only drop by a minor realm. He wouldn't need 1/10,000th of the strength of origin to make up for it. 2. Restriction forbidden divine ability. He actually used the forbidden divine ability to suppress Master Shang Gang. What kind of grudge is this? What kind of grudge is this? Below the stage, Great Dao Sovereign was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his own eyes. According to what they knew, this was the first time Master Shang Gang and Yang Fann had met. There wasn't any irreconcilable enmity between them. Even if Master Shang Gang had offended them with his words, they wouldn't make him use the forbidden divine ability to suppress Master Shang Gang. Even God Lord Zhan Zhao was shocked by Yang Fann's ruthlessness. Although he knew that Yang Fann was ruthless and could easily wipe out the entire human race, he never would have thought that. Hong Long. It was just a verbal battle, and he had no idea how many times he had destroyed Master Shang Gang's lifeblood divine artifact, not to mention destroying Master Shang Gang's lifeblood divine artifact. The astral refining divine slash was still not enough to vent his anger. There was really no one else who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Gulp gulp. Fortunately, I've been very polite to Yang Fann all along the way and didn't offend him. Otherwise, hiss, I have just broken through and couldn't control my strength. I accidentally killed Master Shang Gang. I hope young master can forgive me. C3102. Your cultivation base has improved a lot. Xuanline Divine Palace, Storm Hall. Pucci. Yang Fann took a step out of the platform and arrived in front of young Master Xuelin. He cupped his hands and apologized. His voice was sincere. Those who did not know what had happened really thought that Yang Fann had accidentally killed Master Shang Gang. However, everyone present, from the beginning to the end, they hadn't missed a single detail. They wanted to see how he was going to heavily injure Master Shang Gang until he suppressed Master Shang Gang. At this time, he actually said that he couldn't control his own strength, and that he had accidentally killed Master Shang Gang. Could he still have some face to speak nonsense? It wasn't like that. Furthermore, that Master Shang Gang didn't die, but was suppressed by you. However, no one dared to say another word to expose Yang Fann's lie. This was a truly ruthless man. He had just used a tiny bit of verbal attack, but he still wanted to suppress Master Shang Gang with the forbidden divine ability. He was truly narrow-minded, much smaller than the tip of a needle. If they dared to say a word, they would surely bear a grudge against him. At that time, there was only one path waiting for them, and that was death. In any case, they didn't have much of a relationship with Master Shang Gang. In fact, many of them had been unhappy with Master Shang Gang for a long time. Why would he put them in danger for Master Shang Gang? Brother Yang, there's no need to feel guilty. Your cultivation base has just broken through, so it's unavoidable that you can't control your strength. We can only blame Master Shang Gang for not having a good life. Young Master Xuelin comforted Yang Fann and pondered for a moment. Between Yang Fann and Master Shang Gang, he had resolutely chosen Yang Fann. This was the reality. Master Shang Gang's combat strength had fallen to the lowest point after losing the Lifeblood Divine Artifact, the Star-Refining Divine Saber. He was not much stronger than some of the top 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warriors. Among all the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warriors, he was at the bottom of the list. Compared to young Master Xuelin, he didn't have much help. As for Yang Fann, he was an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warrior who had almost reached the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. One man could defeat hundreds of Master Shang Gang, and even more. Only by relying on Yang Fann could he take the position of Marquis. There was no need to say what choice he should make. Yang Fann secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was not easy for him to suppress Master Shang Gang. No matter what, he did not want to hand Master Shang Gang over. However, if young Master Xuelin insisted on letting Master Shang Gang go, it would be difficult for him to do so. This was Profound Azure City, the lair of the Profound Azure clan. If he really fell out with young Master Xuelin, he would only be the one to suffer. He might not even be able to walk out of Profound Azure City safely. As one of the 10th young master in Profound Blue Marquis Palace, it wasn't difficult for young Master Xuelin to invite a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The elders and elders of level 8 could not participate in the fight for the position of Marquis, but it did not mean that they could not attack other people. Fortunately, what he was worried about did not happen. In the face of benefits and feelings, young Master Xuelin decisively chose benefits. The next second, Yang Fann secretly labeled young Master Xuelin as someone he shouldn't have a close relationship with. Master Shang Gang had risked his life for him for so many eras, and he was willing to give it up just like that. Once he had enough benefits, young Master Xuelin would definitely sell him to Yang Fann without saying a word. Brother Yang, this is 1,000,000 units of Great Dao Divine Source, as well as the matter of the level 4 offerings. I will immediately report this to the Lord's Manor. Then I'll leave everything to you, young Master. Yang Fann took the 1,000,000 units of young Master Xuelin's from young Master Xuelin and thanked him. Brother Yang, you don't have to be polite. These are what you deserve. I think Brother Yang must be tired as well. Someone, bring Brother Yang to Lin de Palace to rest. Lin de Palace was one of the 12 main palaces of the Divine Palace. It was specially prepared by young Master Xuelin for quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. There were also many beautiful maids that young Master Xuelin had arranged for Yang Fann. Every one of them had peerless looks, and they were devastatingly beautiful. Furthermore, each and every one of them was a woman who was shy and reserved. As long as Yang Fann was willing, he would be able to enjoy these beauties at any time. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't have the ambition to do so. He just ignored the disappointed gazes of those beauties. With a wave of his hand, he chased them out of Lin de Palace. In the next moment, whoosh, a golden light flashed, and Master Shang Gang, who had just been suppressed by him, appeared in front of him. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, I don't think he will disappoint me. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In the next moment, boom, the terrifying soul power that was chasing after the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign was swept out from Yang Fanshihai's body. It turned into a sky-splitting divine axe and slashed at Master Shang Gang's chaotic crystal wall. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. Numerous crisscrossing chaos fissures floated above Master Shang Gang's chaotic crystal wall. 1,000,000 years later, roar, break for me, bang. The sky collapsed, the earth cracked. Master Shang Gang's inner chaos had finally reached its limit. The chaotic crystal wall completely exploded. Poochie 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 poochie. In a huge, chaotic creatures, countless chaotic universes directly shattered into pieces, body and spirit extinguished. Soon, countless treasures, divine weapons, and divine herbs turned into a torrent of treasures and were quickly absorbed into the chaos within Yang Fann's body. 10,000 years passed. Wang, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, unable to conceal the excitement and surprise in his eyes. Ha ha ha, this Master Shang Gang was worthy of being called a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. His net worth was extremely high. Compared to Lord of Great Light, his net worth was 10,000 times bigger. More than that, Yang Fann had found nearly 10 million Yang Fanns and countless other resources just by looking at the Yang Fanns. The total value was so high that it was worth at least 30 to 50 million units of great Tao divine source. With so many resources, I wonder how much my sovereign god's body will improve. Yang Fann was eager to give it a try. He couldn't wait to cultivate in seclusion. However, in the end, he forcefully suppressed the urge to enter secluded cultivation. Before that, he still had to deal with the massive amount of resources in his hands, and it would be best if he could exchange them for great Tao divine sources. A figure naturally leapt into his heart. It was none other than God Lord Zanjiao. In this profound azure city, the only person he knew was God Lord Zanjiao. Furthermore, Yang Fann believed that with Master Shanggang as an example, God Lord Zanjiao wouldn't dare to trick him too much. Yang Fann would admit defeat if he suffered a small loss. If a horse wanted to run fast and not give grass to a horse, how could there be such a good thing in the world? One day later, Yang Fann returned to the Qilin Hall once again. Swoosh! With a flash of the light of chaos, a unit of Great Tao Divine Source appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Similar to the Great Tao Source crystal, it was only the size of a human palm. However, compared to the Great Tao Source crystal, the Great Tao Divine Source was much purer, without any impurities. At a glance, it looked like the most primitive darkness, as if it could devour everything. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique and Great Tao Sovereign's divine art were pushed to their limits. Yang Fann's body transformed into a devouring black hole, crazily devouring the Great Tao Divine Source in his hand. Not long after, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. As expected of the Great Tao Divine Source that could help Nine Heavens' Great Tao Sovereign. Sure enough, it was not something that Great Tao Source crystal could compare with. Through this Great Tao Divine Source, his divine body of Great Tao Sovereign's speed of improvement had increased by more than 10 times. I can keep some Great Tao Divine Sources for my parents and the others to use for their cultivation. With these Great Tao Divine Sources to aid their cultivation, my parents will be able to break through to the 5th Empyrean very soon, or even the 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Poochie poochie, poochie. The Great Tao Divine Sources shattered one unit after another, turning into powder. On average, less than 10 billion years had passed, and a unit of Great Tao Divine Sources had been devoured by Yang Fann. Fortunately, there was no second person in Qilin Hall. Otherwise, it would shake the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos. Even those high and mighty Nine Heavens Great Tao Sovereign couldn't refine a single unit of Great Tao Divine Source in a short period of 10 billion eras. Otherwise, the millions of units of Great Tao Divine Source that were worshipped by the 4th grade of Profound Blue Marquee Palace wouldn't have made so many quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign experts squeeze their way in. An era, 10 eras, 100 eras, 1,000 eras, 10,000 eras. Time passed quickly. 35,686 eras had passed. Not only did Yang Fann devour nearly 10 million units of Master Shanggang's and the 1 million units of Great Tao Divine Sources that young Master Xuelin had given him, even the nearly 80 million Great Tao Divine Sources that God Lord Zanjiao had brought him, apart from leaving behind 100 units for his parents and the others to use for their cultivation, everything else had been devoured and refined by him. At this moment, the strength of the Yang Fann's divine body had increased by more than 100 times, 1,000 times. With just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that his combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than some peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign if he used the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign to fight the top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Once he unleashed all of his combat strength, Yang Fann was confident that he wouldn't be much weaker than some low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Amongst the numerous quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors in Qin Lin Great Chaos, there were probably not many who could be his match. I wonder if this Master Shanggang will be able to help me advance to the 10th grade Quasi-Supreme. C3103 10th Step Quasi-Supreme Being Zan Lin Divine Palace, Linda Palace. Looking at Master Shanggang who was in the devouring black hole, Yang Fann felt a little uncertain. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign strength of original life was 10 million times more powerful than a low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Lord of Great Light. Not only that, but he had also absorbed nearly 90 million units of Great Tao Divine Source. The origin root was several hundred to 1,000 times stronger than before, and the resources needed to advance were also increasing exponentially. Initially, he was confident that he would be able to break through 2 major levels in a row and advance to become a 10th grade Quasi-Supreme Being. However, now, he did not have much confidence. Forget it, there would always be a path before the mountain. When the boat reached the bridge, it would naturally be straight. It was all in vain for him to think so much now. Everything would be clear once he completely refined this Master Xianxia. Even if he couldn't advance to the 10th grade, it didn't matter. At most, he could think of a way to suppress a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the future. As the saying went, there would always be 1 and 2. He could suppress the first quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In the future, there would be no lack of 2nd and 3rd quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, with his current accumulation, as long as he could break through to a higher level, his overall combat strength would not be inferior to some low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and might even surpass them. It was enough for him to gain a firm foothold in Dark Firmament Prefecture. During these eras, he wasn't just devouring the Great Tao Divine Source. At the same time, he had also taken the time to read Master Xianxia's soul's memories. He had a great understanding of the Qin Lin Great Chaos, especially the Dark Firmament Prefecture. Unlike before, he had no idea what was going on. In the Dark Green Prefecture, 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign could be counted on one's fingers. Each and every one of them was an elusive leader. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was basically the top combat strength of the Dark Green Prefecture. Any family that could produce a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be able to enter the ranks of the top families in the Dark Green Marquis country. Even in the Profound Blue Marquis Palace, every 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. They were all the distinguished guests of the Marquis Palace. They were worshipped by countless people. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann pushed the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique to its limit. Boom. Endless power of devouring surged out from the black hole center, crazily devouring Master Xianxia's strength of original life. One had to admit that quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The purity of the strength of origin was far from being comparable to low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors like Lord of Great Light and Great Demonic God of Darkness. Comparing them, they were on a completely different level. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing towards the 9th grade quasi-supreme being at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bit of origin of chaos that was used to use the forbidden divine ability was replenished in no time. An era, 100 eras, 10,000 eras, 1 million eras, 100 million eras, a billion eras. In the blink of an eye, 3 billion eras had passed. Boom boom boom. After absorbing nearly 1/10,000th of Master Xianxia's strength of original life, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally had a qualitative breakthrough, and he successfully advanced to the 9th grade quasi-supreme being. The strength in his body was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing crazily. It was 10 times stronger than before. 100-fold, rapidly increasing. 10,000 eras passed. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. His cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the 9th grade quasi-sovereign early stage. It seems like I have underestimated this Master Xianxia. The strength of his strength of origin is more than 10 times greater than what he had estimated. Just a little more than 1/10,000th of the strength of original life had allowed him to break through. There were still 9 more levels and 9 more levels of the strength of original life left, allowing his cultivation base to advance by another level, advancing to the 10th grade quasi-supreme being. It wouldn't be difficult at all. It wouldn't be impossible for him to advance to the 10th grade quasi-supreme being mid-stage in one go. I just don't know what realm my combat strength will reach when the time comes. Yang Fann had a glimmer of anticipation in his heart. It wasn't very possible for him to fight a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but he was confident that he could fight an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Currently, he was only a 9th grade quasi-supreme expert, and Yang Fann was quite confident that he could beat those ordinary low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Even amongst the numerous low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was worthy of being called an expert. Suppressing the anticipation in his heart, Yang Fann continued his seclusion. Kai. The strength of original life on Master Xianxia's body was like a flood that had just opened a dam. It flowed continuously into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole and into the chaos in Yang Fann's body, causing his cultivation base to increase. Hong Long. After advancing to the 9th grade, Yang Fann's devouring speed increased by more than 10 times. Peak 9th order quasi-supreme being early stage. 9th grade quasi-supreme being mid-stage. Peak 9th grade quasi-sovereign mid-stage. 9th level quasi-supreme being late stage. peak of the late stage of the 9th level of the quasi-sovereign realm. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 30 billion eras. Within the devouring black hole, Master Shang Gang had lost a lot of weight. He had used up nearly 3 levels of the strength of original life. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden, divine light burst out from Yang Fann's body. Endless hurricanes shot out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body, sweeping in all directions like a chaotic storm. Kai, 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 Kai. In all directions, the space became extremely distorted. There were even faint traces of fine and dense fissured traces appearing. Terrifying. One should know that Qilin de Palace was one of the top cultivation grounds in the Zan Lin Divine Palace. It was surrounded by 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign from the profound Blue Marquee Palace, and there were layers of defensive mechanisms set up around it. Its defensive strength was not any weaker than the storm platform. Just the pressure alone had caused the 4-direction space to distort and crack. At this moment, if someone were to enter Lin de Palace, anyone below the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, would feel as if they were stuck in a quagmire, and it would be difficult for them to take even a single step forward. Ordinary middle and low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would be crushed to the ground in an instant, unable to move at all, waiting to be slaughtered. After breaking through and absorbing Master Shang Gang's 3 levels of strength of original life, Yang Fann's cultivation base had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully broken through to the 10th grade quasi-sovereign stage. 800,000 eras later, Master Shang Gang's strength of origin shrunk by another level, and Yang Fann's cultivation base stabilized at the 10th grade quasi-supreme early stage. Powerful, feeling the surging energy in his body, Yang Fann couldn't hide the excitement on his face. The current him was truly unprecedentedly powerful. Compared to the 9th grade quasi-supreme being, his overall strength had increased by more than 100,000 times. It seemed like as long as he was willing, he would be able to destroy Lin de Palace with a single punch. At this moment, if he were to face Master Shang Gang, Yang Fann could guarantee that he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. He would be able to completely suppress Master Shang Gang with just a wave of his hand, making him unable to fight back at all. This strength had already far surpassed the level of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it was definitely not below the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he would be able to fight a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Great Tao Sovereign, especially the level 8 in 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, had the strength of a heaven and earth cloud and mud at every level. However, there was one thing that Yang Fann was sure of. Even if he wasn't a match for a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, a high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to put his life in danger. Even a top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to bring him any fatal danger. In the vast profound firmament prefecture, only those quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign and the few 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign could truly endanger his life. As long as he didn't completely infuriate profound Blue Marquee Palace, his safety was basically guaranteed. 30 billion eras was just a short period of 30 billion eras. It was the right decision for him to come to the Qin Lin Great Chaos. If he continued to stay in their Hung Meng Heavenly Void, now, let alone advancing to the 10th grade quasi-supreme being realm, even if he could break through a small realm, it was still an unknown. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next moment, boom, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique continued circulating, crazily devouring Master Shang Gang's strength of original life. Wang. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Master Shang Gang started to shrivel up and shrink. 100 million eras was at most 100 million eras. Yang Fann had full confidence that he could completely devour and refine the remaining 6 layers of strength of original life. Time passed quickly. Another 50 million eras had passed. The muscular Master Shang Gang, who had a strong back and a strong waist, was no longer human. He was as thin as that monkey. There was not a single piece of flesh on his body, only some bones. His aura was weak, and he was about to fall to the 7th layer Great Tao realm. Dong, dong, dong. All of a sudden, an ancient and mysterious bell sound rang out from the center of the Black Forest Divine Palace, and it swept across the entire Black Forest Divine Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. This bell chime is C3104. The Battle of the Marquis Zan Lin Divine Palace, Main Hall, Zan Lin Hall. Young Master Xuelin sat on the main seat. Below him, there were over 100 people sitting on both sides. Each and every one of their auras were extremely powerful, like an abyss or an ocean. All the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign subordinates under Young Master Xuelin were gathered here. After 30 billion eras, Young Master Xuelin had recruited a lot more experts. Intermediate, low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Putting aside that for now, the number of high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had increased by several folds. There were 36 of them, and even though there weren't that many of them, there were still 21 of them. Even the number of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had increased by 7. It could be said that his strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Among them, Yang Fann had contributed a lot. More than half of the newly recruited 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were here for Yang Fann's name. During the battle between Yang Fann and Master Shang Gang back then, there were more than 10,000 witnesses. Naturally, it could not be hidden from the eyes and ears of some people with ulterior motives. Furthermore, there was also Young Master Xuelin who added fuel to the fire and deliberately publicized it. Young Master Xuelin, who originally had almost no sense of existence among the 10-second Young Master, suddenly became the center of attention. With the help of an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Young Master Xuelin had surpassed most of the Young Masters. He was one of the 10-second Young Masters. The other 9 Young Masters were inferior to him. As one of the 3 hot topics, there would naturally be people who would come over and place the treasure on Young Master Xuelin. Once Young Master Xuelin won, he would become a Marquis and take control of the Dark Green Marquis Kingdom. Those people would all be able to take control of the Dark Green Marquis Kingdom. They would be able to gain the credit of being a follower of the dragon. At that time, Young Master Xuelin could still treat them unfairly. In the future, he would at least be a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he was even confident that he could take that crucial step and break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, becoming one of the top expert in Dark Firmament Prefecture. One should know that, like the previous generations of Marquis Black Heavens, there was no lack of 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors among their followers. Some of them had even broken through to the high rank, and were ranked among the top 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. They were not any weaker than the elders of the Zan Kang family. Da 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 da, da 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 da. A wave of light footsteps sounded from outside Zan Lin Hall. Who is it? He actually dared to make Young Master Xuelin wait for him. Do you have any sense of superiority? Many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were waiting for him. Young Master Xuelin frowned. He had just arrived when the Marquis had arrived. He did not put Young Master Xuelin in his eyes at all. Some of the people who were mentally active had even made up their minds to teach the people who did not know the rules a lesson so that they could perform well in front of Young Master Xuelin and attract his attention. At this moment, Young Master Xuelin, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly stood up and walked towards the exit of Zan Lin Hall. Ah, what's going on? Am I seeing things? How could Young Master Xuelin know that? It was one thing for Young Master Xuelin not to get angry when that person was late, but he actually went to welcome him personally. This was completely illogical. Suddenly, many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Sea of Consciousness flashed with a bright light, and a person came to mind. Gulp gulp, could it be? Could it be that person? If it was that person, everything would make sense. That was the key to Young Master Xuelin seizing the position of Marquis. Not to mention that he was only a few minutes late. Being an hour late was nothing. Hiss. It's all right. Fortunately, I haven't put it into action yet. Otherwise, many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign felt a lingering fear in their hearts. If they jumped out now, they were afraid that they wouldn't even know how they would die in the end. They were the ones who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Master Shang Gang had only said a few words to offend him, but in the end, Yang Fann didn't hesitate to use the forbidden divine ability to suppress Master Shang Gang. He couldn't afford to offend this werewolf. This werewolf was not someone they could afford to offend. At that time, their death would be in vain. Young Master Xuelin would never do this for him. Even an old official like Master Shang Gang, if Young Master Xuelin said he would give up, he would give up. Besides, they were rookies who had joined hundreds of billions of eras. How could they have the slightest hesitation? Very quickly, under the gazes of everyone, Yang Fann slowly stepped into the Dark Forest Divine Hall. Brother Yang, please take a seat. Young Master Xuelin walked quickly to Yang Fann and invited him to a divine seat next to him. His expression was warm, and he did not have the pride of a marquise's son. "Thank you, young master." Yang Fann thanked him gently, but he did not feel touched at all in his heart. Back when he fought Master Xiangang, Yang Fann had already seen through young Master Xuelin's true colors. This was a true son of the family. No matter what kind of relationship he had with young Master Xuelin, it was nothing to him. The only thing that mattered to him was the benefits. The reason why he respected him so much today, and even made him stand on equal footing with him. Everything was because he, Yang Chen, was of great use to him. He could help him seize the position of Marquis. One day, if he and Yang were of no use to him, the final result would be that Master Xiangang would be ruthlessly abandoned like him. "Young Master, may I know why you summoned us here today?" As Yang Fann's voice faded, most of the great Dao sovereigns' eyes fell upon young Master Xuelin. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Obviously, they didn't know why young Master Xuelin had summoned them here. Many of them were worth a lot of money, but they were still cultivating in seclusion just like Yang Fann. They had just broken out of seclusion when they suddenly heard the Zanlin Divine Bell. One must know that the Zanlin Divine Bell was the profound Lin Divine Palace's palace guarding Divine Palace. Once it sounded, any 7th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign in the Zanlin Divine Palace, even if they were in a death seclusion, would have to break out of seclusion. "Brother Yang, and everyone else, I just received a message from the Lord's Manor. The battle for the position of Marquis will begin in 10,000 years. Young Master Xuelin did not hesitate to tell them the reason. "What, 10,000 years later, it will be the fight for the position of Marquis? Why is it so urgent?" The 7th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign below widened their eyes, not daring to believe what they had just heard. From the moment Xuanwang announced that he had become a 9 Heavens Great Dao sovereign, to now, only 40 billion eras had passed. In the past, it was usually a trillion years before the fight for the position of Marquis officially began. With this, it was a little too early. "I don't know about all of this either." Young Master Xuelin shook his head. There must be a secret behind the fact that the Battle of Marquis had been brought forward so much earlier. Unfortunately, he was also at a loss. He was only the heir to the Marquis and was only one of them. His status in profound Blue Marquis Palace was not even comparable to some of the elders of level 8. Many of the marquises were secretive. None of them were things that the current him could get in touch with. Speaking of which, it was not a good thing for him that the battle for the Marquis was brought forward so much earlier. Currently, he was relying on Yang Fann, an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign, and his forces were rapidly growing at a snowball rate. If he was given another 960 billion eras, the number of experts he had would increase by another 10 times, and it wouldn't be impossible. Even those peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign had more than a handful of them. There would even be a second invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign that would submit to him. He might not even be able to do so. At that time, his chances of becoming a Marquis would increase greatly. Now that the battle for the position of Marquis had started, his chances of winning would not exceed 2 levels. However, his father still had the will of the elders. He could not change that. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to obey. The next moment, young Master Xuelin shifted his gaze to Yang Fann and said cautiously, "Brother Yang, 10,000 years later, I'll leave everything to you." Yang Fann was the only one he could rely on in this fight for the position of Marquis. The others, including the 9 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign, were not very useful. They were just ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. The strongest one among them was only slightly stronger than Master Xiangang, who was once the strongest man in the Divine Palace. He was infinitely close to being a peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. Compared to the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign, he was much stronger. The gap between them wasn't just a tiny bit. Even if the 9 of them joined forces, there was no way they could be a match for an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign. "Don't worry, young master. Leave everything to me." Yang Fann smiled confidently and said in a flat tone. He did not seem to care about the fight for the position of Marquis. If it had been before, Yang Fann was not 100% sure that young Master Xuelin would be promoted to the position of Marquis. After all, young Master Zan Jian and young Master Zan Yang also had an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao sovereign under them. Especially young Master Zan Jian, who had More than one invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign under his command. With his current cultivation base, he was able to fight 2 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It was really hard to tell who would win and who would lose. If he were to face 3 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors at once, his chances of winning wouldn't be higher than 1 level. There were also those peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. They could not be ignored. 1 or 2 of them were far from his match. However, if there were 10 or 8 of them, they would be enough to fight him. However, it was different now. Not to mention the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat a true low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. In fact, Yang Fann's voice was filled with excitement, and excitement that couldn't be described with words. Master Shang Gang's strength of origin had been devoured by him by 9.5 layers. There were at most 5 million eras left, and they would be completely devoured and refined by him. If the fight for the position of Marquis was not brought forward, it would be held as usual. Yang Fann did not know where to go for the next 960 billion eras. He would be able to obtain a huge amount of resources for his cultivation. However, it was good that the fight for the position of Marquis was held ahead of time. There were more than 1 or 2 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign present. As for the battle for the position of Marquis, other than the heir to the throne, 10th Young Master, Profound Blue Marquis Palace would not care about the life and death of the other followers. If they had enough strength, it would be nothing even if they were all killed in one fell swoop. 10,000 years, there's still 10,000 years left. Whether I can succeed atavism or not, it all depends on this time. C3105 All of you attack together Profound Blue Marquis Palace, on top of a huge square. At some point in time, in the center of the square, a large arena that covered an area of 10 million miles had been built. Layers of divine seals had been set up around the arena. Even a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to shatter the divine seals in the surroundings with all their strength. The square was densely packed. There were human figures everywhere. Each of them had a noble temperament and wore luxurious clothes, as if they were born superior to the others. They were all Xuanwang clansmen. Furthermore, from time to time, Great Tao Sovereign would break through the sky and land on the square. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day of the Battle of Marquis. Above the square, a world had been created by the almighty experts of Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Within it, a terrifying aura that made 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign despair appeared and disappeared. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, all of them were 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Something as important as the fight for the position of Marquis. Even the elders and elders of level 8 could not sit still. Apart from those 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who were traveling or in seclusion, most of the other 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had gathered here, wanting to witness the birth of the new Xuanwang. Furthermore, the next Lord Marquis was also closely related to the interests of the elders and the offerings. 12 tall platforms were set up not far from the arena. On those tall platforms, there were quite a number of people seated. The less, the more, there were more than 1,000 people. Moreover, these people all had one thing in common. Each one of them had a tyrannical aura, as deep as the ocean. None of them had a cultivation base below the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. These 12 tall platforms were none other than. They were the true masters of the Battle of Marquis, the 10th Young Master of Profound Blue Marquis Palace, and their followers. On the 8th platform, this was where the 8th Young Master Xuelin, was extremely loyal to him. 10,000 years was just too short. Although young Master Xuelin was racing against time, and was trying his best to invite the other 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors to join his group, in the end, there were only 5 of them, and they weren't experts. The strongest person was a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Including the group of 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that he had recruited earlier, currently, young Master Xuelin had a total of 216 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign sitting there. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, including Yang Fann, there were a total of 10 of them. In terms of numbers, among the 10th Young Master warriors, they could only be counted as the last few. At this moment, Yang Fann and young Master Xuelin were sitting side by side. They looked around and their eyes swept across the other 11 tall platforms one by one. Unknowingly, traces of burning desire and greed climbed into Yang Fann's eyes. Even his heartbeat seemed to have become much faster. Out of the 11 young masters in Profound Blue Marquee Palace, the weakest one had 178 followers. Most of them had over 400 followers. As for the number 1 young master Zhang Jian, he had over 1,000 followers, and nearly 1,500 followers. The 11 young masters had a total of 6,782 followers, and none of them were weak. The weakest of them were low-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, high-grade, and high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There were more than 1,000 of them. Even the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had more than 3 digits of followers. Yang Fann even found out that 5 of them had the same aura as him before he went into seclusion. Undefeatable quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. All 5 of them were undefeatable quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Among them, there were 3 men sitting behind young master Zhang Jian. As expected of the number 1 young master, their strength was indeed formidable, and they were incomparable to the other young masters. The other 2 undefeatable quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign belonged to the 4th young master Zhan Yang, and the 6th young master Zanda. They had underestimated these young masters. If it was 30 billion years ago, even with his help, young master Shuilan's chances of winning wouldn't be higher than 1 level. But now, these 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would become his prey and nourishment for his growth. With so many 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, if he could suppress and devour them all, what kind of realm would his cultivation base soar to? It wasn't impossible for him to kill atavism in one fell swoop. Supreme beings and quasi-supreme beings were 2 different concepts. Once he, atavism, combined his combat strength, he would definitely experience a qualitative leap, which would increase by more than 1 billion times. Even if he was compared to a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, he wouldn't be much weaker. At least, it wouldn't be difficult for him to save his life in the hands of some low-grade 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. At that time, he could be considered as one of the top. Combat strength in Qin Lin Great Chaos. The strongest expert in a prefecture like the Dark Green Marquis was only a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. It wasn't hard to tell that the status of a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign in Qin Lin Great Chaos was qualified to compete for a prefecture and establish his own empire. Time slowly passed in front of Yang Fann's expectant eyes. Very quickly, 2 hours passed. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that could make even 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign tremble descended from the sky, and swept across the entire square. The next second, the void twisted. Like a mirage, a mighty giant god appeared. It was tens of thousands of light years tall, and it stood tall as if it could break through the entire sky. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the entire square fell to their knees. Including 10-second young master, all of them knelt down and called out to Lord Marquis. The person who came was none other than the current Xuanwang of Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Yang Fann followed suit. He bent one knee and made a half-kneeling posture. Now was not the time to put on airs. He was now a small level 4 consecrate in the manner. Even his master young master Shuilan had knelt down. Moreover, he was a follower. At this moment, continuing to stand was a complete provocation to this generation's Xuanwang. At that time, there wouldn't be any good results for him. Currently, his overall combat strength wasn't any weaker than an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and he was confident that he could save his life at the peak of the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, facing a 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign like Xuanwang, he was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree, as if he didn't know his own limits. He was afraid that if Xuanwang couldn't even suppress him with a single strike, he would be suppressed by him. A man should know when to yield, and when to truly grow. There's nothing to be ashamed of. On the other hand, he was self-proclaimed to be extraordinary and refused to let go. He was completely foolish. Buzz. Within the void, a divine light flashed and Xuanwang turned into the size of an ordinary person. This was a middle-aged man in his early 40s. He was wearing white clothes, and he was floating like a cloud. His entire body was filled with a peerless dignity that couldn't be concealed. Every single move he made was accompanied by a powerful aura that could not be resisted. It was as if going against the rules was a great sin. All of you, get up. Xuanwang gently waved his hand. Immediately, a gentle force enveloped the entire square and lifted everyone up. 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign is 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He is not someone I can fight against at this moment. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't have the strength to fight Xuanwang, he had a feeling that even if he used all of his skills, he still wouldn't be able to fight Xuanwang. In front of this marquis, he, a intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, was like an ant on the ground. The gap between them was like the difference between life and death. I compared to the real expert, I am still far from it. Xuanwang's appearance was like a bone-piercing ice water, instantly extinguishing the trace of pride Yang Fann had from his breakthrough. The competition for the throne this time is still the same as before. 10-second young master, whoever can last until the end in the arena match will be the next Xuanwang in profound blue marquee palace. Xuanwang's voice was calm, but it was clearly heard by everyone's ears. All right, the battle for the position of marquis is about to begin. I wonder who will be able to last until the end and become the 8th generation Xuanwang of profound blue marquee palace. It should be the eldest son, young master Xuanjian. No matter if it is his own talent or the power he controls, he is the leader of the 10-second young master. This generation's Xuanwang is definitely one of them. That's right, although the other young masters aren't bad either, they are still inferior to young master Zhangjian. That's not necessarily true. Although the mystic sword young master is strong, the mystic sun young master cannot be underestimated. He also has quite a bit of hope in fighting for the marquis position. And that young master Zonda, rumor has it that he also successfully recruited an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign 10 billion years ago. Everyone, could it be that you have forgotten about young master Xuelin? His subordinates also have the support of an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Young master Xuelin, if the battle for the position of marquis wasn't brought forward, you would still have a good chance. What a pity, indeed. A mere 30 billion eras is a short period of time. Young master Xuelin's power hasn't increased by much. Apart from Yang Fann, he doesn't even have a peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. How can he compete with young master Zhangjian, young master Zhanyang, and young master Zonda with just this amount of power? In an instant, the entire square was in an uproar. The numerous Great Dao Sovereign of profound blue marquee palace were whispering to each other, discussing amongst themselves, trying to guess who the final winner would be. However, most of the supreme beings were optimistic about young master Zhangjian. Not only was he the strongest amongst them, he had already broken through to the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He was the strongest amongst the 10-second young master, and he had the most quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign subordinates. There were 33 of them, and none of the other young masters could compare to him. Alright, I hereby announce that the battle for the position of marquis will begin now. It has begun. May I know which young master will be the first to make a move? Sigh, I can't wait any longer. Why hasn't anyone taken the stage yet? There's no need to go through so much trouble. All of you can go up together. C3106 instant kill. Silence for a moment. The huge plaza was frighteningly quiet. What did they hear? Attack together. There was actually someone who wanted to challenge everyone. Hiss. I can't be hallucinating, right? Who on earth had such courage? One should know that there were so many 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign present, even if they were to exclude the group that he was in. There were still several thousand of them. There were more than 100 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, and there were even more than 1,000 top and high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. Even an ordinary low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign wouldn't dare to boast about challenging so many 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors at the same time. Although the saying, "more ants bite an elephant to death," wasn't necessarily true, even if there were hundreds of millions of ordinary 2nd Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, they wouldn't be able to withstand a single strike from a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warrior. However, 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors were different. They were different from 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors. There was only a gap between a first layer and a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Especially those invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, they were infinitely close to a 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. There was only one more chance for him to break through. With 10 of them, 8 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign combined, it was enough to fight a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Although there weren't that many invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign in the battlefield, there were thousands of 7th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign and hundreds of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, which was more than enough to fight 4 or 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Who was it? He actually dared to speak such arrogant words. Countless great Tao sovereigns' eyes swept across the 12 tall platforms, wanting to find the frenzied disciple. Right at this moment, a stream of light cut through the void, and one of them went straight to the central ring. A 20-year-old young man, who was wearing a long black robe, was revealed. His entire body was overflowing with a concept that had returned to its original state, and no one could see through his cultivation. Ah, that is, it is the worshipper of Yang Fann, who is under young Master Xuelin. Gulp. Could it be that the one who spoke just now was him? Hiss. This is impossible, right? How would he dare? All around the square, great Tao Sovereign's face was filled with disbelief. Although Yang Fann was the highest grade expert among the followers of 10-second Young Master and could be compared to him, he was still far from being able to challenge all of them. Not to mention the others, even if the other invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign attacked, he wasn't confident that he could win. If 2 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign attacked, his chances of winning wouldn't exceed 1 level. He was afraid that running away from 3 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was just an extravagant hope. Where did his confidence come from to dare challenge everyone? He wasn't the only one who wanted to die. High platform number 8. Ah, no. Come back, Brother Yang, come back quickly. Young Master Xuelin stood up and howled hysterically. Nonsense, this Yang Fann was totally messing around. He had never thought of sending out this invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign so early on, as the only trump card in his hand. Of course, he had to use it at the last moment, otherwise. No matter how powerful the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was, he would still be defeated by the other quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He was exhausted to death. Who would have thought that? Not only did Yang Fann make his own decision, he was the first one to step onto the stage. He even boasted shamelessly and challenged everyone. Originally, his chances of becoming a marquis would not have exceeded 1 level. Now, Yang Fann had messed with him. That hope had been pushed to its lowest point, infinitely close to 0. Behind him, those 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who had just joined young Master Xuelin's camp were filled with regret. If they had known that Yang Fann was so unreliable, they wouldn't have joined young Master Xuelin's camp even if they were beaten to death. They couldn't see any hope of waiting for the throne. High platform number 1. A person sat on the main seat. He looked to be less than 30 years old. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. His facial features were handsome, and his body was surrounded by sword chi, which cut in all directions. He looked like a supreme divine sword that had just been drawn out of its scabbard. He was extremely sharp, and he pierced through the sky. This young man was none other than the first young master Zhang. What a good Yang Fann, he really doesn't know what's good for him. A hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of young Master Zhang's mouth. In the next second, he beckoned to a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign behind him and said, Master Yin Qi, go and test Yang Fann's technique. Although Yang Fann was boasting shamelessly and wanted to challenge all of them, Zhang, couldn't afford to lose face. If thousands of his followers rushed onto the stage like a swarm of bees, it would be the final victory. Young Master Zhang, would lose all of his face. It's young Master, a mighty aconite who was wearing a silver robe and had a straight back, as if it could support the whole world, respectfully responded. The next second, whoosh, a silver light cut through the void and flew towards the central ring at lightning speed. It's the Silver Chi Worshipper. With the Silver Chi Worshipper's ability, he will definitely be able to test Yang Fann's abilities. I don't think he will be able to defeat Yang Fann in one go. Around the square, Great Tao Sovereign's eyes lit up. Although Yin Qi wasn't an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was one of the top 10 followers of young Master Zhang, a peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Furthermore, this Yang Fann was only a supreme native from the small chaos, and his foundation was limited. Even an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was probably the weakest amongst them. With the foundation of the Silver Chi Supreme, it wasn't as if he had no chance of winning. Even if he took a step back, he wouldn't be able to win. Even if Yang Fann revealed his trump card, it would be very difficult for him to survive the second round. Bang! The Silver Chi Supreme being landed steadily in front of Yang Fann. Yang Fann, you are merely a native of small chaos. How dare you speak such arrogant words? What audacity today! let me teach you what rules are. The Silver Chi Venerable looked down at Yang Fann with disdain. It seemed like the person in front of him wasn't an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign that was stronger than him, but an ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Just like Master Shanggang, the Silver Chi Supreme looked down on the small Chaos Supreme being in his heart. This was almost the common disease of all living beings in the great chaotic world. Of course, it was also normal. It was just like how the people of the big city looked down on the people of the small towns. Teach me the rules. Even an aphid like you deserves it. Yang Fann sneered. An ant that was not even an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign dared to mock him like this. What was this? An ant trying to show off to an elephant. What a savage, you are really arrogant. The Silver Chi Supreme gritted his teeth. He had lived for so many eras. He had never been looked down upon by a barbarian from the small chaos before. Arrogant? I have something even more arrogant. Aphids, come and die before the Silver Chi Sovereign could attack. A ferocious smile emerged on Yang Fann's face. He pressed his palm down on the Silver Chi Supreme being. There were still so many Great Tao Sovereign waiting for him to capture and suppress the Silver Chi Supreme being. How could he have so much time to waste on the Silver Chi Supreme being? Boom. Yang Fann didn't use his full strength in this palm strike. He didn't want to scare the other followers. If they didn't go up the platform and fight him, then things wouldn't be good. At that time, it wouldn't be good for him to go down either, and he would have to fight those followers by force. However, even if it was just a single layer of power of Chaos God, its terrifying power had already surpassed the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it wasn't any weaker than a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Ah, no. This power. The expression of the Silver Chi Exalt changed abruptly as an extremely ominous omen enveloped his entire body. An invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This power was definitely not invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Damn it, we were all tricked by this barbarian from the small chaos. This was a heaven's pride who could fight against 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors with his quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base. This strength was definitely the strength of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There was no mistake about it. How could he have the time to dodge? Roar. Silvermoon Heavenly Wheel. Block it for me. Boom. A silver moon rose from his body. It was the Silvermoon Heavenly Wheel, the strongest defensive divine artifact in Supreme Yin Chi's hands. It was a supreme grade 7th layer defensive divine artifact. In just a fraction of a second. Bang. The heavens and the earth split apart. The brilliant silver moon directly exploded into pieces. Ah. Poof, don't. Let me go. Ah. Suppress. Suppress. Just like that, the Silver Chi Exalt was being suppressed. This. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? How is this possible? They couldn't believe it. The supreme beings around the square couldn't believe it at all. An invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was indeed stronger than a peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, it was at most 1,000 times stronger. It was impossible for it to be like what they had seen, without any ability to resist. He had completely suppressed the Silver Chi Exalt. Ah. No, that's not right. This power. We were all deceived by Yang Fann. He wasn't an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was a true 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. C3107. Could it be that he was hiding something? Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Central Square. SS's. I didn't see it wrong. Suppress. The Silver Chi Supreme was really suppressed. Many of Great Tao Sovereign's body trembled as he regained his senses. The combat strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This Yang Fann must have the combat strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to suppress Supreme Yin Chi with just a single strike. Gulp. This Yang Fann had really concealed himself too deeply. No wonder he dared to speak so arrogantly and challenge everyone. The combat strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior was indeed qualified to do so. Even if the other 11 young masters and all their followers attacked together, the outcome would still be 50-50. Above the empty grandstand, what a good Yang Fann. If I have the chance in the future, I can get closer to him. The elders of the level 8 were looking at each other, deep in thought. They naturally didn't put low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in their eyes. These reverends, which elder wasn't a low-grade level 8 and above? Which one of them could match Yang Fann's true cultivation? Hong Long, quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. As long as top-level Heaven's Pride didn't die, he would have a high chance of becoming a 9 Heaven's Great Tao Sovereign in the future. It would definitely be worth investing in him in advance and befriending him. Even the usually calm Marquis Zan Kang took a deep look at Yang Fann at this moment. High Platform Number 8. 8. The combat strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Warrior. Brother Yang, he actually had the combat strength of a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Ha ha ha, good. Young Master Shuilin suddenly stood up. His face was filled with excitement. He was somewhat incoherent, as if this was the only way he could vent the excitement in his heart. He had thought that under Yang Fann's recklessness, the position of Marquis had nothing to do with him. In the future, he would be able to become deacon of the family and wait for him to break through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and become the elder of the Marquis Palace. He had never thought that there would be such a huge turnaround. Yang Fann wasn't fooling around. He really had the power to challenge everyone. At this moment, young Master Shuilin had never felt that the position of Marquis was so close to him. It seemed that the position of Marquis was right in front of him. Not only young Master Shuilin, but the group of 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign behind him were also extremely excited. Ha ha ha, they had made the right bet. They had made the right bet. With His Excellency Yang Fann's 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign combat strength, he would definitely be able to sweep away everything, and young Master Shuilin's final victory would be within his grasp. Once young Master Shuilin ascended the position of Xuanwang, all of them would surely rise along with him. They seemed to have seen the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and waved at them. Some were happy, some were sad. The other 11 young masters did not look so good, especially the eldest young master, Zan Jian. He looked like he had just swallowed a fly. He looked extremely disgusting. Initially, he thought that with the help of the 3 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he would be able to sweep across the entire region and take the position of Marquis easily. Who would have thought that a monster like Yang Fann would appear? Wasn't it said that the natives of Small Chaos were weaker than the Great Chaotic Supreme? There were very few people who could fight with their Great Chaotic Supreme with the same cultivation base. How could such a monster appear? One should know that even in the Qin Lin Great Chaos, it was rare to see a challenger who could surpass the first layer. At least, there was not a single person in their profound firmament prefecture. Even the number 1 youth in the young generation of the Marquis's estate could only challenge someone a higher grade. With his current quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base, he wouldn't be much stronger than some invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. At most, he would be able to protect his life under the hands of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Motherfucker, I wonder what kind of luck this old bastard has gotten to be able to recruit this Yang Fann. What should I do? Should we just watch 8th become a Marquis? I can't accept this. How could I, the lord of the Marquis's estate, fall into the hands of such a lowly servant's son? However, this Yang Fann was like a pillar that supported the heavens, pressing down on their hearts and making them unable to breathe. A low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wasn't an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and it wasn't something that could be won in a battle of attrition. That tiny bit of energy consumption could be recovered in less than 1,000th of a second. Unless, unknowingly, the gazes of young Master Xuanjian and the other 11 young masters of the Marquis estate intersected. Wang buzz. A strange light flickered, as though it was communicating with something. Didn't this Yang Fann say he wanted to challenge all of us? Alright, we'll do as he says. That's right, let's do it that way. He asked for it, right, he asked for it. No wonder. Although it was somewhat embarrassing to attack in a group, at this moment, they could not care less. This was their only chance. Unless they were willing to give up and hand over the position to young Master Shuilin. However, how could they be willing to give up the position? Once they gave up the position, they would have the highest achievement. A quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign would never have any hope of breaking through to the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign stage. The profound Blue Marquis Palace had a heritage of 1,200 Nanji eras. Not including the first generation Xuanwang, the other 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign were all promoted by Xuanwang. They could not take the position of Marquis. This also meant that they had no fate with 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. This had nothing to do with talent or resources. It was all because of resources. Profound Firmament Prefecture was said to be very big. It was more than 10,000 times bigger than the top Small Chaos. It was also said to be small, but the resources were limited. Every generation was only enough for one person to break through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. Without resources, no matter how good one's talent was, it was just a decoration. Everyone attack together. Right, let's focus our strength first and eliminate this Yang Fann. Su. Very quickly, under the orders of the 11th Young Master and the profound sword Young Master, the followers behind them all turned into streams of light and charged towards the arena. Ah, we've joined forces. Young Master Zhan Jian and the others have joined forces. As expected, if we don't join forces, they won't be able to defeat Young Master Xuelin. It seems like there is still some suspense in this battle. All around the square, the spirits of the group of Great Tao Sovereign shook. With thousands of 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and over 100 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors working together, it was enough to fight a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Good, this is interesting. I can't wait any longer. I want to watch the battle. A battle without any suspense, what's there to watch? Every battle between marquises was filled with blood. Just suppressing one person like this was a bit lacking. It was not satisfying to watch. Bitch it, you dare to bully others with numbers. Young Master Xuelin was furious. He thought that victory was within his grasp, but he didn't expect that these guys would be so shameless. They didn't care about face at all and joined hands. Old 8, this is your fault. Didn't Yang Fann say that he wanted to challenge all of us? That's right, we have good intentions in fulfilling his request. How can you not recognize a good heart? 8th brother, we are doing this for Yang Fann's good. We are doing everything we can to satisfy his request. It's fine if you are grateful to us, but why are you still insulting us? All of you. Young Master Xuelin was so angry that he was glaring at them. This bunch of bastards, could they still be more shameless? They were clearly the ones bullying the weak with numbers. Yet, it was as if they were doing a good deed. After giving Young Master Zhan Jian and the others a fierce glance, Young Master Xuelin didn't say anything more. He just said, Heaven Breaker. These guys won't give up on joining forces. It's just a waste of words. The next second, Young Master Xuelin waved his hand at the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors behind him. And urged them, quick, go and help Brother Yang. Although these people were weaker than him, and together, they wouldn't be a match for an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they could at least help Yang Fann block some of the attacks, and share some of the pressure with him. Young Master, hearing this, none of the 7th layer, quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and God Lord Zhan Zhao immediately stepped onto the stage. Instead, hesitation flashed across their eyes. Next, this battle would be devastating. With their meager strength, they would almost die under the siege of so many 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Although the cultivation technique of the dragon was important, if they were to risk their lives for it, they would have to consider it carefully. If they lost their lives, even if Young Master Xuelin won in the end, it had nothing to do with them. Given Young Master Xuelin's heartless personality, they didn't think he would remember their kindness after they died. Damn it, what are you all waiting for? Hurry up and attack! Young Master Xuelin was flustered and exasperated. He had never imagined that this group of people would fail him at such a critical moment. This bunch of bastards, if anything happens to my position as Marquis, I won't let you off easily. On the arena, looking at the thousands of 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and hundreds of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign swarming forward, there wasn't a trace of panic in Yang Fann's eyes. There was only excitement that couldn't be described with words. In fact, there was even a faint flash of wolf light, as if a hungry wolf was looking at a fat lamb. Ha 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 ha, good, since all of you are here, then all of you can stay behind. Hiss. Did I hear it wrong? What does Yang Fann mean by that? Gulp. Could it be that he still has something to hide? No. How is this possible? I've been thinking too much. I must have been thinking too much. C3108 The Sweet Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Central Square. Yang Fann's words had shocked countless Great Tao Sovereign. His expression and tone of contempt were like those 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors who were swarming towards him. They were like a bunch of chickens and dogs, and he didn't take them seriously at all. Hiss. How is this possible? More than 6,000 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign of different grades and over 100 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. When combined, this force was equivalent to a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to fight. Although Yang Fann's monster had the combat strength of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warrior, when faced with so many 7th layer warriors and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign Warriors, the outcome would be a draw. At most, it would be 6-4, while Yang Fann would be 6, and Great Dao Sovereign would be 4. He shouldn't be looking down on them like this. Unless Yang Fann was hiding something. But was this possible? He was able to reach the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He was already a first-class monster genius in the Qin Lin Great Chaos. There was not a single person who could be found in the entire Profound Firmament Prefecture. Not to mention that there was a hidden expert who could jump ranks to challenge an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. This kind of monster was hard to find even in the 180 dukedoms, let alone in the 3,600 dukedoms. Only those kingdoms had this kind of a monster that defies the heavens. As for Yang Fann, he was just a lowly native. From the small chaos, what right did he have to have such heaven-defying talent? This Yang Fann must be bluffing. He must be trying to use this opportunity to confuse his opponents. Right at this moment, on the central ring, Wang, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and he lunged at an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. With so many 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors, it was virtually impossible to catch all of them in one fell swoop. In the end, this arena was only a little big. As long as these Great Dao Sovereign escaped to the outside of the arena, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to continue chasing them. These were all the worshippers of Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Deacon had gone up the arena and killed them with his life. However, when he left the arena, he continued to hunt them down. He was going to ignore the rules of Profound Blue Marquee Palace and challenge the Profound Blue Marquee Palace. The current him didn't have the qualifications to do whatever he wanted and challenge the Profound Blue Marquee Palace. Let's not talk about anything else. The current Xuanwang alone was enough to suppress and kill him with a wave of his hand. Since there was no way to make them suffer in one pot, he would do his best to suppress the expert within, especially those invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. The strength of Origin was so powerful that it could match dozens or hundreds of ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors like Master Shanggang. As long as he could take down these 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, even if he let the other 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign go, his goal would be more than half completed. Boom! Yang Fann didn't hold anything back in this attack. The power of Chaos God in his body was pushed to the 12th level, and he wanted to suppress the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign with a single strike, not giving him any chance to breathe. The terrifying power was more than 100,000 times stronger than the suppression of the Silver Qi Supreme. This was the power of a true intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Even amongst the many intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, he was considered one of the best. Buzz, buzz, ohm, ohm. Even the space around them started to distort due to the terrifying power. Ah, no. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign's soul. Under that terrifying power, he, the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, was like a lowly ant on the ground, unable to put up any resistance. The difference between the two was like the difference between life and death. Ah, this. How is this possible? Supreme Yuzhe, was just like that. No, this is impossible. Illusion, it must be my illusion. Around the arena, countless of Great Dao Sovereigns' eyes widened in disbelief. Supreme Yuzhe was different from the Silver Qi Supreme. He was an invincible existence below the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. He only needed one more chance to reach the 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Although he wasn't a match for a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, it was highly possible that he could save his life in the hands of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Not to mention that he was instantly killed before he could even withstand a single strike. This was completely impossible. On the arena, Yang Fann did not pay any attention to the shock of the people around him. He moved his body and threw himself at the next invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign. Time was limited. When these Great Dao Sovereign finally reacted and fled like a swarm of bees, it would be difficult to suppress them again. In just a fraction of a second, Yang Fann had suppressed the 2 mighty quasi-8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign warriors who were still in a daze. Under the terrifying power of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Dao Sovereign, all those below the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, including these invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, were like aphids that could be suppressed with a single hand. 4th place, only one more person is left. Yang Fann let out a long breath. There was only an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign left. No matter what, it was impossible for him to escape right under his nose. His early stage goal could be considered as an initial success. Supreme Being Yu Huang, Supreme Being Sparrow, Supreme Being Copper Luo, all of them were suppressed. It's true, everything was real, it's not a dream, hide, he really does hide. At this moment, the surrounding Great Tao Sovereign finally believed the horrifying reality. Yang Fann's combat strength wasn't at the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Instead, he had the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He wasn't even an ordinary intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Gulp. This Yang Fann was he really a native of the small chaos? Are we mistaken? Empty grandstand. At this moment, not to mention the elders and elders of level 8, even the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, Marquis Zhan Kang, couldn't sit still any longer. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the combat strength of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, that was still alright. In the future, he would at most be a little stronger than him, but the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was another concept. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed him, or even the first generation of the profound Blue Marquis Palace's old ancestor, Marquis Zhan Kang. He had hopes of entering the ranks of the top experts in the future. If we can tie this Yang Fann to the ship of Profound Blue Marquis Palace, perhaps, the Profound Blue Marquis Palace would also have a chance to advance further. As for Yang Fann's cultivation, he was disguised as a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Marquis Xuankang did not have any doubts. Before the battle for the position of Marquis, every follower's cultivation would be carefully examined by them with a secret treasure or divine weapon. Unless it was a supreme being or a great existence. Otherwise, even a peak 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't be able to hide it from the divine weapon. And a supreme existence would lower himself to come to their Profound Blue Marquis Palace. Taking a step back, even if he really did come to the Marquis estate, he would have taken a fancy to it. Zhan Lin had directly asked him to succeed the position of Marquis. How would they dare to have any objections? Why would they need to go through so much trouble? Yang Fann's true cultivation base was definitely below the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Although even he, a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, couldn't see through his true cultivation base, it was a little strange. However, it seemed like he had cultivated some kind of powerful secret technique that had hidden his true cultivation base from his eyes. High Platform Number 8. The combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Brother Yang, how dare he have the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign? This, young Master Xuelin, the biggest beneficiary. For a moment, he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. This time, he had really worried for nothing. With Yang Fann's terror-fighting power, not to mention thousands of 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, even if there were hundreds of quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, they still wouldn't be a match for Yang Fann. It was stable. His position as Marquis was completely stable. His Excellency Yang Fann, let me help you. Bullying the weak with numbers. What kind of man is he? Look at how powerful I am. Vile creature, look at my divine ability. Heavenly King's soul seizing. The 200-plus Great Tao Sovereign who were hesitating behind young Master Xuelin felt like they had been injected with stimulants at this moment. They roared and rushed towards the arena. If they didn't go up and perform well in this situation, all of their efforts would be in vain. On the arena, intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign combat strength, he actually has the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Including the last invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Including the last quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, all of the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and over 100 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were frightened out of their wits. All of them had the strength of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. There was still a chance for a fight, but intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors were no match for them. Especially the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was even more panicked. Yang Fann had suppressed the 4 mighty quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign as soon as he attacked. It was obvious that his next target would be him. Run now. What young master's orders, the credit of the dragon, were all thrown out of their minds. Each and every one of them only hated their parents for giving them 2 legs less. If they went down the arena, they would be saved as long as they went down the arena. Just a bit more, just a little bit more. C3109 The dust settled profound blue marquee palace, central square, on the arena. Flee flee immediately roar dragon origin blood escape. Chaotic heaven treading steps blood origin universe guide. All the 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign had used all of their skills. They didn't even hesitate to use the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase their speed and escape from the arena. Collapse all of them had completely collapsed in their minds Supreme Jade Desolation, Supreme Jade J, and the other 4 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. This was the best example. Even these invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who were thousands of times stronger than them, more than 10,000 times stronger. They were no match for Yang Fann. In less than a breath's time, 4 of them were suppressed by Yang Fann. Let alone them, those who were left on the arena. There was only one outcome, and that was death. Looking at Yang Fann's stance, it was clear that he wanted to catch all of them in one fell swoop, and he didn't want to let them go. If you want to escape, stay here obediently. A ferocious smile appeared on Yang Fann's face. He could forget about the other 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. However, there was only one invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign left, Supreme Windla. No matter what, Yang Fann would never let him stay in front of him. Hong Long. The heaven-sheltering big hand encompassed the starry sky, and its terrifying power was comparable to an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It had completely sealed off Supreme Wind Li's surrounding space and time. Ah, no, my lord, please let me go, please let me go. In that instant, an extremely despairing aura of danger enveloped Supreme Wind's body, causing him to let out a despairing howl before dying. Roar. The origin light heavenly orb roared as it covered Supreme Being Le Feng's entire body, causing him to let out a despairing howl. Block it for me bam. A brilliant divine light rose up from Supreme Wind Li's body, transforming into a layer of resplendent holograms that protected him. Origin light heavenly pearl, Supreme Being Le Feng's hand. The strongest defensive divine artifact, a quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao divine artifact. Under the blessing of Supreme Wind Le Feng's origin blood, even a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would find it hard to break through the defense of the origin light heavenly pearl. However, Yang Fann was not a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Less than 1 in 10,000. Bang, the heavens and the earth split apart. Quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao divine artifact, origin light heavenly pearl. Like glass, it exploded. Ah, save me, eldest young master, save me. On the first platform, Supreme Wind. Hesitation flashed across young master Xuanjian's eyes. An invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. To him, it was no different from a rare help. Furthermore, the potential of Supreme Le Feng's talent was far greater than that. He had broken through to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. He had no choice. Once the fight for the position of Marquis started, even he, the number 1 youth in the young generation, could not interfere. Otherwise, he would be severely punished. There was also Yang Fann, this monster. He was also extremely wary of him. A mere quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign cultivation base. He had the strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This monster was one of the top monster geniuses in the entire Qin Lin Great Chaos, and its future was limitless. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would be a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign at the very least. It wasn't impossible for him to transcend the Supreme Realm and become a Supreme Being. As for him, he had lost his position as a Marquis. His future achievement was only that of a quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign, which was far from what he could compare with. This kind of monster was not something he could casually provoke. If he really had a conflict with it, not only would the Lord's manner not help him, they would even choose to sacrifice him to quell Yang Fann's anger. He had lived for so long, so he was extremely clear about how the Marquis estate handled matters. The so-called familial love was merely a non-essential thing in the Marquis estate. There was only one thing that he truly valued, and that was profit. Once Yang Fann broke through to the 9 Heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. That's a big help from their Lord's manner. With such a relationship, not to mention the various nations, even the 36 royal families would have to give their profound blue marquee palace some face. Above every sovereign realm, they all had the right to occupy a single land and establish a kingdom. Exalt Lefeng, don't blame me, there's nothing I can do about it. Pucci. Wherever the heaven-sheltering big hand passed, Supreme Being Lefeng directly stepped onto the other 4 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign late dust. Each and every one of them, they are really quick to escape. Yang Fann frowned slightly, just like how he suppressed Supreme Wind. Those 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had already left the arena on the 3rd floor. Without delay, Yang Fann moved his body and lunged at the nearest quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. With every second that he delayed, his loss would be greater. Regarding these Great Tao Sovereign, he had long regarded them as food on his plate. Ah, no, spare my life. His Excellency Yang Fann spared his life. Arg, woo woo woo, I don't want to die, I don't want to die, save me, Gongzi, save me. Ah, Yang Fann, you bastard, curse you. One breath later, Wang, a trace of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. It was over, everything was over. In the entire arena, there was no other living person besides him. However, he had just suppressed Great Tao Sovereign. After Supreme Lefeng, he had only managed to defeat 16 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 67 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This was the result of God Lord Zanjiao and the others trying their best to stop him. Otherwise, it would be considered not bad if he could defeat half of them by himself. In order to make up for their previous hesitation, God Lord Zanjiao and the others were able to enjoy the milk. Even if they had to take the risk of being severely injured, they had to stop another 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign for Yang Fann. They wanted to please him, each and every one of them was trying their best to please Yang Fann. If Yang Fann held a grudge against them and wanted to take revenge on them, even young Master Xuelin would not be able to protect them. Furthermore, young Master Xuelin wouldn't necessarily come out to protect them. To put it bluntly, even if their numbers increased by 10-fold or 100-fold, in young Master Xuelin's heart, they would still be far less important than Yang Fann alone. Not to mention, their hesitation just now had offended young Master Xuelin. Forget it, actually, I have already made a profit. My initial goal was only to take down the 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The rest of the 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were all made a profit. On the 8th platform, the marquee position is mine. This young master isn't dreaming, is he? Young Master Xuelin's eyes were somewhat blank, as if he had fallen into a dream. To be honest, he had never thought that he could become a marquis. Compared to his boss, his 4th brother and 6th brother did not have much of an advantage. Especially his boss. Not only did he have the help of 3 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, he also had so many quasi-8th Empyrean and 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Just a glance at them was enough to make people despair. They had never thought that Yang Fann would be hiding so deeply. The combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was actually the combat strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Just thinking about it was unbelievable. The profound blue marquee palace had 1,200 Yanji, and only one quasi-8th Empyrean warrior had ever appeared. Top-level Heaven's Pride, who had the combat strength of a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, was Xuanwang's best friend, Supreme Tuoyun. It was said that Supreme Tuoyun had already advanced to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, a step ahead of his father. A quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Yang Fann. However, he had a monster that could rival an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warrior. There wasn't a single one of them. It was as if he was dreaming that he was lucky enough to encounter one. Motherfucker, this old 8 is really lucky to be able to meet that Yang Fann. Sigh, why did he let this old 8 get so lucky? Why isn't it me? Old 8, a mere maid's son actually let him steal the marquee position. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The 11th young master and the profound sword young master all had unwilling expressions. They looked at young Master Xuelin, who was on the 8th platform, with eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Motherfucker, why didn't they run into Yang Fann, this monster? If it wasn't for the help of this monster, how would they have gotten the position of marquis? It was impossible for Zan Lin, the son of a maid, to take the position. Furthermore, with Yang Fann around, Zan Lin's status as the son of a maid was as stable as Mount Tai. In the future, it would be impossible for them to chase him down even if they wanted to do something. Alright, I hereby announce that the battle for the position of Marquis is over. The next Xuanwang of Profound Blue Marquis Palace will be inherited by my 378th son, Zan Lin. Xuanwang stepped into the air and appeared in the sky above the arena. He announced loudly. Although young Master Xuelin was addressed as the 8th prince by the world, it did not mean that he was Xuanwang's 8th son. It was like that young Master Zan Jian had always been called the eldest young master. As a matter of fact, he was only Xuanwang's 36th son. The current Xuanwang had countless children. 10th young master was only the most outstanding of them all. Congratulations, young Master Xuelin. Congratulations, young Master Xuelin. Congratulations, young Master Xuelin. C3110. His strength improved greatly. Zan Kang City, Zan Lin Divine Palace. Young Master Xuelin didn't move into Profound Blue Marquis Palace immediately. Although he had confirmed that he was the next Xuanwang, it wasn't easy for him to change his position. If young Master Xuelin wanted to truly inherit the position of the candidate and take control of Profound Blue Marquis Palace, he would have to wait for a period of time. It was very likely that it would be tens of billions of eras. But even so, for a period of time, the huge Xuanline Divine Palace was bustling with people and streets. Some people congratulated young Master Xuelin on becoming Xuanwang's sole heir, and some came for Yang Fann. They wanted to get closer to peerless evildoer, Yang Fann. Peerless evildoer, who was rarely seen in a kingdom like this, was not someone they could compare with. His future achievements were not something they could compare with. Once Yang Fann grew up and broke through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign, or even the Supreme, just mentioning about them would be enough for them to enjoy their whole lives. However, they were destined to return in disappointment. After returning to the Black Forest Divine Palace, Yang Fann went straight into the Qilin De Palace and went into seclusion once again. If resources were not converted into strength, no matter how many resources there were, it would just be a decoration. Furthermore, he had just been suppressed by Xuanwang, and even knelt down before him. Although Yang Fann understood that some grievances were unavoidable before he grew up, he still felt somewhat unhappy in his heart. How many eras had it been since he stepped onto the path of cultivation? How many times had he never knelt before anyone? Not strong enough. The current him was still not strong enough. It was not time for him to relax. Lind Hall, Wang. With a wave of his hand, a white jade divine talisman appeared in Yang Fann's hand. On one side of the divine talisman was the word, ancient, and on the other side was the word, level 1 foot. This white jade divine talisman was none other than the identity token of one of the worshippers in Profound Blue Marquis Palace. One had to say that Profound Blue Marquis Palace had put in a lot of effort to win over Yang Fann. Once the fight for the position of Marquis was over, it could be said that the Profound Blue Marquis Palace had put in a lot of effort to win over Yang Fann. The current Xuanwang immediately sent someone to send Yang Fann the identity plate of a level 1 guardian, and directly promoted Yang Fann to a level 1 guardian of the Marquis's mansion. The current Yang Fann wasn't the ignorant Armin who only knew a little bit about the Profound Blue Marquis Palace. He was well aware of the difficulty of advancing to a level 1 guardian. Besides those quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, there were also many peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Most of them were not level 1 warriors, but an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign like Yang Fann. The majority of them were only 3rd grade consecrates, and they weren't even 2nd grade consecrates. Not only the Jade Talisman, but also the salary of the level 1 warriors, which was the first 10 million eons. It was a low-grade 9 heavens divine ability, chaotic world, and a million units of Great Tao divine source. According to the legends, chaotic world was one of the top 10 divine abilities in Profound Blue Marquis Palace. It was one of the many low-grade 9 heavens divine abilities. It could be said to be the best of the best. Its power was comparable to intermediate 9 heavens Great Tao divine abilities. Great Tao Sovereign was divided into top, high, intermediate, and low-grade 4th grade every first layer. Great Tao divine abilities were also divided into 4 grades, high grade, intermediate, and low grade. A quasi-intermediate 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, even many low-grade 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign would go crazy for it. If it was auctioned off, it would be enough to make many top-grade and even quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign bankrupt. If it was any other heavens pride evildoer, he would have been grateful and remembered the generous rewards given to him by profound Blue Marquis Palace. However, if Xuanwang wanted to rely on this to win Yang Fann over, it was obvious that he had made a mistake. Compared to Yang Fann, this low-grade 9 Heavens divine ability, Chaotic World, was not as attractive as the 1 million units of Great Tao Divine Source. The Great Tao Divine ability obtained from profound Blue Marquis Palace only gave you the right to practice it, not giving it to you completely. You wouldn't even be able to teach it to others, let alone auction it off openly. As for Yang Fann, it was impossible for him to cultivate these Great Tao Divine abilities. A quasi-intermediate Great Tao Divine ability, even with his current talent and comprehension, it would take him billions of years to reach the beginning. Not to mention the completion of this divine ability, or even the huge perfection. Without a trillion huge perfections, it would be impossible for him to cultivate it. With such a long period of time, if he were to use it to improve his cultivation base, he wouldn't even know what realm he would be able to reach. At that time, a casual strike from him would far surpass the chaotic world. Why would he waste that time to comprehend this chaotic world? It was a complete reversal of the original. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and stopped looking at the 9 Heavens divine ability that could turn the world upside down. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold it in anymore and would take the risk to auction it off. The wealth of a top grade and even a quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign was more than 100 billion. It was worth billions of Great Tao Divine Sources. Even if he wasn't completely confident, it would still give him half a chance to become a huge perfection divine body of Great Tao Sovereign. At that time, his true combat strength wouldn't be any weaker than a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. The current him, with just the strength of divine body alone, wouldn't be any weaker than a top-ranked 6th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign alone, he would be able to match a peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Great Tao Sovereign. In a battle with a huge perfection divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, his strength of divine body would definitely have a qualitative change. Under the full power of the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, it wasn't impossible for him to fight against a peak or even a quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Once he activated the power of Chaos God and unleashed all of his combat strength, would it be difficult for him to fight against a 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign? Let's take a look at these 67 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and the 21 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. With so many 7th layer and quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign combined, I don't think they are any weaker than a low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. A hint of anticipation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. After all, there were 21 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors in front of him. Among them, there were 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Their wealth was far from what an ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could compare with. In the next moment, boom, a strength of soul that was comparable to an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign swept out from Yang Fan's body, violently crushing numerous 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign chaotic crystal walls, crazily robbing them of all their treasures, divine fruits, and divine sources. 100,000 years passed. Wang. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Of these 67 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, 21 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had not disappointed him. Just the Great Tao Divine Source alone was worth nearly 10 billion, and with all the other resources combined, it was worth at least 50 billion. Even if Sovereign God's true huge perfection physique couldn't be improved, it would still be enough to increase his strength of divine body by a huge amount. The old method was to find that God Lord Zhanjiao and ask him to help him obtain this huge amount of resources. He was still very satisfied with God Lord Zhanjiao's performance last time. 80 million units of Great Tao Divine Sources, that was more than 10 million units of Great Tao Divine Sources he had estimated. Thinking about it this time, God Lord Zhanjiao would not let him down. The truth was the same. 10,000 eras later, God Lord Zhanjiao brought a total of nearly 100 billion Yang Fanns to Yang Fann. Compared to what Yang Fann estimated, it was almost double the amount. All of this was because of Yang Fann, the 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign who were worried about not being able to find a portal to befriend Yang Fann immediately bought those resources at a high price after learning that Yang Fann was the one who sold those resources. There were so many 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign points. Even if he bought them at a higher price than the original price, it wouldn't be a big deal. If they could get in touch with Yang Fann, they would be able to make a profit. They only needed to wait for Yang Fann to break through to the 9 heavens, Great Tao Sovereign. They would be able to do whatever they wanted in the vast dark green prefecture. Pucci. Very quickly, the last unit of Great Tao Divine Source was completely absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brightly, destroying everything. At this moment, even the low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign standing in front of Yang Fann would have his divine body penetrated by Yang Fann in an instant. After absorbing and refining nearly 150 billion units of Great Tao Divine Source, the strength of the Yang Fann's divine body had increased by more than 1,000 times. At this moment, Yang Fann had a feeling. His overall strength should have reached the threshold of a high 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Su. With a flash of light, a high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign appeared in the devouring black hole. It was unknown whether God Lord Zanjiao and the others knew what Yang Fann was thinking or for some other reason, but none of the 67 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were intermediate or low-grade. Among them, 38 were high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and 29 were top-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Boom. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann was crazily devouring this high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign strength of original life. Pucci. One high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign after another was destroyed at an incredible speed. On average, after 10,000 eras, one high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would turn into a flying ash. Terrifying. It was truly terrifying. That was a high-ranked 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, not those 2nd Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 50 million eras later, Pucci, the last peak 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, used up his last bit of strength of origin and turned into ashes. Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 8 billion eras. 9 ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 7 peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Hong Long. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully reached the limit of a 10th order quasi-supreme expert. There are still 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign left. I wonder if they can help me break through to the half-step martial saint. C3111. The battle for the source of God or Zan Lin Divine Palace, Linda Palace. There was a trace of uneasiness in Yang Fann's eyes. There were still 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign left, but he wasn't sure if they could help him break through to the half-step sovereign stage. After absorbing nearly 10 billion units of Great Tao Divine Source, Yang Fann's origin root. It was 100 times stronger than before, and it was more than 1,000 times stronger. The resources needed to break through also increased by several hundred to 1,000 times. 38 high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, 29 high-grade 7th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, and 9 ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. 7 peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, the strength of origin. It was enough to match 2 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but it only allowed him to break through to the limit of the 10th order quasi-sovereign realm. He didn't even touch the bottleneck of the half-step martial saint. Would the 5 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign allow him to break through successfully? It was hard to say. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann focused his mind and stopped thinking about it. It would be best if he could advance smoothly. If he couldn't, there was nothing he could do. At most, he could think of a way to capture some quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign or even a true 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the future. Yang Fann didn't have a good idea about those intermediate and high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, but he was confident that he could capture any ordinary low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Currently, his cultivation had broken through several small realms, and the power of Chaos God was more than 100 times larger than a 10th order early stage. In terms of overall strength, even if it wasn't as strong as some peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it wouldn't be too far off. Among the many high-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, he was worthy of being called an expert. As for Qin Lin Great Chaos, it was different from the Hung Meng Heavenly Void he was born in. 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign was just a legend. There was no shortage of low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign here. Just the profound firmament prefecture alone had more than 3 low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or even more than 4. It was hard to say. Breaking through was only a matter of time the next moment. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. An endless amount of power of devouring surged out from the black hole center, crazily devouring the supreme jade desolate strength of original life. Invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Sure enough, no other quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign can compare with him. Soon, Yang Fann's spirit was shaken. The purity of this supreme strength of origin was several times greater than those peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. It was even higher than what he had imagined. There were many of them, and each of them could match the total of 9 ordinary quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign and 7 peak quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors, or even more. 5 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, I can't say for sure, but there is a high chance that it will help me break through to the half-step martial saint. An era, 100 eras, 10,000 eras, 1 million eras, 100 million eras. In the blink of an eye, 10 billion eras had passed. Pucci, Supreme Being Jade Desolate, had used up the last bit of his strength of origin, turning into ashes. There are still 4 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign left. It seems like I will be able to break through to the half-step martial saint in no time. Yang Fann made up his mind. Just a supreme being of the Jade Desolate realm had allowed him to reach the critical point of the half-step martial saint. He only needed one more chance to break through to the half-step martial saint, and there were still 4 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign left. It shouldn't be difficult for him to break through to the half-step martial saint. It was hard to say whether the next invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign would allow him to take that final step. Soon, another 6 billion eras passed. Boom boom boom. All of a sudden, the strength in Yang Fann's body grew like a tsunami. The aura around him rose steadily and infinitely. Kai, 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 Kai. The chaotic crystal wall shattered. The inner chaos, which was even larger than the intermediate small chaos, started expanding at a terrifying speed. He had made a breakthrough. After absorbing the 6th level of the strength of original life, Yang Fann had successfully taken that critical step and broken through to the half-step martial saint. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The surrounding space was extremely distorted. It was as if it would completely crack in the next second. The guardian formation surrounding Linda Palace was obviously unable to withstand the terrifying pressure of Yang Fann. Fortunately, Yang Fann had long been prepared for this. A long time ago, he had already used 36 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Divine Artifacts as the Eye of the Formation and 72 peak grade 7th layer Great Tao Divine Artifacts as the foundation. He had set up the Heavenly Handle Evil Spirit Formation, suppressing the surrounding space and time. Speaking of which, he still had to thank those quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors. Each and every one of them was really a good person. Without them, how could he set up this guardian formation, let alone break through to the half-step martial saint? 10 million eras later, Pucci, Supreme Being Uj used up the last bit of his strength of origin, turning it into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base gradually stabilized at the half-step sovereign stage. 100 million years had passed. Wang, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A bright divine light pierced through everything. At this moment, not even an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could stop his gaze. He would either die or be injured. Ferocious, a half-step martial saint was indeed the existence closest to Great Tao Sovereign. The scariness of his strength was comparable to a 10th grade quasi-dignosis. It was like one was in the sky, one was on the ground, 2 different concepts. The improvement was so great that it was much greater than when he advanced from the 8th grade to the 10th grade quasi-dignosis. At this moment, those quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign who had just stepped into the 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign stage. Yang Fann could not guarantee that. After all, he had only absorbed the memories of those quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign souls. Their knowledge was limited. A quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. To them, it was almost a legend. However, there was one thing that Yang Fann was certain of. Most of the peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign were no match for him. This strength could be said to be one of the top 30 in the vast profound Blue Marquee Palace, and there was even a chance for him to break into the top 20. The level 1 worshipper. Its authority was far from what the previous 4th grade guardian could compare with. Currently, there were not many secrets in the huge profound Blue Marquee Palace compared to Yang Fann. In the entire manner, there were 7 9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, which was also the 7th generation Xuanwang. As for Xuanwang's best friend, after advancing to the 9 heavens great Tao sovereign, he had already left the profound blue marquee palace and started venturing into the Qin Lin Great Chaos, the tiny profound blue marquee palace. It wasn't a place where top-level heaven's pride lived for a long time. He was the 9th elder of the 2nd grade quasi-9 heavens family. There were also 3 great reverends, who were also quasi-9 heavens great Tao sovereign. There were a total of 12 quasi-9 heavens great Tao sovereign. Even if there were any hidden secrets, they could be counted on one's fingers. He had only been in Qin Lin Great Chaos for a short period of time. In total, it seemed like it had been less than 60 billion eras. Compared to those 7th layer and 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, it was only a short period of seclusion. However, he had actually surpassed most of the elders, and had even become a 3rd grade consecrate. To be honest, Yang Fann really felt that it was a little unreal. Not to mention those outsiders. Who would dare to believe it if news of this got out? Shaking his head slightly, he shook off the trace of disbelief in his heart. Yang Fann continued his seclusion. There were still 3 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign waiting for him to devour and refine them. If he didn't completely devour and refine these 3 invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, Yang Fann wouldn't take a step out of Lin Palace. Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Dark Green Divine Hall. This was the meeting place for the higher-ups of Profound Blue Marquee Palace. At this moment, young Master Xuelin was sitting on the main seat. His divine might was like a prison. Even a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign wouldn't dare to look down on him. As early as 10 billion eras ago, young Master Xuelin had successfully completed the handover and became the 8th generation Xuanwang. However, Yang Fann had been in seclusion all this time, so he didn't have the time to participate in young Master Xuelin's succession ceremony. Below young Master Xuelin, there were a dozen or so powerful quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereigns that were thousands of times stronger than an invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. All of them were the elders of the level 8 in Profound Blue Marquee Palace. However, at this moment, whether it was young Master Xuelin, the new Xuanwang, or the other elders, all of their faces were filled with indescribable resentment. This is going too far. That Marquis Xiangyun Palace is really going too far. That divine origin mine was obviously discovered by my clan first, yet they still want to take it by force. They really don't put the Profound Blue Marquee Palace in their eyes at all. That's right, we can't let this matter rest. We must show the Xiangyun Manor some power. Otherwise, do they really think that the Profound Blue Marquee Palace is easy to bully? Elders, please calm down. Young Master Xuelin smiled bitterly and waved his hand. These elders were just like thunder and rain. If the Xiangyun Manor was so easy to deal with, they wouldn't be making a fuss here. They would have charged straight into the Xiangyun Marquee estate and denounced it. Amongst the 3,600 Marquee estate, the Xiangyun Marquee estate's ranking was even higher than theirs, the Profound Blue Marquee Palace. It had even exceeded the 10 or 20 rankings. It was a difference of several hundred rankings. Regarding the suggestion of the Xiangyun Marquee Palace, what do you all think about the ownership of the divine origin ore in the competition between the supreme beings of the level 8 and below? Lord Marquis, a duel is a duel. Could it be that we're afraid of them? Don't forget, we still have Yang Fann. That's right, we have Yang Fann here. If a 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign doesn't come out, who can be a match for Yang Fann? We, Profound Blue Marquee Palace, will definitely win this battle. I'm afraid this matter isn't that simple. The existence of Yang Fann is no longer a secret. However, since that Marquis Xiangyun still dares to propose a battle, he must have something to rely on. Elder Zhan Yun, do you mean that there is also a peerless evildoer in the Xiangyun Marquee Palace who is on par with the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, or perhaps even stronger? C3112 The power of a quasi-9th level Tao Paragon Profound Blue Marquee Palace, Dark Green Divine Hall. Including young Master Xuelin, the new generation of Dark Green Marquee, all the higher-ups of Profound Blue Marquee Palace had solemn expressions on their faces. During the fight for the position of Marquee, Yang Fann had revealed his intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign combat strength in front of everyone's eyes. Although they had tried their best to prevent the news of Yang Fann from being known by the enemy forces of Profound Blue Marquee Palace, they knew very well in their hearts. This was absolutely not something that could be hidden from the eyes and ears of the Marquis of Xiangyun's estate. However, Even though they knew that they had Yang Fann as their trump card, the Marquis of Xianxia Palace still dared to raise the matter of the bet. Either the higher-ups of the Marquis of Xianxia Palace had their heads squeezed by the door, or they were confident that they could deal with Yang Fann. Obviously, it would only be the latter. They wanted to refuse, but they simply didn't have the qualifications to do so. If they did not gamble, it was very likely that they would directly fall out with the Marquis of the Xianxia estate. With the strength of the profound Blue Marquis Palace, if they really wanted to go to war with the Marquis of the Xianxia estate, there was no way they could win at all. Zan Lin Divine Palace, Lin de Palace. Boom boom boom. Streams of pure strength of original life flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, strengthening his origin of chaos. Swoosh. Suddenly, a bright divine light tore through the space and entered Lin de Palace. In the next second, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine source ore, in the Marquis of Xianxia estate. Interesting. In the Xianxia Marquis Palace, Yang Fann's reputation was like thunder. He was also one of the 3,600 Marquis Palaces in the profound Blue Marquis Palace, just like the profound Blue Marquis Palace. He was adjacent to the profound Blue Marquis Palace. However, the relationship between the two was not that harmonious. Although they had not truly fallen out with each other, small conflicts were still going on. This time, the cause of the matter was the appearance of a divine origin ore at the border of Xuanxuan Mansion. There were roughly two origins of the Great Tao Divine Source. One was that it was naturally formed by the Great Chaos, which was the Divine Essence Mine. According to the storage of the Great Tao Divine Source, the Divine Essence Mine was roughly divided into 4 levels, from high to low. They were super large Divine Essence Mines, large Divine Essence Mines, medium-sized Divine Essence Mines, and small Divine Essence Mines. The second type was Great Tao Sovereign, who was at the 7th layer or above, who used up a large amount of time and energy to condense his own Divine Source ore. However, if it was not necessary, there was no Great Tao Sovereign who would use such a method to condense Great Tao Divine Sources. This was a completely unrewarding task. Moreover, if the Great Tao Divine Source was condensed too much, it might shake their origin root. If it was just the small Divine Source ore deposits that were stored below 100 million units, it was naturally insufficient to cause the two great marquises to go to war. Any random low-level 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's family would have far more than 100 million units of Great Tao Divine Sources. Yet, this was a medium-sized Divine Essence ore deposits, and it was one of the better ones among the medium-sized Divine Essence ore deposits. The Divine Source deposits were so rich that it could be said to have exceeded 100 million Great Tao Divine Sources at the very least. This caused the Xianxia Marquis Manor to be moved. One had to know that even the wealth of many peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign might not necessarily be worth 10 trillion Great Tao Divine Sources. As for the fact that this divine origin ore was within the boundaries of the Zan Kang Manor, it was completely ignored by the Xianxia Manor. It couldn't be helped. The Xianxia Marquis Manor's ranking amongst the 3,600 Marquis Palaces was far above the profound Blue Marquis Palace. According to the legends, the 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in the Xianxia Marquis estate had exceeded the number of hands. No matter how unwilling the profound Blue Marquis Palace was to admit that their strength was inferior, they had no choice but to endure it. Of course, the Xianxia Manor did not dare to be too overbearing. They directly occupied the medium-sized Divine Source ore. Instead, they proposed a gambling match and used it to decide the destination of the medium-sized Divine Source ore in a battle below the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. After all, the profound Blue Marquis Palace wasn't too weak. With 7 9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign in charge, the Xianxia Marquis Palace was considered to be above average among all the other Marquis Palaces. If they really wanted to tear all pretenses, although the Xianxia Marquis Palace could obtain the final victory, it would still be a miserable victory. A medium-sized Divine Source ore was far from qualified. If it was a large-scale Divine Source ore with over 1 billion units of Great Tao Divine Sources, it would be more like it. The right to mine a Divine Source ore vein is something the profound Blue Marquis Palace is willing to do. Yang Fann was only a worshipper of the profound Blue Marquis Palace and not a hired thug. If Yang Fann was unwilling to accept such a task, he could totally reject it. In order to get Yang Fann to take action, the profound Blue Marquis Palace directly took out the first-level Great Tao Divine Source of the Source of God Mine as revenge for Yang Fann. That was at least 1 trillion units of Great Tao Divine Source. Many 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors had the same amount of wealth. This caused Yang Fann's eyes to heat up. With these trillion units of great Tao divine sources, it was more than enough for his strength of divine body to increase by several times. Furthermore, in this battle, it was very likely that the Xianxia Marquis estate had a combat strength comparable to the intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign Peerless Evildoer. Otherwise, if they knew about it, they would definitely know about it. With him, a intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign, overseeing the Xianxia Manor. It was not like the Marquis of Xianxia's manor had been kicked in the head by a donkey, so it was impossible for him to propose such a bet. If he wanted to fight, it would also be the start of the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign battle. That heaven's pride, the strength of origin in his body might not be as good as the real intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, it was not something an ordinary low-level 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign could compare with. In comparison, a single person could match dozens of invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The current him just happened to lack resources, atavism. 30 million eras had passed, and Yang Fann had successfully devoured the third invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that his cultivation base had only improved by a tiny bit, and he hadn't even broken through a minor realm. It was almost impossible to rely on this invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign atavism without a few hundred to 1,000 of them. And this was because he didn't cultivate the divine body of Great Tao Sovereign, and the origin root wasn't any weaker than that. Otherwise, even if the number of atavisms increased by 10 times, it still wouldn't be enough for him. Atavism, just thinking about it made him feel despair. Even if he were to wipe out all the quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign in the entire profound firmament prefecture, it would still be difficult for him to gather that many quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. 10,000 years later, a dragon-shaped flying boat flew up from the profound blue Marquis Palace. In the blink of an eye, it had left dark green city. The profound dragon was one of the most precious treasures of the profound blue Marquis Palace. It was said that it was the third-generation Xuanwang of the profound blue Marquis Palace. He had killed a quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign Golden Dragon and refined it with the dragon bone of the Golden Dragon. The dragon soul of the Golden Dragon was sealed within it. It didn't matter whether it was attack or defense. This profound dragon was not much weaker than a true quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. On the deck of the profound dragon, there were a total of 16 people. Yang Fann was among them. Among the other 15 people, 9 of them were the invincible quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. Each and every one of them had a powerful aura. Compared to the Supreme Being who was being suppressed and devoured by Yang Fann, they were all much stronger. It could be said that they were infinitely close to the 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. If they joined forces, they would be able to fight the newly advanced low-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign including Yang Fann. These 9 people were the strongest 10 quasi-8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign warriors in Dark Firmament Prefecture. The Xianxia Marquis estate and the profound blue Marquis Palace had agreed to send 10 people each to fight. The other 6 were the elders of the profound blue Marquis Palace, and they were worshippers. The person in the lead was an old man dressed in green. He had white hair and a youthful face, and looked like he was in his early 60s. He had a feeling that he had returned to his original self from head to toe. However, the aura that erupted from his body by chance caused some of the peak 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign's heart to palpitate. This green-clothed old man was none other than the person in charge of this trip, one of the 9 great elders of profound blue Marquis Palace, Great Elder Zhanqing. In the past, Xuanwang had been in seclusion. In the vast profound blue Marquis Palace, almost all of the 9 great elders were respected. Even the 8th generation Xuanwang, young Master Xuelin, had to obey the orders of these 9 elders as long as he didn't break through to the 9 heavens. Although the status of World of Cultivators was important, the most important thing was their own strength. Without sufficient strength, no matter how high their status was, it might not be useful at times. The 5 men behind him were also not weak. The weakest among them was an intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. The strongest one was a top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. This is the quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign. Looks like, now, my combat strength has been fully unleashed. Even if I'm not as strong as the quasi-9 heavens Great Tao Sovereign, I'm afraid I won't be much weaker. Look at that Great Elder of Zhanqing. Yang Fann seemed to be lost in thought. On this Great Elder of Zhanqing, he didn't sense too much danger from the Great Elder of Zhanqing, but he had a feeling in his heart. As long as he wanted to, he had the power to fight him. And that top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign didn't bring him any danger. It was obvious that his true combat strength had already surpassed the level of a top-grade 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign. While Yang Fann was sizing up the Great Elder of the Zhanqing family, the Elder was also sizing up Yang Fann. He was very curious about a peerless monster. All of a sudden, surprise flashed across the eyes of the Zhanqing clan's Elder. How could this be possible? He could actually sense a trace of danger from Yang Fann's body. But soon, the Elder of the Zhanqing family forced a smile in his heart. I'm really old, I can't believe I'm hallucinating. Even some of the top 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign couldn't give him any sense of danger. Hong Long. With less than 30 billion eras, his combat strength had risen from intermediate 8th Empyrean Great Tao Sovereign to quasi-9 Heavens Great Tao Sovereign. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. How could there be such a monster in this world? This was 30 billion eras, not 300 eras of Yanji.